Preface of With Cortez in Mexico by G. A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. With Cortez in Mexico by George Alfred Henty. Preface. The conquest of Mexico, an extensive empire with a numerous and warlike population, by a mere handful of Spaniards, is one of the romances of history. Indeed, a writer of fiction would scarcely have dared to invent so improbable a story. Even the bravery of the Spaniards, and the advantage of superior arms, would not have sufficed to give them the victory, had it not been that Mexico was ripe for disruption. The Aztecs, instead of conciliating by wise and gentle government the peoples they had conquered, treated them with such despotic harshness that they were ready to ally themselves with the invaders, and to join with them heartily against the central power, so that instead of battling against an empire single-handed, the Spaniards had really only to war with a great city and were assisted by a vast army of auxiliaries. Fortunately, the details of the extraordinary expedition of Cortez were fully related by the contemporary writers, several of whom were eyewitnesses of the scenes they described. It was not necessary for me, however, to revert to these, as Prescott, in his admirable work on the conquest of Mexico, has given a summary of them, and has drawn a most vivid picture of the events of the campaign. The book far surpasses in interest any volume of fiction, and I should strongly recommend my readers to take the first opportunity that occurs of pursuing the whole story, of which I have only been able to touch upon the principal events. While history is silent as to the voyage of the Swan, it is recorded by the Spaniards that an English ship did, in 1517 or 1518, appear off the port of San Domingo, and was fired at by them, and chased from the islands. But it was not until 20 or 30 years later that the English buccaneers openly sailed to challenge the supremacy of the Spaniards among the western islands, and to dispute their pretensions to exclude all other flags but their own from those waters. It may, however, be well believed that the ship spoken of was not the only English craft that entered the Spanish Main, and that the adventurous traders of the West Country more than once dispatched ships to carry on an illicit trade there. Such enterprises would necessarily be conducted with great secrecy until the relations between Spain and England changed, and religious differences broke up the alliance that existed between them during the early days of Henry VIII. George Alfred Henty. End of preface. Side note. The work of William Prescott's History of the Conquest of Mexico can also be found on LibriVox.org. Chapter 1 of With Cortez in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. With Cortez in Mexico by G. A. Henty. Chapter 1. A Startling Proposal. On March 3rd, 1516, the trading vessel, the Swan, dropped anchor at Plymouth. She would in our days be considered a tiny craft indeed, but she was then looked upon as a large vessel, and one of which her owner, Master Diggory Beggs, had good reason to be proud. She was only of some 80 tons burden, but there were few ships that sailed out from Plymouth of much larger size, and Plymouth was even then rising into importance as a seaport, having flourished mightily since the downfall of its once successful rival, Fowey. Large ships were not needed in those days, for the only cargoes sent across the sea were costly and precious goods, which occupied but small space. The clothes of the Flemings, the silks and satins of Italy, the produce of the East which passed first through the hands of the Venetian and Genoese merchants, and the wines of France and Spain, were the chief articles of commerce. Thus, the freight for a vessel of 80 tons was a heavy venture, and none but merchants of wealth and position would think of employing larger ships. In this respect, the Spaniards and the Italian republics were far ahead of us, and the commerce of England was a small thing indeed, in comparison with that of Flanders. In Plymouth, however, the Swan was regarded as a goodly ship, and Master Diggory Beggs was heartily congratulated, by his acquaintances, when the news came that the Swan was sailing up the Sound, having safely returned from a voyage to Genoa. As soon as the anchor was dropped and the sails were furled, the captain, Reuben Hawkshaw, a cousin of Master Beggs, took his place in the boat, accompanied by his son Roger, a lad of 16, and was rowed by 2 sailors to the landing place. They were delayed for a few minutes there by the number of Reuben's acquaintances, who thronged round to shake him by the hand. But as soon as he had freed himself of these, he strode up the narrow street from the quays to the house of Master Diggory. Reuben Hawkshaw was a tall, powerfully built man, weather-beaten and tanned from his many comings and goings upon the sea, with a voice that could be heard in the loudest storm, and a fierce look, but, as his men knew, gentle and kind at heart, though very daring, and having, as it seemed, no fear of danger from either man or tempest. Roger was large-boned and loosely jointed, and was likely some day to fill out into as big a man as his father, who stood over 6 feet 2 without his shoes. Reuben was wont to complain that he himself was too big for shipboard. "If a crew were men wholly of my size," he would say, "a ship would be able to carry but a scant crew, for, lie as they close as they would, there would be not room for a full complement below." For indeed, in those days, space was precious, and on board a ship men were packed well nigh as close as they could lie, having small thought of comfort, and being well content if there was room to turn without angering those lying next on either side. The merchant, who was so stout and portly that he offered a strong contrast to his cousin, rose from his desk as the latter entered. "I'm glad indeed to see you back, Cousin Reuben, and trust that all has fared well with you." "Indifferent well, Cousin Diggory. We have a good stock of Italian goods on board, but as, of course, these took up but a small portion of her hold, I put into Cadiz on my way back. There I filled up 80 barrels of Spanish wine, which will, I warrant me, return good profit on the price I paid for them." "And you have met with no accidents or adventures, Reuben?" "Not more than is useful. We had a fight with some Moorish pirates, who coveted the goods with which, as they doubtless guessed, we were laden, but we beat them off stoutly, with a loss of only 6 men killed among us. We had bad weather coming up the Portugal coast, and had 2 men washed overboard, and we had another stabbed in a drunken brawl in the street. And besides these, there are, of course, many who were wounded in the fight with the Moors and in the drunken frays ashore, but all are doing well, and the loss of a little blood will not harm them, so our voyage may be termed an easy and pleasant one." "That is well," the merchant said, in a tone of satisfaction. "We cannot expect a voyage like this to pass without accident." "And how are you, Roger?" he asked, turning to the boy, who was standing near the door with his cap in his hand, until it should please his elders to address him. "I am well, thank you, Master Diggory. It is seldom that anything ails with me. I trust that Mistress Mercy and my cousins are well. You had best go upstairs and see them for yourself, Roger. Your father and I have weighty matters to talk over, and would fain be alone." Roger was glad to escape from the merchant's counting house, and bowing to his cousin, went off with a quiet step, which, after he had closed the door behind him, was changed into a rapid bound as he ascended the stairs. "Gently, Roger," Mistress Beggs said, as he entered the room where she and her 2 daughters were sitting at work. "We are truly glad to see you, but you must remember that we stay-at-home people are not accustomed to the boisterous ways of the sea." The reproof was administered in a kindly tone, for indeed, in his delight at being back again, he had forgotten the manners that were expected from a lad of his age, on shore. However, he knew that, although Mistress Beggs was somewhat precise in her ways, she was thoroughly kind, and always treated him as if he were a nephew of her own, rather than a young cousin of her husband's. He therefore recovered at once from his momentary confusion, and stepped forward to receive the salute Mistress Beggs always gave him, on his return from his voyages. "Dorothy, Agnes, you remember your cousin Roger." The 2 girls, who had remained seated at their work, which had, however, made but little progress since their father had run in, 2 hours before, to say that the Swan was signaled in the Sound, now rose, and each made a formal curtsy, and then held up her cheek to be kissed, according to the custom of the day. But there was a little smile of amusement on their faces that would have told a close observer that, had their mother not been present, their greeting would have been warmer, and a less ceremonious one. "Well, well, Roger," Mistress Beggs went on, "it is marvelous to see how fast you grow. Why, it is scarce 6 months since you sailed away, and you seem half a head taller than you were when you went. And so the Swan has returned safely, without damage or peril." "No damage to speak of, Cousin Mercy, save for a few shot holes in her hull, and a good many patches on her side, the work of a Moorish corsair, with whom we had a sharp brush by the way." "And was there loss of life, Roger?" "We have come back 9 hands shorter than we sailed with, and there are a few on board still unfit for hard work." "And did you fight, Cousin Roger?" Dorothy Beggs asked. "I did what I could with my bow, until I got alongside, and then joined in the melee as well as I could. The heathen fought bravely, but they were not a match for our men, being wanting in weight and strength, and little able to stand up against the crushing blows of our axes. But they are nimble and quick with their curved swords, and the fierceness of their faces, and their shouting, would have put men out of countenance who had less reason to be confident than ours." "And the training has gone well?" asked Mistress Beggs, who was known to have a keen eye to the main chance. "I believe that my father's well satisfied, Cousin Mercy, and that the venture has turned out fully as well as he looked for." "That is well, Roger. Do you girls go on with your work. You can sew while you are listening. I will go and see that the preparations for dinner are going on regularly, for the maids are apt to give way to talk and gossip when they know that the Swan is in." As soon as she had left the room, the two girls threw down their work, and running across to Roger, saluted him most heartily. "That is a much better welcome," Roger said, "than the formal greetings you before gave me. I wonder what Cousin Mercy would have said had she chanced to come in again." "Mother guessed well enough what it would be, when we were alone together," Dorothy said, laughing. "She always thinks it is right on special occasions to keep us to our manners, and to make us sure that we know how it is becoming to behave. But you know well, Roger, that she is not strict with us generally, and likes us to enjoy ourselves. When we are staying up at the farm with Aunt Peggy, she lets us run about as we will, and never interferes with us, save when our spirits carry us away altogether. I think we should be glad if we always lived in the country. But now, Roger, let us hear much more about your voyage, and the fight with the Moors. Are they black men?" "Not at all, Dorothy. They are not very much darker than our own fishermen, when they are bronzed by the sun and wind. There are black men who live somewhere near their country, and there were several of these fighting with them. These blacks are bigger men than the Moors, and have thick lips and wide mouths. I believe that they live as slaves among the Moors, but those who were with them fought as bravely as they did, and it needed a man with a stout heart to engage with them, so ugly were their faces." "Were you not terrified, Roger?" "I was frightened at first, Dorothy, and felt a strange weakness in my knees, as they began to swarm up the ship's side, but it passed off when the scuffle began. You see, there was no time to think about it. We all had to do our best, and even had I been frightened ever so badly, I hoped that I should not have showed it, for it would have brought some shame upon my father as well as myself. But in truth, I thought little about it. One way or the other, there they were on the deck, and had to be driven back again, and we set about the work like Englishmen and honest men, and, thanks to our pikes and axes, we had not very much trouble about it, especially once we became fairly angered on seeing some of our friends undone by the heathen. I myself would rather go through 2 or 3 such fights than encounter such another storm as we had off the coast of Portugal. For 4 days it seemed that we must be lost. The waves were of such exceeding bigness, far surpassing anything I had ever seen before. My heart was in my mouth scores of times, and over again I thought that she would never rise again. So great was the weight of the water that poured over her. Truly it was the mercy of God which alone saved us, for I believe that even my father thought the ship would be beaten to pieces, though he kept up a show of confidence in order to inspirit the men. However, at the end of the 4th day the gale abated, but it was days before the great sea went down, the waves coming in long regular hills, which seemed to me as big as those which we have here in Devonshire, but smooth and regular, so that while we rolled mightily, there was naught to fear from them. "I should not like to be a sailor," Agnes said. "It would be far better, Roger, were you to come into our father's counting house. You know, he would take you into his business, did Cousin Reuben desire it." Roger laughed. "I should make but a poor penman, Agnes. I love the sea dearly, and it is seldom that we have such gales to meet as that. And after all, it is no worse to be drowned than it is to come to any other death. I am well content, cousin, with matters as they are, and would not stay ashore and spend my life in writing, not to be as rich as the greatest merchant in Plymouth. I almost wish, sometimes, I had been born a Spaniard or a Portugal, for then I might have a chance of sailing to wondrous new countries, instead of voyaging only in European waters." "It seems to me that you have plenty to see as it is, Roger," Dorothy said. "I do not say nay to that," Roger assented. "But I do not see why Spain and Portugal should claim all the Indies, east and west, and keep all others from going there." "But the Pope has given the Indies to them," Dorothy said. "I don't see that they were the Pope's to give," Roger replied. "That might do for the king and his minister Wolsey, and the bishops; but when in time all the people have read, as we do, Master Wycliffe's Bible, they will come to see that there is no warrant for the authority the Pope claims, and then we may, perhaps, take our share of these new discoveries." "Hush, Roger! You should not speak so loud about the Bible. You know that there are many who read it. It is not a thing to be spoken of openly, and that it would bring us all into sore trouble were anyone to hear us speak so freely as you have done. There has been burning of Lollards, and they say that Wolsey is determined to root out all the followers of Wycliffe." "It will take him some trouble to do that," Roger said, shrugging his shoulders. "Still, I will be careful, Dorothy, for I would not on any account bring trouble upon you here. But, thank heaven, England is not Spain, where men are forever being tortured and burned for their religion. The English would never put up with that. It may be that there will be persecution, but methinks it is rather those whose opinions lead them to make speeches that are regarded as seditious, and who stir up the people into discontent, who fall into trouble, and that, as long as the folks hold their own opinions in peace and quiet, and trouble not others, neither king nor cardinal will seek to interfere with them. It is not so in Spain. There, upon the slightest suspicion that a man or woman holds views differing from those of the priests, he is dragged away and thrown into the prisons of the Inquisition, and tortured and burned." Mistress Mercy now returned, and she and the girls busied themselves in laying the table for dinner. That evening, after Mistress Mercy, the girls, and Roger had retired to bed, Reuben Hawkshaw and his cousin had a long talk together concerning the next voyage of the Swan. After Master Diggory had discussed the chances of a voyage to the Low Countries, or another trip to the Mediterranean, Reuben, who had been silently listening to him, said: "Well, Cousin Diggory, to tell you the truth, I have been turning over a project that seems to me to offer a chance of greater profit, though I deem it not without a risk. That is the case, of course, with all trading affairs, and, as you know, the greater the risk, the greater the profit. So the question to be considered is whether the profit is in fair proportion to the risk run. I think that it is, in this case, and I am ready to risk my life in carrying it out. It is for you to consider whether you are ready to risk your venture. What is it, Reuben? There are no other voyages that I know of, unless indeed you think of sailing up to Constantinople, and trading with the Grand Turk. My thoughts go farther afield still, Diggory. It is a matter I have thought over for some time, when I was at Cadiz. The other day I made many inquiries, and these have confirmed me in my opinions on the matter. You know that the Spaniards are gaining huge wealth from the Indies, and I heard at Cadiz that, after the conquest they made a year since of the island they call Cuba, the stories of precious things brought home were vast indeed. As you know, they bring from there gold and spices and precious woods, and articles of native workmanship of all kinds. I know that, Reuben, and also that, like dogs in the manger, they suffer none others to sail those seas, and that no English ship has ever yet traversed those waters. That is so, Diggory, but by all I hear, The number of islands is large, and there are reports that there lies, farther west, a great land, from which it is they procure chiefly the gold and silver and precious things. Now it seems to me that, were the matter secretly conducted, so that no news could be sent to Spain, a ship might slip out and cruise there, dealing with the natives, and return richly stored with treasures. The Swan is a fast sailor, and, did she fall in with the Spanish ships, would show them a clear pair of heels. Of course she would avoid the places where the Spaniards have forts and garrisons, and touch only at those at which, I hear, they trade but little. And he took out a scroll from his bosom, unrolled it, and showed it to be a map. This I purchased for 10 gold pieces of a Spanish captain who had come to poverty and disgrace, from his ship being cast away while he was asleep in liquor in his cabin, a fault which is rare among the Spaniards, and therefore thought all the more of it. I met him in Cadiz, at a wine shop near the port. He told me his story as we drank together, for he spoke Dutch, having traded much with the Low Countries. He took out a map to show me some of the places at which he had had adventures. I said that the thing was curious, and would like to buy it of him, if he was disposed to sell. He said that it would be as much as his life were worth to part with it, to an Englishman, and indeed, that it was only captains of ships trading in those seas who were allowed to have them, seeing that all matters connected with the islands were held as a state secret. After some trouble and chaffering, however, and to sell it to me for 10 gold pieces. This is the copy. It is exact, for I compared it with the original before I paid for it. Now here, you see, are laid down the position and bearing of all the islands, together with all the ports and places where the Spaniards have their settlements. This line over here represents the mainland, but it is, as you see, but vaguely drawn, seeing that, except at 1 or 2 points, the Spaniards themselves have but little knowledge of it. Now it seems that, with the help of this, I might so navigate the Swan as to avoid much risk of falling in with the Dons, and might yet make a shift to fill up the ship with goods of all kinds, such as would sell here for great prices. I know, of course, that were we taken we should be killed without mercy. But in the first place, they would have to catch us, which would not be easy, and in the second to capture us, which methinks would be more difficult still, seeing that a crew of stout Devonshire lads, fighting with halters round their necks, would give a good account of themselves, even if overhauled by a great Spanish galleon. What do you think of the scheme, Cousin Diggory? It is a perilous one, certainly, Reuben, the merchant replied, after a long silence. There is the risk of the loss of the ship, and all her freight, and there is the risk of the loss of your life, and of those of the crew. And I would rather lose even the Swan, Reuben, than that harm should come to you and Roger. Then it may be well that, even if you carried the scheme to a successful end, and returned laden with wealth, the king and his counselors, when the matter came to their ears, which it would be sure to do on your return, for it would make a prodigious talk, might be grievously offended, accuse us of embroiling England with Spain, confiscate the cargo, visit me with fine and imprisonment, and treat you and the crew as pirates. I do not fear that, Reuben said. Our relations with Spain have grown cold lately, and there is talk of peace between us and France. In the next place, I should say that the king would be mightily glad to see a chance of us English having a finger in this pie, that the Spaniards want to keep it to themselves, and that he will perceive that the great advantage will arise from our obtaining a share of the trade with the Indies. There is a rare jealousy in the country at the Spaniards and the Portugals keeping all the trade of both the Indies in their hands, and methinks that, even if he judged it necessary to make a show of displeasure against the men who led the way in this manner, there would in the end be much honor as well as profit in this venture. It is a grave matter, Reuben, and one not to be undertaken without much thought and calculation. Still, I own that the proposal is a tempting one, and that the possession of this map, which I will examine at my leisure, would help you much in your enterprise. Truly, as you say, although The king might frown. There would be much honor as well as profit in being the first English merchant to dispatch a ship to the Spanish Main. I love not the Spaniards, and like all Englishmen who think as I do on matters of religion, have viewed with much disfavor our alliance with men who are such cruel persecutors of all who are not of their religion." "I hate them," Reuben Hawkshaw said, energetically. "They swagger as if they were lords of the world, and hold all others as of no account besides them. If you resolve on this enterprise, I shall, of course, do my utmost to avoid them. But should they try to lay hand on us, I shall be right glad to show them that we are Englishmen hold ourselves fully a match for them." "Well, well, we must not think of that," Diggory Beggs said, hastily. "But, nevertheless, cousin, if the Swan sails for those seas, I will see that she is well provided with ordnance and small arms, so that she shall be able to hold her own with those who would meddle with her." "That is all I ask, Diggory. We shouldn't meddle with them, if they do not meddle with us. But if they treat us as pirates, to be slain without form of trial, they must not blame us if we act as pirates when they come upon us. They hold that they are beyond the law, when they are once beyond sight of land going westward, and we have only to take them at their word. As to piracy, if the things that are whispered as to their cruelty to the natives be true, pirates are an innocent and kindly folk compared to them. They openly proclaim that all found in these seas, which they claim as their own, will be treated as enemies and slain without mercy, and we shall be, therefore, fully justified in treating as an enemy any Spanish ship that we may come across, and holding her as a fair prize, if we are strong enough to take her. But you must not go out with that intent, Reuben. If I fit out the Swan to go to the Indies, it is that she may trade honestly with such natives as are ready to trade with her, and not that she may wage war against the Spaniards." "I quite understand that, Cousin Diggory," Reuben Hawkshaw said, with a grim smile, "and that also is my intent, if the Spaniards will but let me adhere to it. Only if we are attacked, and must defend ourselves. If they try to capture us, and we beat them, it is but natural that we should capture them. Against that I have nothing to say, Reuben. I can find no authority in Scripture for the Spaniards claiming a portion of the seas as their right. The world is all, as it seems to me, open to trade, and neither the Pope nor anyone else has the right to parcel it out, for the exclusive use of one or two nations. As we all know, the seas within a mile or two of shore are held to belong, naturally, to those who own the land. But that is a different thing, altogether, to holding that more than half the seas, inasmuch as we know of them, are to be held as private property by Spaniards and Portugals. Well, we will say no more about it at present. There is plenty of time to think it over while the Swan is unloading. I certainly do not like to take so great a risk as this would be on my own shoulders, but if I could get 2 or 3 others to join me, I should be willing enough to embark upon it. I need not tell you, Diggory, that it behooves you to be right careful as to those whom you may broach it. Remember that an incautious word might ruin the enterprise altogether. If so much as a whisper of it reached the ear of the Spanish ambassador in London, he would apply to the king to put a stop to it, and whatever King Harry might think of it, he could hardly permit the Swan to sail in the face of such remonstrance, for to do so would assuredly embroil him with Spain. I will be careful, Reuben, for I see this as well as you do, and shall only speak to men who have, before now, worked with me in joint adventures, and on whose discretion I can surely rely. I will talk the matter over with them, Reuben, first, and if they appear favorably disposed, you shall meet them here, show them your map, and explain your intentions fully to them. If 3 others join me in equal shares, I shall propose that, as it is your idea, and as you have obtained this map, you shall have an equal share with each of us in the business, and shall, in addition to your pay as master, take 1/5 of the profits, after payment of expenses. Will that content you? Right well, Cousin Diggory, and from this moment I shall, I can tell you, regard myself as a rich man. The unloading of the Swan occupied some time. There was no undue haste in those days. The bales were hoisted by whips from the hold, and then carried up to Master Beg's warehouse. The sailors had earned a fair time for repose after the hardships of the voyage, and took matters easily, as it was more than a week before the Swan's hold was empty. During that time, the merchant had not made any allusion to Reuben as to their conversation on the evening after the Swan came into port. But Reuben was neither surprised nor anxious at this silence. He knew that his cousin, although an enterprising, was a cautious man, and had hardly hoped to find his proposal so favorably entertained. He had looked for absolute refusal at first, and expected that he would only arrive at his end after a long disputes and discussion. Therefore, he doubted not that Diggory was turning the matter over and over in his mind, settling the details, and perhaps broaching the matter to the merchants he had spoken of. The Swan, once empty, was laid up on the shore, where she dried at low tide, so that she could have her seams caulked and a coat of pitch laid on below the waterline, and made tight and sound for any voyage on which she might be dispatched. Reuben Hawkshaw had lost his wife years before, and, when in port at Plymouth, always occupied lodgings in a house a short distance from that of his cousin, spending his evenings mostly at Master Diggory's, but refusing to take his breakfast or dinner there. "I know what is what, cousin," he would say, when the merchant pressed him and Roger to come to breakfast or dinner. "Women are women, and, as is only right, they hold to the nicety of things, and nothing displeases them more than for people to come in late for their meals. When I am at work, I work; and if, when the clock strikes the hour for meals, and I am in the middle of a job, I see that it is finished before the men knock off. Then there is the matter of washing and cleaning up, for one gathers much dust and dirt in the hold of a ship, so that I do what I would, Roger and I could never reckon upon being punctual, and the matter would weigh on my mind when I ought to be thinking of other things. No, no, Diggory, we will be free men, taking our bite and sup on board as we can make shift to get them, and then, when work is over, coming in with clean hands and a clear mind to supper with you. When the Swan's hold is empty, it will be time enough to talk about amusement." The evening after the unloading of the cargo was completed, Master Diggory said to his wife: "Get the table cleared as soon as you can, Mercy, and bring 2 flasks of the last batch of Spanish wine out of the cellar, and put them and some cups on the board. I have 2 or 3 friends coming in to talk over a matter of business with Reuben and me." As soon as the table was cleared, Roger asked permission of his aunt to take the cousins for a walk upon the Hoe. This was readily granted, as there was no other room in which they could well be bestowed, and having set the wine upon the table, Dame Mercy retired to look after some domestic matters, of which she always found an abundance to occupy her. In a short time, Master Turnbull, Master Stratham, and Master Winslow, 3 worshipful traders of Plymouth, arrived. "Cousin Reuben," Master Diggory said, "I have spoken to these good friends of mine in respect of that venture which you proposed to me, and they would fain hear more of it from your own lips. You can speak with confidence before them, for, whether they agree to cast in their lot with us or not, no word of this matter will pass their lips." Reuben addressed himself to this task, and that at much greater detail than he had given when first speaking of the matter to Diggory. He told them what he had gathered from the sea captains and others as to the articles with which the Dons traded with their natives, that they were for the most part cheap and common, and that the amount required for a sufficient stock of such merchandise would be very small. Small hand mirrors, strings of colored glass beads, brass rings and trinkets, colored handkerchiefs, and bright cloths were the articles chiefly used in barter. Knives and axes were greatly prized, the natives considering iron to be more valuable than silver or gold. Small bells and brass vessels were also valued, and iron spear and arrowheads were eagerly sought for. But the Spaniards were chary of providing such goods, seeing that they might be used in conflicts against themselves. Then he produced a list of the stores that would be required for the ship and crew. "In this matter," he said, "you will think, perhaps, that my demands are excessive, but I am of opinion that money in this way would be very well spent. As a rule, though, I say it before men accustomed to victualling ships, Our crews are vilely provided for. Salt meat they must eat, for no other can be obtained at sea, but it should be of good quality. Likewise the other provisions. I want not biscuits that are alive with maggots, nor moldy flour, nor peas or other things that cattle would turn up their noses at. I want everything to be the very best of its kind, with cider good and sound, and in fair abundance. This is not an ordinary voyage. We shall be away for many months, maybe for a year or two, and unless the men are well fed, they will assuredly lose their health, and likely enough become mutinous. If we come upon a Spanish ship, when 3 parts of the crew are weak with scurvy, we shall make but a poor fight of it. Therefore, I want to keep my men in good strength and in good heart, and to do this they must be well fed. Such a voyage as this no English ship has ever made before, and, cooped up as we shall be in the Swan, for we must carry a great crew, everything depends upon there being no fair ground for grumbling. Many a ship has been lost from the crew being weakened by scurvy, and if you are to bring this enterprise to a good end, I say that there must be no stint in the matter of provisions, and that all must be the very best of their kind. I trust that, once out there, we shall be able to obtain an abundance of fruit and vegetables from the natives, for these are things above all necessary to keep men's blood sweet on shipboard. Then, as to arms, I think we should carry 12 pieces, 6 of a side, of which 4 should be of good size, and yet not too large to be quickly handled. In the matter of weight, the Spaniards are sure to have the advantage of us, but if we can shoot much more quickly than they can, it will equalize matters. Then, of course, there will be bows and arrows. I do not hold greatly to the new musketoons. A man can shoot 6 arrows while he can fire 1 of them, and that with a straighter and truer aim, though it is true they can carry somewhat farther. Then, of course, there will be pikes and boarding axes, and a good stock of powder and balls for the cannon. These are the complete lists I have made out. Now I hold that we should carry from 80 to 100 men. These I should pay only the ordinary rate of wage, but each should have an interest in this venture, according to his rank. As to the profits, I would leave it to you, my masters, to reckon. But seeing that in fair trade one can get gold, to say nothing of silver, weight for iron, and other things in proportion, you can judge for yourselves what it will amount to say nothing of the chance of our falling in with the Spanish treasure ship, which may be rash enough, regarding us as an easy prize, to fall foul of us. There is no doubt that the profits will be great if you return safely home, Master Hawkshaw, Nicholas Turnbull said, but the chances of that seem but small. I think that the chances are good enough to risk my life upon, Master Turnbull, Reuben replied, and no man can show greater confidence than that. This is the map of which my cousin Diggory has no doubt spoken of to you. You see, the islands are many, and some of them great, and that the places at which the Spaniards have ports are few in comparison. We have to avoid these, but anywhere else we can open trade with the natives. If we are chased, and find the place too hot for us, we can make a way to the mainland, and cruising along there, may come upon places that the Spaniards have never visited, and may there gather great store of gold and silver, without danger. But I wish no one, and certainly not my cousin Diggory, to enter upon this affair, unless with confidence and good heart. I would far rather take a horse and travel to Bristol, and lay my scheme before some of the traders there. This idea was most distasteful to the traders, for Plymouth regarded Bristol with great jealousy, and Diggory Beggs at once said, "No, no, Reuben, my friend. Master Nicholas Turnbull did not mean that he regarded your scheme as hopeless, only that the risks were doubtless great. But we all know that to earn great profit one must run such risk, and the venture, divided between 4 of us, would not be a very heavy one, that is to say, not beyond what we are justified in perilling. Would you leave us for a while, Reuben? We will examine these lists that you have made, and reckon upon the total cost, and we shall see the better how much we shall have to contribute to make upon our venture." Reuben nodded, and putting on his hat, left the room, saying, "In an hour I will return," and then strolled over to a tavern much frequented by the masters of the ships in port. End of chapter 1. Recording by Ryan Cherrick.
Chapter 2 of With Cortez in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. With Cortez in Mexico by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 2, Bound to Unknown Parts. When Reuben Hawkshaw returned to the chamber where Diggory Beggs was in conference with the other 3 traders, he found that these had finished their calculations. "The matter is settled, Reuben, as far as we are concerned. My 3 friends and myself will go equal shares in the matter. The value of the Swan is to be taken as part of my contribution, and if she ever comes back again, as we hope she may do, that sum will be deducted from my share of the profits, due allowance being made for what damage or injury she may have suffered. You, it is understood, will take a share of the profits equal to ours, and 1/3 share will, in the first place, be set aside to be divided among the other officers and crew. It will be left entirely to you to choose your officers and men, and I need not tell you the sort of fellows to pick out for such a business. I shall see that the Swan is provided with new rigging and gear, and that there is a plentiful store of all things on board, to repair any damage you may suffer from storm or foe. My good friends here are willing that the purchasing of all the stores required shall be in my hands, and you shall yourself test the quality of all the provisions before the bargains are concluded, so as to see that everything is sweet and wholesome. My friends here will not appear in the affair at all, for if folks saw that 4 of us were concerned in the venture, they would think that it was something quite out of ordinary. All preparation will be made as quietly as possible, and it will be given out that the Swan is going to make a voyage to the Levant, and that she will carry a stronger battery of guns than usual to beat off any Moorish pirates she may meet by the way. As it is known that she had a sharp fight coming homeward, it will seem only natural that we should add to her armament. I shall ride up to my agent in London to purchase for me the articles required to trade with the natives, and bid him send them round here by sea, well packed in bales. If we were to purchase so many strange articles here, it would give rise to talk, for people would wonder with whom we intended to trade such goods. Tomorrow morning you and I will make out a list of what you deem advisable for the purpose." After another hour the party sat and talked, for now that the other traders had fully determined to go into the venture, they were quite excited over it. "Truly, if I could but be spared from my business here, I would gladly go with you myself," Master Streatham said. "I have always had a longing to see strange climes, and as no Englishman has yet set eyes on these countries you are about to visit, friend Reuben, I would gladly be by your side, and take share in your perils and adventures." "I doubt not your heart and courage, Master Jonas," Reuben replied, "and would warrant that you would behave doughtily in case of fight with Spaniard or Indian, but I question whether you would support the hardships of the voyage as cheerfully as you would the dangers. Although you may store the Swan with the best provisions that money can buy, a diet of naught but biscuit and salt meat palls after some weeks, to say nothing of some months of it, and this all the more in a hot climate, where the appetite weakens, and one comes to pine for dainty cakes, such as our Devonshire wives are famous for." "Yes, I fear I never should support that." Master Streatham, who was a large, corpulent man, mightily fond of the pleasures of the table, agreed with a sigh. Besides, friend Jonas, Diggory Beggs put in, Mistress Tabitha would have her voice in the matter, and however much your spirit would lead you to such an adventure, I doubt whether she would let you put foot on board. No, it is not for us to be running after adventure, Nicholas Turnbull said. In the first place, we are sober citizens, and have our wives and families to think about, and our business and the affairs of the town. And in the next place, even could we leave all these, Master Reuben Hawkshaw would not thank us for our company. Every foot of space is of value on the ship, and men who take up space and consume food, and can neither set a sail nor work a cannon, are but useless encumbrances. You have spoken truly, Master Nicholas, Reuben said bluntly. In the matter of a trip to London, or even as far as the Low Countries, we could accommodate your worshipful honours well enough, but on a journey like this, any man who cannot, if need be, drink bilge water and eat shoe leather is best at home. I took a voyage once, it is many years ago now, to Amsterdam, and the owner, not my good cousin here, but another, took a fancy to go with me, and his wife must needs accompany him, and verily before that voyage was over, I wished I was dead. I was no longer captain of the ship. My owner was my captain, and his wife was his. We were forever putting into port for fresh bread and meat, milk and eggs, for she could eat none other. If the wind got up but ever so little, we had to run into shelter and anchor until the sea was smooth. The manners of the sailors shocked her. She would scream at night when a rat ran across her, and would lose her appetite if a living creature, of which, as usual, the ship was full, fell from a beam onto her platter. I was tempted, more than once, to run the ship onto a rock and make an end of us all. No, no, a day's sail out from Plymouth in a freshly launched ship, on a fine day, with a store of good victuals and a few flasks of good wine, is a right merry business. But farther than that I wish not to see a passenger on board any ship which I command. The others laughed. Well, Master Diggory, we must be going, Nicholas Turnbull said. It is getting late. Tomorrow I will come over in the forenoon, as you suggest, and we will go through these lists more carefully, and talk over prices, and see what bulk they will occupy, and discuss many other matters with the aid and advice of Master Hawkshaw. There is no occasion for undue haste, and yet if the thing is to be done, the sooner it be done, the better. As the party went out, Reuben found his son waiting outside the door. "Well, father?" he asked anxiously, when the three merchants had walked briskly off towards their homes. "It is all settled, Roger. As soon as everything is prepared, the Swan will sail for the Spanish Main." Roger threw his cap high in the air, with a lusty shout that startled the better passers-by, hurrying towards their homes. For it was now long after dark, and although the town watch patrolled the streets regularly, prudent citizens did not care to be abroad after nightfall. "You silly boy," Reuben said, "you have lost your cap." "Nay, I heard it fall somewhere here," Roger said, searching. "Besides, a cap is a small matter one way or other. Ah, here it is, floating in a pool of mud. However, a bucket of water will set it all right in the morning. Oh, father, I feel wild with joy, only to think that all we have talked over together is going to be true, and that we are going to be the first Englishmen who ever saw the beautiful islands they talk about, and the natives with their feathers and strange attire, and the Spaniards with their loaded guns and their dungeons and gibbets," Reuben Hawkshaw put in. "Not for us, father. The bottom of the sea, maybe, but not a Spanish dungeon." "I hope not, my lad. Still, no man can see the future. However, I am right glad that we are to try this adventure. It is a glorious one, and will bring us honour in the eyes of all Englishmen if we succeed, to say nothing of wealth. But mind that you not let your spirits run away with your tongue. No word of this must be spoken to a soul, nor must any mention be made of it in the hearing of my cousin Mercy or the girls. The 4 partners in the adventure have all taken a solemn promise to each other that they will not breathe a word of it, even to their wives, averring that women could never be trusted to keep a secret, though as far as I have seen of them, methinks a woman can keep a bridle on her tongue just as well as a man, and indeed somewhat better, since they do not loosen them with cider or wine or strong waters. But I believe myself it was not so much that they doubted whether their wives would keep the secret as whether they would approve of the enterprise, and that they made the contract together in order that each might afterwards be able to assure his wife that, for his part, he would gladly have taken her into his confidence, but that he was obliged to fall in with the wishes of his partners. It is a strange thing, Roger, but methinks that, whereas most men behave valiantly enough when it comes to blows with an enemy, a great proportion are but cowards with their wives. But why should they be, father? That is an easy question to ask, Roger, but a difficult one to answer. Maybe you will understand the matter better some day when you have taken a wife to yourself. In some matters there is no doubt that women's wits outrun those of men, and that they have a wonderful sharpness of tongue. Now a man, when things go wrong with him, speaks out loudly and roundly. He storms and he rages, but when it is over there is an end of it. Now a woman is not like that. She seems to ponder the matter over in her heart, and to bring it out, as it were, piecemeal, throwing little darts at you when you don't expect it, saying little things to which, from their suddenness, you can find no reply, and pricking you furiously all over, until you are ready to roar out with pain and vexation. You see, Roger, a prick hurteth more than a great cut. I should not have thought that, father. That is because you have not thought the matter over, Roger. In that fight with the Moors, many of the men were sorely cut and wounded, but you heard no cry from them. They only set their teeth the harder, and smote more furiously upon their foes. But there was no one of them all but, had he sat down suddenly on a small nail, would have roared out like a bull, and have sworn lustily for a good half-hour. So it is in domestic matters. The man rages and storms when things go wrong, and his wife, if she be a woman of judgment, holds her peace until it is over, knowing well enough that he will be at her mercy afterwards. Then she sets to work, like those gnats that come on board at Genoa, that they call mosquitoes, and startles him with shrill buzzings in his ears, and pricketh him in the tenderest spots she can find, drawing but the smallest speck of blood, but causing an itching that makes him ready to tear his flesh. Your mother, Roger, was one of the best of women. She was a good housewife and an affectionate. I do not know that I ever saw her greatly ruffled in temper, but there were times when I would fly from my house and not come up from my work on board until it was time to go straight away to bed. So did she prick and sting me with her tongue, and that not shrilly or with anger, but with little things let slip, as it were, unawares, and with an air of ignorance that they in any way applied to me. No, Roger, if you will take my advice, you will make your ship your mistress. She will have her ways, but you will learn them, and you will know just how much helm she requires, and how the sails should be trimmed. But with a woman no man attains to this knowledge, and if you take my advice, you will give them a wide berth. I know," he went on, in answer to Roger's merry laugh, "that this is a matter in which no man will trust to other experience than his own. Every man who takes a woman to wife thinks that he can manage her, and goes into the matter with a light heart, as if it were a mere pleasure excursion on which he is embarking; whereas, in truth, it is a voyage as full of dangers and perils as that upon which we are about to adventure. Now let us turn back to our lodging, for I have nearly gone on my face 4 times already in these deep ruts and holes. I would that the councillors of this town could see the streets of Genoa, or Cadiz, or Amsterdam. They might then try to mend the ways of Plymouth, and make them somewhat less perilous to passengers after dark. Work began in earnest upon the following day. A number of shipwrights were set upon the hull of the Swan, which was to be thoroughly overhauled, caulked, and pitched, within and without. The masts and rigging were to be carefully looked to, and every defect repaired. A new suit of sails was ordered, the old ones to be patched where the Moorish shot had torn them, so as to be of use as a second suit, did any misadventure happen to the others. James Standing, the first mate, took charge of these matters, Reuben Hawkshaw assisting Diggory Beggs in all things relating to the stores. Greatly were the provision merchants of the town surprised at the quality of the provisions that Master Beggs ordered for the use of the Swan. Nothing but fine flour of the last year's grinding, freshly killed beef and pork, to be carefully salted down in barrels, and newly baked biscuits would satisfy Reuben Hawkshaw. They could scarce believe that such articles could be meant for use on shipboard, for, as a rule, the very cheapest and worst quality of everything was considered as amply good enough for the use of sailors. Then, too, the cider and beer must be neither thin nor sour, but sweet and of good body. Surely Master Biggs must have gone off his head thus to furnish his ship, for never before had a vessel sailed out of Plymouth harbor provided after this fashion. An ample store of ropes and cordage, and of all matters required for a ship's equipage, were also laid in. To all questions as to the surprising lavishness of cost, Diggory replied, "I would have the ship well found in all matters. It was but the other day that the Antelope returned from a voyage to the Levant. She had lost 1/3 of her crew from scurvy, and of the rest but 6 were strong enough to pull at a rope when she came into port. Did not the women follow Master Skimpole, her owner, through the streets, and cry after him that he was the murderer of their husbands, by reason of the foul victual that he had provided for their use? No, no, it will cost more to start with, but it will be cheaper in the end, for a weak crew often means the losing of a ship, besides the loss of a good name. I have never carried economy to such lengths as did Master Skimpole, but I am resolved in the future that those who sail in my ships shall have good and wholesome fare. Then, if misfortune happens, no one will be able to point to me in the streets and say that I fed my men worse than dogs, and thought only of my profits, and nothing of the lives of those who served me." Indeed, Master Diggory, after a short time, quite forgot that all this provision for the health and comfort of the crew was but the outcome of Reuben Hawkshaw's insistence, and came to regard himself with a feeling of pride as a man possessed of greater benevolence than his fellow merchants. A week after the refitting of the Swan was completed, she was afloat, with a large proportion of her stores in her hold. A ship from London came round and took up her berth alongside of her, discharging large numbers of bales and cases into her, together with 6 cannon, in addition to those she before carried, and a large store of ammunition. This naturally gave rise to fresh talk in the town. "They say that you are fitting the Swan out for a pirate, Master Beggs," one of the merchants said to him, "for 12 cannon are more than a peaceful trader can positively require." "Yes, if she is to meet with none but peaceful people, neighbor, but if she meets with those who are not peaceful at all, she needs just as much defence as if she were a ship of war. Master Hawkshaw had much ado to beat off the Moorish pirates who attacked him on his last voyage, and as the present one will be longer and more dangerous, he has put stress upon me to add much to her armament. She will have valuable cargo on her return voyage, and he has strongly urged upon me to provide such means of defense as may ensure her being able to beat off any who meddle with her. Besides, as far as I can read the course of politics, it seems to me that our alliance with Spain is well nigh at an end, and before the Swan is on her return, we may be at war with her. This in itself is good reason why I should give my master the means of defending himself stoutly. The money spent on the guns is not wasted. They will be none the worse for keeping, and should the Swan on her next voyage go into a safer line of trade, I can sell them for as much as they now cost me." In the meantime, Reuben Hawkshaw had been carefully and quietly picking a crew. He was going to take with him fully twice as many as had, before, sufficed to navigate the Swan. Of the 40 men who had sailed with him, he had lost 9, and 5 others had not sufficiently recovered from their wounds to sail with him again. Of the remainder he engaged 20, all of whom were stout and willing fellows who would, he knew, sail with him wherever he bid them. The remaining 6, being given to grumbling, he would have none of, good sailors though they were. "Half a dozen grumblers are enough to spoil a whole crew," he said. There was, therefore, some 60 new hands to engage. Towards these he found 18 who had sailed with him on previous voyages, and were glad enough to rejoin him, for he had the name of being a good captain, considerate to his men, one who would be obeyed, but who did not harass his crew, and did all he could, in reason, to make them comfortable. The others were picked up carefully, one by one. For this purpose he took some of his best men aside, and confided to them privately that the present voyage was to be out of the ordinary, and that he needed not only stout fellows, but willing and cheerful ones, men who would take hardships without grumbling, and who, with a prospect of good reward in addition to their pay, would go without question where they were told, and do as they were ordered, were it to singe the beard of the Grand Turk himself in his own palace. He charged them, therefore, to find for him men of this kind among their relations, or men who had sailed with him. "I would rather," he said, "have landsmen, providing they are strong and stout-hearted, than sailors, however skillful, who are given to grumbling and disaffection. We shall have plenty of good sailors on board, and the others will soon learn their business. Therefore choose you not for seamanship, but rather for willingness and good temper. And broach not the subject to any unless you feel assured beforehand that they will be willing to join, for I want not the matter talked about. Therefore those who join are to keep the matter private, and are not to come on board until the night before we get up our anchors. We are taking a much stronger crew than usual, for we have many guns that need working, if it comes to fighting." As these instructions were given separately, none of the 12 men he spoke to knew that the others had received similar instructions, and that instead of 40 men, as usual, the Swan was to carry nearly 90. As to the officers, Reuben Hawkshaw needed none others than those who had before sailed with him. The 2 mates had each been with him for upwards of 10 years, and had learned their business under his eye, and he intended, although he had not as yet told him so, to rate Roger as 3rd mate. His boatswain would go in the same capacity as before, and he shipped, as gunner, one who had served for some years in a king's ship in that rank, and was well acquainted with the working of ordnance. Mistress Mercy had, of course, heard from her gossips of the talk that was going on concerning the unusual preparations that were being made by her husband for the forthcoming voyage of the Swan, and the trader was often put to his wits' end by her questions on the subject. His professions of benevolence towards the crew, and his explanations of his reasons for her powerful armament had sufficed for others, but they by no means satisfied her. "Do you think, Diggory Beggs," she asked, indignantly, that after all these years I do not know you as well as I do the contents of my linen chest? I have never before known you open your purse strings 1 inch wider than was necessary. Have I not always had to ask, until I am verily ashamed, before I can get a new gown for myself, or a decent cloak for the girls? You have ever been hard-fisted with your money, and never disposed to spend a groat, save on good occasion. There is not the wife of a trader of your standing in Plymouth but makes a braver show than I do, when we walk on the Hoe on holidays or feast days. There is something at the bottom of all of this I don't understand. But mark you, Diggory, I am not to be kept in the dark. As your wife, I have a right to know why you are throwing about good and lawful money. I toil and slave to keep your house decent and respectable at small cost, but I shall do so no longer. If you can afford to throw money into the gutter in one way, you can in another, and people will cry shame on you when, as they say, you are pampering up your sailors in such manner as will cause discontent among all others in the port, while your wife and daughters are walking about in homespun. Mistress Mercy did not succeed in extracting the information she desired from her husband, who was, however, forced to fall back upon the defense that he had his reasons, but that he was pledged to say nothing concerning them. "Pledged!" she replied scornfully. "And to whom are you pledged, I should like to know? I thought you were pledged to me, and that you were bound to cherish and comfort me, which means, of course, that you were to have no secrets from me, and to tell me all that I desire to know." But though Diggory kept the secret, albeit with much trouble, and with many misgivings as to what would happen in the future, when his wife came to learn of the important venture he had undertaken without consulting her, she nevertheless succeeded so far that, in order to pacify her, he was obliged to allow her a free hand in choosing, from his magazines, such pieces of cloth and silk for herself and the girls as she had a fancy to. This permission she did not abuse as to quality, for she knew well enough what was becoming, in the way of dress, for the wife of a merchant, and that it was not seemly for such a one to attire herself in apparel suited for the wives of nobles and ladies of the court. But Diggory groaned in spirit, although he prudently said nothing, at seeing that she took advantage of the present position to carry off a store which would amply suffice for at least 2 or 3 years' wearing for herself and the girls. "You have done me a parlous ill turn, Cousin Reuben," he said sadly to his cousin, "by bidding me hide this matter from my wife. A few more such secrets, and I should be a ruined man. Never before have I known her seized with a desire for such prodigality of vesture. I have looked upon her all these years as a sober and discreet woman, well content to wear what was quiet and becoming to her station. But now, truly, my heart melted when I saw how she fingered the goods, and desired John, my assistant, to cut off such lengths as she desired from some of my goodliest cloths." "Tut, tut, cousin, you exaggerate things greatly. It is no wonder that Mistress Mercy, seeing that you are flourishing greatly in trade and able to spend your money freely, should deem it but fitting that she, as your wife, should make a braver show than heretofore. Besides, the girls are growing up and need to be a little bright and gay. Why, man, there are many London citizens who could not count their broad pieces with you, whose wives spend many times as much every year on their attire as Mistress Mercy has cost you now." "Well, well, Reuben, there may be something in what you say, but no more secrets, or there is no saying what wild extravagance she might take in her head next time. She might quarrel with the house and insist upon a new one, furnished from top to bottom, or set her heart on a coach with running footmen. No, no more secrets, or I shall be having her so set herself up that I shall be no more master of my own house." Roger was plied with many questions by his cousins, who tried alternately coaxing and pouting to learn from him why it was that, as all told them, preparations were being made for the voyage of the Swan such as were unknown before at Plymouth. All he could reply was that the ship was only being victualled as all ships ought to be whose owners cared, as they should do, for the comfort and health of their crews. More than that he could not say. He would not deny that he had certain ideas of his own as to the voyage, but if Cousin Diggory and his father thought it well to make no talk about the matter, it was not for him to say what were his thoughts about it. "But we would tell nobody," Dorothy urged. "Don't you think we could keep a secret as well as you can?" "That is just it, Cousin Dorothy. Don't you see, if I were to tell you, it would be a proof that I could not keep a secret? And then, if you told it, I could not blame you for blabbing. I don't say there is any secret, but if there is, I must keep it." "I know that you are going into danger, Reuben, else you would not have all those great guns they say there are on board. The great guns will keep us out of danger, you see. The more guns, the less danger." "Come away, Agnes," Dorothy said, with an assumption of stateliness. "Cousin Roger is altogether too smart for us. Let him keep his secrets if he will, and let us go and help Mother with her sewing." And so for the last 2 or 3 days before the Swan sailed, there was a coolness between Roger and the girls, as well as between Diggory Beggs and his wife. At last the day came when everything was complete, the water casks filled, and the last packet and bale stored away in the hold. And even Reuben Hawkshaw admitted that there was nothing else he could think of requisite either for the safety or navigation of the ship, or the provisioning or health of the crew. The order was passed round for all the old hands to be aboard before sunset that evening, together with those who had been openly engaged to fill up the vacancies. As for the rest, the 12 recruiters each received private orders. 3 of them were to bring down the men they had engaged to the wharf abreast of the Swan at 8 o'clock, and to go off in the boat that would be awaiting them there under charge of Master Standing. 3 others were to come half an hour later. The other 6 were to bring down their men at daybreak, so that all would get on board unnoticed. The last meal at Master Diggory's was but a dull one. The subject of the Swan and her voyage had, by common consent, been dropped altogether for the last day or 2, and it was not until supper was over that Mistress Mercy and the girls knew that the hour of sailing was at hand. Then Reuben spoke up. "We go on board tonight, Cousin Mercy, and shall get up our anchor and loose our sails the first thing in the morning. I know that you have been somewhat aggrieved at not learning more about our intentions, but it was not Cousin Diggory's fault that you have not been told." "I do not seek to pry into matters which my husband thinks fit to conceal from me," she said coldly. "Nevertheless, cousin, you are hurt, and I cannot blame you, seeing that it is natural that a woman should like to know what is passing around her. But I wish, before I go, that you should see that Diggory is not to blame in this matter. There is no harm in my telling you now that he stands not alone in this venture, but that others have joined with him. Now he himself, knowing you to be a circumspect woman, who could be trusted to keep to yourself anything that you might learn, would willingly have taken you into our counsels. But all women are not so discreet, and matters which it is very important should be kept secret might have leaked out, had it not been proposed that all concerned in the matter should bind themselves solemnly to each other to say no words about it, even to their wives. And thus, you see, Diggory's lips have been sealed, and that not by any mistrust of you. It may be some time before it will be prudent for the truth about this voyage to be known, but in good time those concerned may think fit to relieve each other of this agreement they have entered upon, and to let their wives and others who may be depended upon into the secret. I wanted to tell you this before we sailed, for I should not like to go away feeling that you cherished aught of malice against me, for I have seen for some time that you have held me, as well as your husband, to blame. We are going on a long voyage, Cousin Mercy, and one from which it may well be that none of us will ever return to this good town of Plymouth. I am somewhat breaking my promise in saying this, and I rely upon you and the girls repeating it to no one. It is a long and venturous journey, and one not without much peril. But if it succeeds, it will bring much honor, as well as wealth, to all concerned. And now, Cousin Mercy, as I have told you so much as that, I trust that we may part as we have always parted, in friendly and kindly fashion. You and your husband have been good friends to me and my boy, and have gone in that matter far beyond the ordinary bounds of kinship, and I should not like to start upon this voyage, knowing that there was a cloud between us." Mistress Mercy rose from her seat, walked round to Reuben Hawkshaw, and kissed him. "Forgive me, Cousin Reuben," she said, "for my cross looks and shrewish ways. I see that I have acted altogether wrongly in the matter, and that neither you nor Diggory are to blame. I knew not that others were concerned, and thought that a mystery was being made, because it was considered that, did I know it, I should run out and blab it in the streets of Plymouth. Now I know how it is. I am well content as to that, but not so at the thought of this unknown peril into which you are about to run, and I wonder that Diggory should adventure your life and that of Roger upon such an expedition. It is my own proposal, Cousin Mercy, and Diggory has but yielded to my wishes. Roger is as hot for the adventure as I am, and we are both content to run what risks we may encounter, for the honor which we shall gain if we return safely home. And now, Roger, let us be going. Leave-takings are sad things, and the shorter they are made, the better." While these words had been said, the girls, who sat on either side of Roger, were silently making their peace with him, by furtive squeezes of his hands below the table, and they burst into tears as Roger and his father rose. "Goodbye, Agnes," Roger said. "Goodbye, Dorothy." And as he kissed her, he whispered, "If I return, I will bring you the prettiest trinkets ever seen in Plymouth." "Bring back yourself, Roger, and I shall be more than content," she replied. In another minute they were gone, Diggory Beggs taking his hat and starting with them, telling his wife that he should not return until morning, as he should go on board the Swan with them and remain until she sailed. "You will not go before daybreak, Cousin Reuben?" Mistress Mercy asked. "No, it will more likely be an hour after sunrise before we weigh anchor. Then I and the girls will be down on the wharf to see the last of you and wave our kerchiefs, and wish you a pleasant voyage and a safe return." End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of With Cortez in Mexico by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah. With Cortez in Mexico by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 3, The Voyage. Great was the surprise of the original crew of the Swan when boatload after boatload of fresh hands arrived. They themselves had been quietly told that the voyage was likely to be one of unusual length, and that none save those willing and ready to stay away as long as might be required were to sail in the Swan on her present venture. There was, therefore, a general idea current among them that Master Hawkshaw had some adventure quite out of the ordinary in his mind, and the news that some heavy guns had arrived from London for her had confirmed their opinion as to the voyage. "Let's have no loud talk tonight," Reuben Hawkshaw ordered. "When we get our sails spread tomorrow and are well out of port, you can talk to your heart's content, but the night is still, and I want not that attention of any on shore should be called to the ship." There has been more foolish talk than enough about her already. So turn in to rest, lads, without ado. The boatswain will serve you each out a pottle of cider, such as you never drank on board ship before, I warrant me, and which is a sample of what you will have all the voyage. When you have tossed that off, let each lie down as he can find space. We will divide into watches and settle as to each man's place tomorrow. Pengarvan, set 4 hands aside to go on shore with the boat an hour before daybreak. Tell them off to sleep where you can lay hands upon them easily. Keep the boat alongside, and make off to the wharf as noiselessly as you can. But I shall be on deck then, and will give you further orders." The second mate only replied, "Aye, aye, Captain Hawkshaw," for he was a man of but few words. Reuben Hawkshaw was not fond of Cornish men, but he made an exception in the case of Pengarvan. Indeed, although their borders joined, there was little liking among Cornish and Devon men for each other. "They are black, ill-conditioned dogs," Reuben Hawkshaw would say. "Good sailors, I own, none better, but glum and surly in their ways, and with nothing joyous in their natures. It seems to me that working in the darkness, in those holes of theirs underground, has infected the spirits of the whole country, as it might well do, seeing that, as everyone knows, there are little people who guard the treasures of the mines, and who, if they cannot do bodily hurt to those who delve for metals, can yet infect their spirits with a black melancholy and do them other grievous harm. So when Pengarvan came to me as a boy on the quay here, and asked me to take him with me to sea, I did not much like doing so, for I saw at once by his speech that he was Cornish. But I did not like to turn him away, for he said that he was willing and accustomed to the sea. So I gave him a trial, and he has turned out a first-rate sailor. He is chary of speech and not given to jest or laughter, but he is always quick and willing to obey orders, taking whatever comes in good part, and bearing himself just the same in storm as in sunshine. I know not of his history. The Swan has been his home since he first came on board 12 years ago. As long as she is afloat, he never leaves her. When she is laid down for repairs, he takes the nearest lodging on hand, and abides there till she is afloat again. I believe that he comes from Fowey, and guess that he got into some trouble or other, and had to run for it. But that's nothing to me. I want no better man, and know that, whatever comes, I can rely upon Pengarvan to stand by me and the ship to the last." If the men were astonished at the 30 new hands who came on board on the previous evening, they were still more astonished when as many more embarked in the morning. The newcomers were ordered to keep in the forecastle and in the quarters under it until the Swan was well away from land. "There will be a good many eyes turned on the ship as soon as we are seen to be shaking out our canvas," Reuben said, "and there is no need to set their tongues wagging by showing more men on deck than we usually carry." The captain and Diggory Beggs talked late on into the night. They went over all the ground again, and Reuben brought out the map of the islands and showed where he intended to touch. "I think not to do much trading there," he said. "There is gold in Hispaniola and Cuba, but the captain I got the chart from said there was no very great store there, and that the natives had but little of it when the Spaniards first arrived, seeing that it took trouble and labor to obtain, and they are by nature altogether averse to hard work, and moreover place but little value on the gold. But there were rumors among them that, farther west, there was a land where gold was in great plenty, and where there was a powerful people, dressed in gay attire and wearing great bracelets and necklaces of gold. So far the Spaniards have not found this land, though they have sailed down the coast a long way to the south, and northward as far as the point that Master Cabot reached when he sailed down from Newfoundland. But due west they have never sailed far, and have found the sea ever stretching away in front of them, so that it is clear that either the great mainland is split in two at this point, or there is a vast bay. This I shall try to discover, and if we find these people of whom the Indians speak, we may well return loaded down with gold. My advice to you, Cousin Diggory, is that you and your partners should continue to keep silent as to this voyage of ours. If we come not back, and after a time there is talk here that we have gone to the Indies, the news may be carried to London, and you may be questioned, and may be blamed mightily for undertaking such an adventure without the king's permission, and all sorts of harm may fall upon you. Success would, in my mind, altogether excuse you, and you will be able to offer so great a present to the king that he will be mighty contented. But if you fail, it will be otherwise. Therefore, my advice is, till the Swan is anchored in the port, say nothing about her. It were best, from the moment we sail, to write off all that has been spent upon her as money lost, just the same as if you knew for certain that she had gone down as soon as she was out of sight of land. Folks will ask you what has become of her, and you will truly say that you have had no news, and when months pass on, and she comes not, you will shake your head, and say that you begin to fear that evil has befallen her. She may have gone down in a storm, or been cast on some rocky coast and all perished, or been captured by pirates. If the friends of the sailors make a stir and go to the magistrates, you have but to show the copy of the letter of instructions which we drew up the other day, laying it down that I was to make for the African Straits, and to put into no Portuguese or Spanish port by the way, that I was then to shape my course for the island of Malta, and to take in fresh stores of food and water there. Then that I was to pass round the southernmost point of Greece, and sail upwards to Constantinople, and there to dispose of such portion of my cargo as I could sell at good profit, buying goods suited for our market with the moneys I received. And if my hold was full, I was then to return straight to England. But if I had still some of my cargo unsold, I would trade as best seemed to me among the eastern islands and with the ports of Asia. There would be your instructions to show, and as it is notorious to all that you provisioned the ship in the best manner possible, and laid in greater stores than ordinary of all things necessary for the voyage, none can hold you to blame in any way if the chances of the seas have proved too masterful for us, and the Swan returns no more. Should we carry out our enterprise to the fullest, and gain great store of gold, I shall, if it is possible, come not directly home, but to some port, maybe in Ireland, maybe in the Low Countries, whence we can send word to you. Upon hearing of our coming there, I should advise you and your fellow adventurers to journey straight to London, to gain audience with one of the ministers, and tell him you have a matter of great importance to communicate to the king himself, and that you should then lay before his majesty an account of what you have done, and pray him to pardon your boldness, which was due to your desire for the honor of the country as much as to wish for profit, and beg him to accept such share of the gold as you may think fit. I shall, of course, when I write, let you know about what weight of the metal I have on board. In that way, when the ship comes into port, it will all be smooth sailing for you, whereas if I come unannounced, there is no saying what share of your profits His Majesty may think fit to take. I think the plan is a very good one indeed, Reuben, and I will follow it to the letter. When, think you, may I begin to expect to hear news of you? It is difficult to say, seeing that we know neither the distance we may have to sail, nor the difficulties we may have to meet with, nor the winds and currents of those regions. I should say 15 months at the earliest, and if double that time passes without your hearing aught, then I should say you may give up all hope of ever seeing us again. I am disposed even now, Reuben, to regret that I ever embarked in this venture, not, as you surely know, from any fear of losing the money that I have put into it, but from the risk that will be run by you and the lad Roger, who are both very dear to me. Whatever comes, you must not blame yourself in that matter, Diggory. You have only yielded to my solicitations, and if we go to our death, it is our choosing, and none of thine. Should the Swan come back without you, Reuben, as may possibly be, for if there be any danger, you are sure to expose yourself in the front of it, Roger shall be as a son to me, and shall either in time have a ship to command, and a share in her, as thou hast, and he shall come in our business, when he has had enough of adventure at sea, and is willing to settle down on land. Reuben wrung his cousin's hand silently, and then said, "Let us take one more glass of strong water, Diggory, and then get a few hours' sleep before morning. It is past midnight now, and I must be up by 4, for at that hour the boat must go off for the first batch of our new hands." Day broke just as the last batch of men were brought on board. As soon as these had gone below, the whistle was sounded, the old crew came up on deck, and the preparations for making sail commenced. The anchor was hove short, the lashings of the sails were loosened, the flags run up to the mastheads, the last casks and bales lowered into the hold, the hatches put on, and the decks washed down. Before these preparations were all complete, a little group was seen standing at the end of the wharf. "There is your good wife, Diggory, and the girls. She has kept her word to be up, betimes, to see the last of us." At last all was ready, and Diggory shook hands with Reuben, and turned to Roger when the captain said, "The lad can go in charge of the boat that takes you ashore, Diggory, and just say another word of parting to them there." In 5 minutes Roger stood on the wharf. "I cannot wait, Cousin Mercy," he said, "for all is ready for hoisting the anchor. But my father said I might just come ashore for one more good-bye." "May God protect you, Roger," Mistress Mercy said, as she folded him in a motherly embrace. "We shall all pray for you, daily and nightly, until you return. Good-bye, Roger. Don't imperil your life needlessly, but be prudent and careful." "For your sake, Dorothy," he whispered, as he kissed her. "Yes, for my sake, Roger," she said softly. Agnes hung around his neck, crying loudly, and her mother had to unclasp the child's fingers. "God bless you all," said Roger hoarsely, and then ran down the steps and leaped into the stern of the boat. When he gained the deck of the Swan, the boat was hoisted in, and the men began to heave round the windlass. As soon as the anchor was up, the sails were sheeted home, and the Swan, yielding to the light breeze off the land, began to make her way through the water. Roger, from the poop, waved his cap in reply to the signals of farewell from ashore, and then, running down into the waist, busied himself with the work of the ship until they were too far away from the land for the figures there to be any longer visible. The rest of the crew now came on deck, and all were mustered in watches. Reuben Hawkshaw, standing on the edge of the poop, then said a few words to them. "Men," he said, "I dare say there is some wonderment among you in finding yourselves so strong a crew, and at seeing the Swan so well provided with guns, and with all other necessaries. You will learn, in good time, all about it, but at present it is best, for many reasons, that you should know nothing about the matter. We may be overhauled by a king's ship. We may meet with foul weather and have to put back into port, and a loose tongue might do us grievous damage. It is enough for you to know that where the ship is going, you are going, that she is stored with provisions of such quality as was never put on board a trader before, that everything will be done for your comfort. As to myself, I am content to know that I have a crew of 85 stout Devonshire lads under me, and that we can give an account of ourselves, whosoever may meet us. Those who have sailed with me before know that I do my best for my men, that there will be no harsh words or violence on board this ship, save they are well merited. Discipline, order, and obedience I will have, and that strictly. Above all, I will have no grumbling. A grumbling crew is a useless crew, and a sick crew, while a cheerful crew can meet with confidence whatever befalls them. But I think not that I have any grumblers on board, since every man has been carefully chosen. A merry heart goes all the way, as the saying has it, and I want this crew to be a happy one. So far as the order of the ship permits it, you shall have every indulgence. At first you will find yourselves pressed for space, but you will soon eat and drink room for yourselves. The stores to be first used are all down in the forehold, and I reckon that, in 3 weeks or a month, that will be cleared. And then there will be room for all to lie in shelter when we are in harbor, and the present accommodation is sufficient for the watch below, providing all sleep quietly and have good conscience. And now to work. While you get everything tidy and in good ship shape, the cooks will get to work at the coppers, and I can promise you a good breakfast, washed down by sound cider, such as you had last night. The men gave a cheer, and were soon at work, under the direction of their officers. It mattered little to them where they were going, or what was before them. They had guessed that it was no ordinary voyage that they were going to undertake, but the thought that, wherever it was, they were to be well kept and well cared for, satisfied them mightily. And if fighting were to come into their way, so much the better. With such a crew, they could well take their part against any enemy they were likely to meet. In the poop of the Swan there was a small saloon extending across the stern, and 2 cabins on either side of the passage leading to it. These were occupied by the captain, the 2 mates, and Roger, and they took their meals together in the saloon. In a cabin underneath this, the 3 petty officers and 20 of the sailors lived together, the main body of the crew occupying the raised forecastle and the cabin underneath it. The galley was forward, built up against the forecastle, and thus sheltered from heavy seas, which might sweep the waist of the vessel. 4 small cannon were mounted on the poop, 2 on the forecastle. The 6 larger guns were in the waist, 3 on either side. The breeze freshened as the Swan drew out from under the shelter of the land, and by midday the shore had faded from the sight. The crew had by this time settled down in their places, and sat in groups on deck, some overhauling the contents of their sea bags, looking over their clothes, and setting to with needle and thread to make such repairs as were needed. Some of the new hands were leaning over the side, wishing heartily that they were on shore again. Those who had made voyages were talking to their companions about the various ports at which they might touch, and the sights they would behold. All, save those suffering from the effects of the sea, were in high good temper. As much fresh beef as was like to keep good till eaten had been brought on board. The wind set in the next morning, freshly from the northeast, and with all sail set, the Swan ran gaily before it. "Would that this wind would blow without a break for another month," Reuben Hawkshaw said, as he sat at dinner with the 2 mates and Roger. Standing and Pengarvan looked up quickly, but the latter, without a question, again betook himself to feeding. Standing, however, laid down his jackknife in astonishment. "A month, Captain Hawkshaw? I should have thought 4 or 5 days of this would give us ample westing, and that after that a westerly breeze, somewhat from the north, would suit us best." "Aye, aye, you would think so, Standing. But then, you see, you know not to within a good many points where our journey tendeth. Wait till I have finished my dinner, for man cannot talk and eat together with comfort. Then, when my boy has removed the trenchers, I will tell you, over an extra mug of cider, what all this is about." The meal lasted for some time longer, for Reuben Hawkshaw was a good trencherman, and one not given to hurrying himself unless there was need. and neither of the other men were far behind their chief in the matter of the stowage of victuals. But at last the meal was done, and the trenchers were carried off. The earthenware mugs were again filled with cider, and then Reuben Hawkshaw, sitting at one end of the table, with Roger facing him, and the mates, one on either hand, threw himself back in his settle, which he used in right of captaincy, while the others contented themselves with stools, and began. I had not thought, comrades, to broach this matter until we were down in the latitude of the African Straits, but seeing that the wind has taken us in charge, I see no reason for longer keeping silent. You, who have both sailed with me for years, must have known right well that this was no ordinary voyage. The number of men I have taken on board, the care I have had as to the stores, and the great number of water casks must have told you that. You have asked no questions, and I did not expect that you would." "Why should we?" James Standing growled. "It mattered not to us where we went, as we knew we should hear in good time." Pengarvan said nothing, but he nodded, to show that he agreed with the first mate. "Well, men, our intent is this. I see not why the Spaniards should have all the good things to themselves, and I propose to go a-trading with the natives down in these new islands of theirs." An exclamation of surprise broke from James Standing, but Pengarvan only nodded again. "But this is not all," Reuben went on. "So far, the Spaniards have not gained much store of gold from these islands, but I have learned that, among the natives, there is talk of a rich nation lying somewhere farther to the west, where gold and riches of all sorts abound. So far, the Spaniards have not found it, having their hands pretty well full. They have sailed down the land to the south, and, as you know, Master Cabot sailed from the north, down almost to the latitude of these islands. But due west no man has sailed yet, or if he has never returned to tell of it." "Well, Captain Reuben," James Standing said, "as I said before, it makes no difference to me where we go. If the Spaniards catch us there, they will cut our throats to a surety, if they can. But if you are ready to take your chance of that, I have nothing against it. I feel as if I am taken aback a bit, just now, as it comes new to me, my own fancy being that you intended to trade with the Turkish ports and islands, and had taken a strong crew on board to beat off any pirates that they might meet. And you, Pengarvan?" "It is as I expected, Captain. I thought that you did not bring the Spaniard on board at Cadiz, and sit plying him with wine, and talking to him by the hour, for nothing. For when I saw what was being done on board the Swan, it came to me that you intended to try a venture in the Spanish Main." "Here is a map which I got from the Spaniard," Reuben said, laying it out upon the table. "Here, you see, all the great islands are marked in their places, with their ports and the Spanish settlements. There are, besides these," the Spaniard said, "numbers of small ones not marked on the chart. In these large islands, Cuba and Hispaniola, the Spaniards have made themselves masters of the people, and reduced them to slavery, and there would be no touching at these with either safety or profit. The small ones have been only occasionally visited, and with these we may do trade. Here is the line of the mainland to the south of the islands. You see, it runs along as far as the easternmost of them, and then turns away to the south, while from the north the mainland comes down well nigh to Cuba. One reason, the Spaniards said, why they have not sailed west to find out this land of gold is that there is a great current which runs in between the islands and the southern land, and sweeps out again with great force between the Bahamas and this northern land, and that they fear being swept away by it, and getting driven into whirlpools. And moreover, they say that there are great storms to be encountered in the waters to the west. Now, the fact that there is a current into, and another current out of, this western sea seems to show that there is no exit to the west, and that the water that comes in at the south finds itself in a great bay, and so is forced to pass out to the north. How great this bay may be, I know not, but surely it cannot be too great to search. At any rate, it is clear to me that, somewhere to the west, these two great lands that we see to the north and south join. Now that men who have, with much toil and risk, made a discovery of a new land should claim it for their king seems to me fair and right, but not that they should claim sole traffic with lands of whose very existence they know nothing. And therefore, although it is true that the Pope has given these western islands to Spain, I see not how he can give to them land not, as yet, discovered. If there is, as the natives in the islands say, a land lying somewhere to the west, where gold is abundant, I see no reason why, if we are first there, we should not gather great stores. The bales and boxes that were brought round from London contain a great quantity of all the things that are, as the Spaniard told me, most prized by the natives: glass beads of all sorts and kinds, vessels of brass, iron hatchets and arrowheads, hawk bells, mirrors, and trinkets. The venture is, I admit, a perilous one, but if we succeed, every man on board will have a share in the profit. Reuben then explained the arrangements he had made with the owners for the division of such treasure as they might bring home. "That is a fair proposal," the first mate said, "and I doubt not that all on board will gladly fall in with it. If we succeed, we shall set every tongue in England wagging, and there will be plenty of others, I warrant, who will be ready to follow our example." "I had intended," Reuben went on, "to sail as far as the Straits, then to head for the island of Madeira, and when within sight of it, to head away west-southwest. But if we carry this wind with us, we will make straight for the islands, and thereby shall escape the risk of being seen by vessels coming and going, as they all follow a track south of Madeira. We can make a good fight with any Spaniard that falls foul of us, and are as likely to take him as he is to capture us. But I would fain keep clear of them if I can, since we go in trade and not to fight. Now I think you had best give a hint of the matter in hand to our old crew, all of whom we can depend upon, as indeed I hope we can upon all, though as yet their mettle has not been tried. Take them aside singly and open the matter to them. In a few days I shall tell the rest, but the matter will go more fairly and easily if we have a proportion of them ready to throw up their caps and shout." "Aye, aye, Captain Reuben. One bellwether will carry a whole flock after it, but I fear not that any will want to hold back. It is just the adventure that will suit a brave man's spirit. Plenty to see, plenty to do, the chance of a fight, and the chance of a fortune. I should like to know what one could want better than that. Besides, all are in high feather at the quality of the food, which they say the like of was never known on shipboard before, and that goes a long way. It is the fasting man who kicks. The full one is content, however matters go." Pengarvan had not again opened his lips. He nodded occasionally, and that was all his captain expected of him. But the fact that he had guessed the destination of the ship added to the esteem which Reuben Hawkshaw had for his second mate. 3 days later Reuben Hawkshaw called the crew together and informed them of their destination. He possessed the rough eloquence best suited for the class he was addressing, and carried his hearers with him. He spoke as if the idea that any of them should shrink from undertaking such an adventure had not entered his mind, but assumed that they were the most fortunate of men in having such a chance offered to them. "You do not yet know," he said, "how great a piece of good fortune has befallen you by being chosen to sail with me on this voyage. Had the news been as much as whispered in Plymouth, I could have gathered 1,000 volunteers in an hour. You all know how careful have been the preparations for the voyage, how strongly we are manned, how well we are armed, what stores of excellent provisions, and what casks of good cider and ale are in the hold. Now I am going to tell you what all this is for. We are going, lads, to get gold, and if we succeed, as I doubt not we shall, Each man on his return will, in addition to his wages, have a share in the spoil, such a share as will, I hope, make him comfortable for life." A loud cheer broke from the men as they pressed forward eagerly to listen. "I have learned, lads," he said, "from a Spaniard who has been out there, of a land abounding with gold, lying to the west of the Spanish islands. As yet none of them have ventured thither, and I mean that we shall be the first to reap the harvest. Why should these Spaniards keep every good thing to themselves? We are as good sailors as they are, and better; as good men, and better. Therefore, I say, we will have a share of the prizes. We shall touch on our way at some of the islands, for wood and water and fruit and vegetables. There are plenty of them where we can find these, without meeting with a Spaniard. If we do meet with one, and he tries to interfere with us, so much the worse for him. Then, when we have taken in what we want, we will sail west, and if we find this land, as I doubt not we shall, we will return home with such treasures as were never brought before into an English port. You must make up your minds, lads, that it is not to be all plain sailing, and that we may have hardships and trials to meet with. But no true sailor shrinks from these. It is a grand adventure, lads, an adventure that nobles and princes would be glad to share in. There is honor and glory in it, as well as booty. We shall be the first Englishmen who ever sailed those seas, or dared to dispute the right of the Spaniards to keep all the treasures of the West in their hands, and in time to come your children's children will be proud to say, 'My grandsire was one of those who sailed in the Swan.'" When the captain ceased speaking, there was a shout of enthusiasm from his hearers, not one of whom but considered himself to be one of the most fortunate of men, in being chosen as one of the crew of the Swan. This was an adventure indeed. It was no mere trading voyage, but a grand expedition. There were new lands to be seen. There was the satisfaction of outwitting the Spaniards. There were glory and honor and gold to be obtained. As for hardships and danger, they recked little of them. These always formed part of their lot, and with so well found a ship and so good a crew, they felt confident of being able to face anything that might befall them. They speedily broke up into excited groups, eagerly discussing the news they had heard. The new hands plied the older ones with questions as to the general strength of the Spanish ships, the number of men they carried, and their armament. The guns were examined with fresh attention and admiration, and men looked along the sights as if already, in fancy, engaging in an encounter with the Dons. A horn of strong ale was served out to each, by the captain's orders, to celebrate the occasion, and the men drank success to the enterprise, shaking each other by the hand, and each vowing to do his share bravely. The wind continued favorable until they had passed Madeira, which was seen like a cloud on the port side. 3 days later the breeze dropped, and there was a stark calm, in which the Swan lay motionless on the sea for well nigh a fortnight. The captain, knowing well that idleness is, of all things, the most harmful to a crew, set them to work to get up the cases of arms and polish their swords and pikes until they shone. Then the crew were exercised with boarding pike and cutlass. Single sticks and staffs, which the captain had provided for such an occasion, were brought up, and men were matched against each other with these, small prizes being given to those who showed themselves the most proficient. Squads were told off to the great guns, and instructed how these should best be worked by the gunner, so that each man should do his share without hurry or confusion. He would fain have practiced them at a mark, but this the captain would not have, as, with the air so still, the guns would be heard at a long distance, and might even bring up some Spanish or Portuguese vessel to inquire into the cause of the firing, for they were now far below the line which the ships of other nations were forbidden to cross. Nor was there great need for practice, for to each gun was appointed, as captain, one of the old hands accustomed to the work, who could be trusted to send the ball straight when the time should come. With these and other exercises, and with such sports as the sailors could devise, the time of the calm was got through well enough. They had now been over a month at sea, but, thanks to the honest food and sound cider, the men's health in no way suffered, and all were as well and hearty as upon the day when they set sail. When the wind came, it came with sudden fury. But Reuben Hawkshaw had heard of the sudden gales that ships sailing west had to encounter, and took precautions as soon as it began to rise, furling up all the great sails, passing lifelines along the sides to which the men could cling if the waves washed boisterously over her, and clearing the decks and closing up all hatchways and openings. So, though for a week she tossed and labored in the gale, she was none the worse when it ceased, and indeed the seas she encountered were by no means so heavy as those with which she had battled on her voyage home from Spain. While the gale lasted, Reuben Hawkshaw took every precaution to enable him to keep his reckoning, heaving the log every half hour, and noting constantly each change in the direction of the wind, so that, when all was over, he could tell within 50 miles the spot where the gale left her, for in those days the instruments of navigation were in their infancy, and sailors relied chiefly on the compass and dead reckoning to bring them safe to port, however long their voyage might be. Reuben Hawkshaw knew of no other plan, but as far as these went, he was an excellent navigator, and was seldom many miles out in making a landfall. As soon as the gale abated, sail was again made on the ship, and she proceeded on her course. In another 3 weeks the mates were seen frequently to ascend into the tops, and the news spread among the crew that the Spanish islands lay not far ahead. The justness of the captain's reckoning was soon proved, for at daybreak one morning land was perceived directly ahead, though still lying, like a patch of low cloud, on the horizon. A cheer broke from those on deck as soon as the mate proclaimed that to a certainty it was land they saw, and the watch below came pouring up. Another cheer saluted the captain as he came out from his cabin, a tribute to his seamanship in thus bringing them straight across the ocean on a path that no Englishman had ever before sailed. He, with the 2 mates, at once ascended to the foretop. From here, as the morning brightened, 2 other points of land could be seen, far away on either hand. We are evidently approaching small islands. This is just what we hoped. My fear was that we might strike Hispaniola or Puerto Rico. When we get nearer land, we will lower our topsails so as not to be so easily made out from the land. Now we will go below and try to mark off our place on the chart. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of With Cortez in Mexico by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. With Cortez in Mexico by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 4, Among the Islands. Now let us go through our calculations again, the captain said when they entered his cabin. How long will you be, Captain? The first mate asked. 30 minutes, standing. Then I will come again, or if you want me before that, send for me. And the first mate went out on deck again, for though well skilled to handle a ship in all weathers, and as brave and hardy a seaman as sailed out of Plymouth, James Standing could neither read nor write, and though in a rough sort of way he could reckon the course a ship should lie, and make allowance for leeway and currents and baffling winds, and could bring a ship into any port in England or the Low Countries, he was of no use in a matter of this kind. Pengarvan was a good scholar, and Reuben had taught him what he knew of navigation, and always made him keep a log from the time when he first became a mate, at first comparing their calculations every day, and then but once a week, arguing over the allowances each had made for tide and leeway, and sometimes finding, to his surprise, on arriving in port, that Pengarvan's calculations were even nearer to the truth than his own. This was a great satisfaction to him, for he felt that, if aught should happen to himself when on a voyage, Pengarvan could be trusted to bring the Swan home as safely and surely as he could himself. Roger had, for the last 2 years, been going through the same schooling, but as yet he was very far from attaining accuracy, being unwilling to make sufficient allowance for the great leeway that a vessel, in those days, made with the wind abeam. "Now, Pengarvan," Reuben said in great glee, "bring out your logbook. We have not compared notes since we started, for till we expected to reach land there was no occasion to do so, as our general course was clear enough. Now let us see where you put her. And you too, Roger, let us see what hand you have made of it. I went through my calculations yesterday, and I am sure that there is no mistake in the figures. If I am right, this is the island that we see ahead, the one called Samona, while that we see dimly away on the port hand is Mariguana. I don't see by this map any land marked that could be that which we see on the starboard hand. Now, what do you make of it?" "I put it more than a degree to the southeast, Captain, and believe that the 3 islands we see are those marked as the Caicos, the great Caicos in the center, north and east on either hand." "And you, Roger, what do you make of it?" "According to my calculation, father, we ought to be full 200 miles from land, and heading straight for Abaco, the northernmost of these islands." The captain laughed, and even Pengarvan smiled. "I fear, Roger, it would be hardly safe to leave the ship in your hands at present. You are some 600 miles away from Pengarvan's islands, and but 70 less from mine." "Well, Pengarvan, whether you or I be right, we may congratulate ourselves, for we have made a near cast indeed, seeing that it is 8 weeks since we left England, and more than 6 since we sailed out of sight of Madeira, and that we traversed a sea altogether strange to us, and of whose currents we know nothing. We are both right, to a day, in our reckoning of distance, and neither of us need feel hurt if the other turns out right, at finding himself but 60 miles out, on a voyage of such length as this. I headed for this point because, as I said, we must steer clear of the great islands, which are, as you know, wholly in the possession of the Spaniards, who have dispossessed the inhabitants, and use them as slaves for working the plantations and mines. As you see by the chart, they have no posts in all these islands, running from here northwest, nearly up to the mainland, except a small post at San Salvador. Now we will coast up through these islands till we get within sight of Columbus Point, at the southerly end of San Salvador, for that was the island, you know, that was first discovered by him in '92. Then we will strike westward to Andros, and after that shape her course due west. This will take us north of the west end of Cuba, and well out of sight of land. But we must be careful of our navigation, for as you see, it is written here, small islands, innumerable, scattered among those marked here, these being the principal. Many of these islands are low, and show but little above the water. Sailing is very perilous, and not to be attempted at night. You see, in this course we shall have the advantage of being well out of the ordinary line of passage of the Spaniards, who shape their course more to the southward, make Puerto Rico their first landfall, and then have the 2 great islands, Hispaniola and Cuba, lying straight before them, free, as it seems, by the chart, from any dangers to navigation. Roger, from this evening we will compare our log books day by day, so that you may learn where it is that you have gone wrong. But I can guess how it is. The wind is blowing chiefly from the east, and you will never make allowance enough for drift. And I have told you over and over again that, with a light wind on our beam, we drive a mile to leeward for every 2 we go on our course. There are many ships which will drift nigh a mile for every mile they sail in light winds. When the wind is brisk, and we are going fast through the water, then we drift but little, not more perhaps than 1 mile to 6 or 7. But why is that, father? How is it that a light wind blows us away sideways, and that a strong wind, instead of blowing us more, blows us less? That I cannot tell you, Roger. We must leave those questions for wiser heads to settle. I only know that it is so. Of that there is no doubt at all. But why, I have not the least idea. How does it strike you, Pengarvan? The Cornishman shook his head. I have thought it over, Captain, many times. It seems to me sometimes that I have a sort of notion why it is, but it is not clear even to myself. I could not put it into words. The first mate now looked into the cabin. Here we are, James. Pengarvan puts her here, opposite these 3 little islands. I put her here, some 60 miles away. It matters not at all that I can see which it is, Standing said. One island is as good as another, so that it has got water and fruit. The tubs are getting low, and the men are beginning to need a change of diet. So I hope, Captain, you will lay her to at the first we come to, and get what we want. Whether it is Spaniard or native, we have to fight for it. I hope we shall have to fight neither, Standing, but I don't think we are likely to meet with Spaniards, for all the islands in these groups are small ones, and the navigation dangerous. As for the Indians, I fear we may not find them very friendly, seeing that they will, of course, take us for Spaniards, whom they have little reason to love. Still, when they see that our intentions are peaceable, and that we wish only to trade, they may abate their hostility. In 3 hours they were close to the island that they had first seen, which proved to be much nearer than they had supposed at first sight. It was low and thickly covered with trees, and of only a few miles circumference. There is no chance of finding the natives hostile here, Reuben Hawkshaw said. Their numbers can be but scanty, and the only fear is that they may hide themselves in the woods at our approach, and refuse to have dealing with us. Get the lead ready to sound, James, and put some grease on the bottom, that we may see what kind of holding ground it is. As the sun had risen, the wind had fallen, and the Swan was now moving very slowly through the water. They were about a mile from the land when the log was first hove. 18 fathoms, Captain, the mate reported, adding when the lead was hauled up, and a sandy bottom. Casting the lead regularly, they sailed on until within little more than a quarter of a mile of the shore, and there dropped anchor in 6 fathoms of water. I shouldn't like to be caught in a gale here, the captain said, but if it did come on to blow, we could get up our anchor and sail round to the other side of the island, where we should be in shelter. There are some natives, father, Roger, who was watching the shore, exclaimed. They are waving green branches. Wave a white flag, Roger. Fasten anything white to a boat hook and wave it. They may understand that, as the white flag is in use by all nations as a sign of peace, and they may have seen the Spaniards use it. Get one of the boats lowered, James. The long boat will be the best. Let its crew take their arms with them, but lay them under the seats, so as to land in peaceable guise. I myself will go ashore in her, and see what are the intentions of the natives. Get a couple of guns loaded, and if you see they attack us, fire a shot over their heads into the woods. That will be enough to frighten them. However, I think not that we shall have trouble. A couple of boxes had already been got on deck by the captain's orders, and some strings of glass beads, hawk bells, and other articles of trade taken out. You can come with me, Roger, the captain said, and in a few minutes the boat rowed towards the shore. 8 men sat at the oars, and 8 others were bestowed in the bow and stern. She would have carried twice as many, but the captain wished to avoid any show of force. The group of natives had increased by the time the boat reached the shore, and the captain saw that they consisted of 2 men who were apparently chiefs, and some 30 of inferior rank. They continued to wave green branches, and their attitude was so peaceful that the captain did not hesitate to leap ashore as soon as the boat touched the strand. "You follow me, Roger, and you others keep your hands on your arms, ready to use them. But sit quiet, and do not show your weapons unless there be occasion." The chiefs advanced with a timid air towards the newcomers, and on approaching, saluted in an attitude of deep humility, using the Spanish word amigos. "Amigos, friends," repeated the captain in a cheerful tone. Roger gazed with intense interest upon these strange beings. They were, in color, but little darker than the Moors who had tried to capture the Swan on her last voyage. They were of good height, but of slender figure. Their countenances were soft and almost feminine, with dark, large eyes, and mild and gentle expression. They had no hair upon their faces. That on their heads was long and black. Round their heads were light gold bands, from which rose plumes of colored feathers. They were naked above the waist, save that over one shoulder cotton cloths, ornamented with fantastic patterns wrought in bright feathers, were lightly thrown. From the waist they wore cotton petticoats reaching to the knees. Both had belts decorated by shells, worked into intricate patterns, and from similar belts, crossing the shoulder, hung quivers filled with small arrows. They had necklaces and bracelets of bright beads, of European manufacture, and both carried light spears, their bows hanging from their shoulders. Their followers were similarly dressed, save that the fillets round their heads, instead of being gold, were strips of skin decorated with shells and beads, and the mantles were of plain cotton. The captain took from his pouch 2 necklaces of large blue beads and presented them to the chiefs, and also gave to each of them a small hatchet. These they received with tokens of gratitude, being specially pleased with the hatchets, which were articles vastly prized by the natives, and rarely bestowed upon them by the Spaniards, who were very chary of presenting the natives with anything that could be used as a weapon. The captain then made a sign to the natives to approach, and bestowed a necklace of smaller beads upon each. He next called to the sailors, and bade them come ashore, bringing with them only their hangers, for there was no doubt that the natives were friendly. While they were doing so, 4 of the natives, at the order of their chiefs, brought forward large baskets, beautifully plated and, as Roger judged, made of the tender bark of some tree. The chiefs took these from their attendants, and, opening them, placed them before the captain with a gesture of humility. They were filled with fruits, all of which were of kinds such as neither Roger nor his father had seen before. The sailors now brought forward an empty barrel, and the captain signified that they required water. 1 or 2 billets of wood were also shown, and the captain signified by action that he wished his men should be allowed to cut wood to carry on board ship. He also pointed to the baskets of fruit, and then showed some more strings of beads and some hawk bells, intimating his desire to trade. The natives readily comprehended the gestures. Pointing to the keg, they intimated by signs that the ship should be moved round to the other side of the island, and that fruit would be taken to them there. The men would, gladly enough, have wandered at once into the woods to look at the trees and flowers, which differed widely from anything they had ever before seen. But the captain said, "We shall have time enough for that, men. Let us get off with this fruit. Our comrades on board will be thirsting for their share. Then we will get the ship round on the other side, and all will have an opportunity to go ashore." As soon as they got on board, a portion of the fruit was set aside for the use of the officers, and the rest divided among the crew. Although they were ignorant of the names, the men enjoyed hugely the pineapples, guavas, and custard apples that formed the major portion of the contents of the baskets, and cheerfully set about the work of getting up their anchor and setting the sails. But the wind had now entirely dropped, and the Swan scarce moved through the water. So anxious, however, were the men to land, that they gladly obeyed the captain's orders to get out all the boats and tow her, although the heat was so great that, at any other time, they would have shrunk from such a labor. As soon as they reached the other side of the island, the anchor was dropped, and, the men on board having already made everything snug, Captain Reuben called those who had been towing out of the boats. "My lads," he said, "I wish to say a few words before you land. In the first place, you cannot all go. It would never do to leave the ship without sufficient hands on board to fight her, seeing that at any moment a Spaniard may come round one end of the island or the other and fall upon us. Consequently, half must remain on board, and take their turn on shore tomorrow. I wish to give no advantage to any, therefore the boatswain shall put 2 pieces of folded paper in his hat, one being blank and the other having a cross upon it. If the blank paper is drawn, the starboard watch shall go ashore, and the larboard take their turn tomorrow. If the paper with the cross comes out, it will be the other way. One more matter. I shall expect the discipline on shore to be as good as it has been on board ship. The natives are to be treated well, and all that we get from them shall be by fair barter, and it shall be conducted for the advantage of all. The first mate and boatswain will take ashore some of the goods we have brought for the purpose of trade, and they will buy not only such things as we require for the ship, fruit and vegetables, but whatever the natives may have to sell. All these things will be brought on board, and then those of you who wish for any of these articles, as a token from the first island at which we touched, can take them, making an auction among yourselves, the sums to be deducted from your wages. In this way all will be on a fair footing, and the proceeds of the sale will go into the general fund, to be divided at the end of the voyage. Nevertheless, I should advise you not to purchase now, but to leave it until we have finished all our business and are on our homeward way. Then we shall see what we have obtained, and each man can buy according to his liking. I say this because if you get things now, they will litter up the ship, and will get broken, lost, or thrown overboard, and it were far better that everything remained packed in the hold until we are on the homeward voyage. Another thing, let each man behave himself decently on shore. Be gentle and kind to the natives who, though but heathens, are a harmless people and friendly. Let there be no quarrels or disputes, and above all, let none meddle with the women. I warn you that any breach of these orders will be most severely punished, and that, moreover, anyone who does so offend will never have leave to go ashore again, not if we cruise for 10 years among these islands." The second mate and Roger remained on board with the starboard watch, the drawing giving the advantage to the others, and these, with the captain and first mate, were soon rowing towards the shore. Those on board, although disappointed that fate had decided against them, had their share of amusement, for a good many canoes afterwards came off to them, filled with goods for barter, and as the captain, before leaving, had told the second mate that he could buy and sell with those who came out, a brisk trade was soon established. They had no fear of treachery from the natives, who were in such dread of the white men that they would not venture to lift a hand against them, however great the odds might be, and they were therefore allowed to come on board and mix freely with the sailors. The contents of the canoes, chiefly fruits and vegetables, were spread out on the deck, and the mate and Roger bargained with them, giving them little looking-glasses and strings of beads in exchange for their wares. "They are mighty reasonable in their demands," Roger said to Pengarvan. "It seems almost a shame to take these great baskets of fruit and vegetables in return for such trifles." "They are not trifles to them," the mate replied, "unfair in the exchange. These things are to them what gold and jewels are to us. We would give gladly a score of boatloads of vegetables for a diamond the size of a pea, and these glass beads are as valuable in their eyes as diamonds are in ours." After buying up the main stock, they trafficked with the natives for the little ornaments they wore, necklaces and bracelets cunningly worked with bright shells and seeds, and weapons of curiously carved wood. At nightfall the other boats returned, laden down with fruit and vegetables. "We must buy no more of these commodities at present," Captain Reuben said, when he saw what had been purchased on board. "We have got enough to last us as long as they will keep, eat we never so heartily." And indeed, the next day a number of the crew were ill from the quantity of fruit that they consumed. This, however, soon passed off, and the change of diet did great good. The scurvy disappeared, and in a short time all, even those who had suffered most, were again fit for duty. The following morning Roger and Pengarvan went ashore with the starboard watch. The captain again accompanied them, and for hours they rambled about the island, wondering at the strange trees and foliage and the bright flowers, and filled especially with admiration at the tiny birds with feathers like jewels that flitted about among the flowers, and concerning which there was much dispute among the men, some asserting that they were a sort of great bee, while others maintained that they were birds. So quickly did they fly that the men, although they tried hard, failed to catch any of them. But the dispute as to their nature was solved by the discovery that one of the chiefs had a robe fringed with the skins of these little creatures, and examining these they saw, surely enough, that they were birds, with feathers glistening in the sun like jewels of many colors. Captain Reuben persuaded the chief to cut off the fringe and sell it to him, giving in exchange for it the high price of 4 copper rings and a tiny looking-glass. In the afternoon the crew set to work to re-water the ship, and by nightfall all the casks were filled up, and the vessel was ready to proceed again on her way. The next morning sails were hoisted, and the anchor weighed. The natives came out in great numbers in their canoes, and surrounded the Swan as she glided away from her anchorage, waving their hands and raising cries of farewell, evidently greatly satisfied at the treatment they had received at the hands of their white visitors. For a fortnight the Swan cruised from island to island, but beyond giving the crew a run ashore at each, and so building up their strength and getting them in fighting trim, should there be occasion to call upon them for action, little advantage was obtained from these visits. Fruit and vegetables were obtainable in abundance, but beyond these, and little trinkets and feathers, there was no trade to be done. "It is clear," Captain Reuben said, as he and his officers were gathered in the cabin, "that there is neither gain nor advantage to be obtained from trade here. The natives have doubtless sufficient for their wants, which are of the simplest, but of wealth, such as we prize in England, there is none to be had. It is different with the Spaniards. They make slaves of these poor creatures, and force them to till their plantations, to raise crops for them, and to work mines. But we, who cannot do these things, can get nothing from a longer stay in these coasts. We touched here chiefly to get water and fruit, to keep us all in health, and in that we have abundantly succeeded. We had best now shape our course westward, and try to find this new land, rich in gold, of which my friend the Spanish captain learned by report from the natives. So far we have fallen in with no Spaniards, but we may do so at any time, and although I have no fear of beating off any that might meddle with us, it would do us great harm did the news spread that a strange ship was in these waters, for they would assuredly send out expeditions in search of us from all their ports as soon as the news reached them." The others quite agreed with Captain Reuben's views, and the next morning the ship's head was pointed west. 2 days later, when passing an island they saw, on opening a headland, a port with many houses, and a Spanish flag flying from a mast on shore. 2 large Spanish vessels were lying there. They were apparently on the point of sailing, for the sails were already dropped. An exclamation of surprise broke from all on the deck of the Swan, and the men ran to the braces and sheets, in order to trim the sails. "Steady, men!" Captain Reuben shouted. "Touch not sheet or tack. We must sail past, as if bent on our own business. If we change our course now, they will suspect that something is wrong. Pengarvan, do you get out the Spanish flag from the locker, and run it up to the peak." This was done, though it was easy to see, by the looks the crew cast towards the strange craft, that they would gladly go in and fight them. "Another time, lads," Captain Reuben said cheerfully, as he saw their mood. "I doubt not we shall have enough fighting to satisfy you before we have done. But our object here is to trade and get rich. If thrashing the Dons comes in the way of business, we shall do it contentedly. But there is no occasion for us to put ourselves out of the way to meet them. Supposing we were to go in and sink those 2 ships, as I doubt not we are men enough to do, if we were to try it, they would see it all from the shore, and no sooner did we set sail again than boats would carry the news to every Spanish port in these quarters, and we should have a score of ships in pursuit of us in no time. And whatever came of it, that would interfere with the hopes of gain with which we have sailed to these seas. This port must be a newly formed one," he went on, turning to Roger, "for there is no Spanish station marked hereabout in my chart." The course which the Swan was taking would have carried her half a mile to seaward of the 2 Spanish vessels, but she now edged a point or 2 farther out. Doubtless the Spaniards were surprised at seeing that the vessel, instead of entering the port, continued her course, and it may be that they very soon discovered such points in her hull and rigging as set them wondering what she could be. Presently a gun was fired from one of the ships, as a signal, doubtless, for her to heave to. The Swan paid no attention to the command, but kept on her course. In 2 minutes there was another flash and a puff of white smoke from the Spaniard, and a shot skipped across the water in front of the Swan. A growl of anger broke from her crew. "Put up the helm," Captain Reuben ordered, and the vessel, which was running before the wind, came up till her head pointed straight to sea. Although the Spanish ships were still 3/4 of a mile away, the bustle was at once observable on their decks. Men clustered at the bows, and could be seen at work there. "They are getting up the anchors," Pengarvan said, as he watched them, shading his eyes with his hands. 3 or 4 minutes later the sails were sheeted home, and the Spaniard began to move through the water, having set sail as soon as the anchors were tripped. No sooner were they under way, and the crews at their quarters, than they began to discharge their bow guns after the Swan. "Shall we answer them, Captain?" James Standing asked. "We can bring a couple of guns aft and fire over the rail." "By no means," Captain Reuben replied. "At present they know nothing about us, and though they may guess that we are not licensed traders with due authority to trade among the islands, I do not suppose they suspect for a moment that we are foreigners, but deem us a private venture from one of their own ports. No Spanish trader would dare to fire on their own flag, and, as long as we do not reply, they will suppose that we are only trying to escape the payment of some heavy fine, or perhaps forfeiture, for breach of their regulations. No, they can fire away. They are not likely to hurt us. They are fully a mile behind us, and we shall soon leave them." But in this respect the captain was mistaken. The Spaniards were both fast vessels, and although the Swan kept her distance, those on board presently saw that she gained nothing. The shot continued to fall around them, but the Spaniards worked their guns slowly. The pieces on their forecastles were light ones, and though 2 or 3 shot passed through the sails of the Swan, they did but little damage. "As long as they don't knock away a spar, we will hold on," Captain Reuben said. "If they do, we will turn and fight them. But the wind is dropping a little, and I think that, if anything, we are gaining upon them now." By the afternoon the Swan was fully 2 miles ahead, and the Spaniards had discontinued firing. The Swan was heading now to pass an island which had for some hours been visible ahead. Presently the Spaniards again began firing, although their shot fell in the water far astern of the Swan. "What are the lubbers up to now?" James Standing said. "They cannot think they are going to frighten us into stopping, now that we have fairly got away from them." Captain Reuben was anxiously gazing at the island ahead. They had laid their course to pass it to windward, as they sailed better close-hauled than did the Spaniard, who had not only fallen behind, but had lagged to leeward nigh half a mile. "They must be firing as a signal," he said. "There may either be a Spanish port in the island, or they may know that there are some of their ships lying there, though I can see no signs either of a port or ships." "It would matter little if we could, Captain," Pengarvan said, "for any ships along that shore would be to leeward of us, and we should pass the end of the island long before they could beat up there. But it would be awkward if there happened to be a port with 2 or 3 of their ships just beyond that point. We should be caught between 2 fires then, and have to fight the lot of them." The captain nodded. "You are right, Pengarvan. We should be in a fix then, and 4 Spaniards at once is more than we bargained for." They were now within 2 miles of the point towards which they were steering, and towards which the eyes of the 2 officers on the poop were directed. 5 minutes later an exclamation broke from them simultaneously, as the sails of a lofty ship made their appearance over the extremity of the point, and a minute later a great hull came into sight. "Helm to larboard," Captain Reuben ordered sharply. "We must run down the island. We can never weather that fellow that has just appeared. Ah, there are 2 others coming out. We are in a hornet's nest." The sails were squared off, and the Swan was soon running before the wind, almost parallel with the coast, but edging in a little to keep her farther from the vessels that had first chased them. These had also changed their course, and their position to leeward now gave them an advantage. Ere long the Swan was almost abreast her late pursuers, who were about 1.25 miles to seaward, while the other 3 Spanish ships, with all sails set, were 1.5 miles astern, but a good deal nearer in shore. "The sun will be down in another 5 minutes," Captain Reuben said, "and in half an hour it will be dark. The Spaniards can run quite as fast as we can, a bit faster, I think, but we can beat them close hauled. The wind is falling lighter and lighter. If it was not for that, we would haul our wind and be off on the other tack, and throw all of them out. But it will be a dead calm before long, and they will be either lowering all their boats to attack us, or towing their ships up to us. If we were close under the land, they might miss us, but they will be able to make us out here. At any rate, we must hold on as we are until the wind drops altogether." After sunset the breeze died away rapidly, and by the time night had fully set in, the sails dropped motionless, and the Swan ceased to move through the water. The captain at once ordered all the boats to be lowered, and the men swarmed into them, double banking the oars. Hawsers were handed into them, and the vessel's head swept round in the direction from which she had come, but somewhat farther seaward. "Now, lads," the captain said, "pull with a will. There will be a good supper and an allowance of strong ale when you come on board." After rowing for half an hour, the captain ordered them to cease, and to keep silence. Listening attentively, he could hear in the still night air the sound of oars, but whether the boats were towing the ships or rowing independently, he could not tell. Again the men set to work. "I hope they are towing," he said to the first mate. "They would have no chance whatever of catching us, for our strong crew can take a vessel like the Swan through the water at twice the rate they could row their big ships. I can't see the fellows in shore, can you?" "No, Captain, they are hid in the shadow of the land. I can make out the others, but they are a long way farther off than when we started." "I expect we shall have the boats after us, Standing. Both lots can make us out, and can see that we are gaining on them." "Ah, I felt a breath of wind. I did not expect it for an hour or 2 yet, but if the breeze springs up, we shall soon run away from them." Stopping and listening again, they could hear the sound of oars from 2 directions. "They are coming," the captain said. The beat is quicker than it would be if they were towing. Besides, it is a great deal more distinct than it was. I don't think they are more than a mile behind us. Ah, there is the wind again." There was a deep flapping sound and a rattling of blocks as the sails bellied out for a moment and then fell against the masts again. Captain Reuben went to the forecastle. "Keep it up, lads. You won't have much longer to row, for the wind is coming. The Spaniards are after us, but they won't be up for a quarter of an hour, and I hope we shall get it before that. Remember, every yard we can keep away from them is of importance. Put your backs to it, lads." The Swan carried 4 boats, and, strongly manned as these were, she was gliding through the water at a fair rate. It was 5 minutes before another breath of wind came, but this lasted 3 or 4 minutes, and greatly relieved the strain from the hawsers. "She is going through the water now," the captain said. "They cannot be gaining very much upon us at present. Confound it," he added, a minute later, "there is an end of it again." The boats were now but a half a mile away, and the voices of the officers, urging the rowers to exert themselves, could be plainly heard. On the Swan the officers were all gazing in the direction from which the wind was to come. The yards were all braced sharply aft. Presently there was an exclamation of relief as they felt the wind in their faces, and the vessel heeled a little over. The boats behind were but a quarter of a mile away now, while those from the vessels inshore were perhaps twice that distance. "If this is the true breeze we are safe," the captain said. "If not, we shall have to fight for it." The men had already, without orders, cast loose the guns and armed themselves with pike and cutlass. "Now listen, lads," the captain said, as he went forward to the poop rail. "If these fellows come up and try to board us, let no man utter a word. Fight like bulldogs, and as silently. We shall beat them off, never fear. No doubt they believe that we are their countrymen who have broken their trading regulations and are afraid of being overhauled. But if there is a word spoken they will know that we are foreigners, and we shall be chased wherever we go." Then he went to the forecastle and bade all the men in the boats cast off the hawsers and come on board. They were, indeed, no longer of any use, as the vessel was going through the water almost as fast as they could row ahead of her. As they gained the deck, he repeated the orders he had given, that strict silence should be observed in case the Spaniards came alongside. Everything now depended on continuance of breeze, and those on board the boats saw that the vessel was now holding her own with them. Orders to throw the ship up into the wind and heave to were shouted, and, as no attention was paid to these, several musket shots were fired at her. But the wind held, and faster, the Swan made her way through the water. At last the boats fell behind and were lost to sight. "We are safe now," Reuben said exultantly. "We are to windward of them all, and shall have them well out of sight before morning." When day broke, indeed, the topsails of 3 of the Spanish ships could be seen on the horizon, but in 2 or 3 hours these sank out of sight, and the Swan was headed on her course west. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of With Cortez in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. With Cortez in Mexico by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 5, Shipwrecked. For 6 days the Swan sailed westward before a gentle wind. Then clouds were seen rising in the north and spreading with great rapidity across the horizon. "We are in for a tempest," Captain Reuben said. "Never have I seen the clouds rising more rapidly. Get her sail off her, Standing, as quickly as possible." The crew fell to work, and in a very few minutes the Swan was stripped of the greater part of her canvas. But quickly as the men worked, the storm came up more rapidly, and the crew had but half finished their work when, with a roar and turmoil that almost bewildered them, the gale struck the vessel. Her head had been laid to the south, so that the wind should take her astern, and it was well that it was so, for had it struck her on the beam, she would assuredly have been capsized, even had not a rag of canvas been shown, for the wind would have caught her lofty forecastle and poop. As it was, she plunged heavily forward, quivering as if from a blow. Then her bluff bows bore her up, and with a leap she sprang forward and sped along before the gale. I have seen as sudden a squall among the Greek islands, Captain Reuben shouted in the mate's ear, but never elsewhere. I hope that this may prove as short as do the gales in that quarter. I hope so, the mate replied, for we know not how far the land may be distant. But though the captain knew it not, they had been caught in one of those furious gales that were afterwards the terror of the Spaniards, blowing for a week or 10 days without intermission, and being the cause of the wreck of many a stout ship. For 6 days the Swan sailed westward before a gentle wind. Then clouds were seen rising in the north and spreading with great rapidity across the horizon. "We are in for a tempest," Captain Reuben said. "Never have I seen the clouds rising more rapidly. Get her sail off her standing as quickly as possible." The crew fell to work, and in a very few minutes the Swan was stripped of the greater part of her canvas. But quickly as the men worked, the storm came up more rapidly, and the crew had but half finished their work when, with a roar and turmoil that almost bewildered them, the gale struck the vessel. Her head had been laid to the south, so that the wind should take her astern, and it was well that it was so, for had it struck her on the beam, she would assuredly have been capsized, even had not a rag of canvas been shown, for the wind would have caught her lofty forecastle and poop. As it was, she plunged heavily forward, quivering as if from a blow. Then her bluff bows bore her up, and with a leap she sprang forward and sped along before the gale. "I have seen as sudden a squall among the Greek islands," Captain Reuben shouted in the mate's ear, "but never elsewhere. I hope that this may prove as short as do the gales in that quarter." "I hope so," the mate replied, "for we know not how far the land may be distant." But though the captain knew it not, they had been caught in one of those furious gales that were afterwards the terror of the Spaniards, blowing for a week or 10 days without intermission, and being the cause of the wreck of many a stout ship. The sea got up rapidly, and the wind seemed to increase in fury as night fell, and for 3 days the ship ran before it. The waist was frequently deluged with water, and it required 6 men at the helm to keep her straight before the wind. The crew were worn out with fatigue and want of sleep, for running as they were in this unknown sea, none could say what might happen or when land might be sighted ahead. The captain never left the poop, he and the mates taking their places by turn with the men at the helm, for the slightest error in steering might have caused the vessel to broach to, in which case nothing could have saved her. Sheltered as was the caboose, it was found impossible to keep a fire alight, and officers and men alike had to content themselves with biscuits and draughts of ale. The vessel rolled till her bulwarks were under water, and the yardarms at times dipped into the sea, and the men on deck were forced to lash themselves to some standing object to retain their footing. The captain occasionally made his way forward to the forecastle, where the men not on duty were huddled together, and spoke cheeringly to them, saying that the gale could not last much longer, and that as the Swan had weathered it so far, she would hold on to the end. At the commencement of the storm, a tremendous rain had fallen, but when this had ceased, the sky had cleared up, and for the last 2 days the sun had shone out brightly, and not a cloud had been seen. When morning broke on the 4th day, a cry of dismay broke from the wearied men on deck, for ahead could be seen land stretching away on both bows. The news brought the crew from below, and they clustered on the forecastle, gazing in the direction of this new danger. "We must try and get some sail on her mizzen, Standing," the captain said. "Our only chance is to bring her head to wind." "We can try, Captain, but I fear that you will never bring her round." "It is our only chance," the captain repeated, and with a loud shout he called for some hands to come aft. The mizzen was shaken out, and as soon as the sheets were hauled aft, the helm was put down. A cry burst from the crew as she came round, for as the wind took her on the beam, she lay farther and farther over. A great wave struck her broadside, sweeping the bulwarks away as if they had been paper, and carrying a number of the crew off the forecastle into the sea. Still farther over she went, and all thought that she would capsize, when there were a series of reports, like musket shots, as the lashings of the shrouds parted. This was followed instantly by a crash, as the mizzen mast snapped off 2 feet above the deck. Relieved of the strain, the Swan righted somewhat. Another great wave swept over her forecastle, still further diminishing the number of the crew, but it carried her head round. She came up onto an even keel and started again on her mad course before the wind. "Go forward, Pengarvan, and see how many hands we have lost," the captain said. "Not that it makes much difference, for they have but gone a short time before the rest of us, for nothing short of a miracle can save us now." It could now be seen that the coast was steep and rocky, and that the waves were breaking with tremendous force upon it. It was but about 4 miles distant, and in less than half an hour they would be upon it. "We must try to anchor, Standing." The first mate shook his head. "We will try, Captain, but our anchors will never hold her in the teeth of this gale. If they did, the hawsers would go like pack-thread." "I am afraid so, Standing, but there is nothing else to do." The first mate went forward, and he and Pengarvan saw the anchors got in readiness, and the cables ranged along so as to run out with perfect freedom. Then Pengarvan made his way aft again to the poop. "Do you mean to cut away the mast, Captain?" The captain nodded. "I wouldn't, sir," the mate went on. "She will never hold, mast or no mast, and if it stands, we make a shift to run her head foremost on the rocks, and this will give us a better chance than if she drifts broadside on." "You are right, Pengarvan. Yes, it will be better to leave it standing." When within a quarter of a mile of the shore, the helm was again put down, and, as the vessel came partly round, the anchors were let go. The hawsers ran out rapidly, and the topsail, which was the only sail on her, was let go, the wind catching it and tearing it into ribbons as it was loosed. There was a jerk and a surge as the anchors brought her up, but at the same moment a great wave struck her head. The cables parted, and she again swung round towards the shore. "It is all over with us, my lad," the captain said to Roger, who was standing quietly beside him. "God forgive me, I have brought you all here to die." "It is not your fault, father. It was all for the best, and we knew when we started that there were perils before us." "Goodbye, my lads. We will die as we have lived, brave men, and may God have mercy on us all. Now, Roger, obey my last orders. Go forward and climb up to the end of the bowsprit. It may be that, if she strikes, you may be able to leap forward onto the rocks. They are somewhat lower just ahead than elsewhere." "But I do not want to be saved if no one else is, father," Roger cried passionately. "You have always obeyed me heretofore," the captain said quietly, "and you will do so now. Go forward at once, and do as I say. God bless you, my boy." He clasped Roger in his arms in a moment's close embrace, and then pointed forward. Roger's eyes were blinded with tears as he obeyed the order. The bowsprit in those days did not, as now, run out almost horizontally from the ship's bow, but stood up like a mast, leaning somewhat over the bow, and carried a yard and small square sail upon it. Roger climbed up as far as the yard, and then, aiding himself by the halyards, swarmed up until he reached the cap. When he did so, the vessel was but little more than 100 yards from the shore. The water was deep up to the rocks, for the waves struck on these unbroken, flying up in masses of spray which flew far over the land. On his lofty post, 30 feet above the forecastle and 45 above the water, Roger was nearly level with the top of the rock ahead, and as the vessel rose on the waves, could see a flat land extending far inland. He looked down. 2 or 3 of the sailors had followed him as high as the yard, and many others were gathered on the forecastle. Some were kneeling in prayer, others had thrown themselves down despairingly on the deck, but most were standing, looking forward with set faces at the rocky barrier so close at hand. Roger looked aft. The men at the tiller had quitted it now and gone forward. Standing and Pengarvan were standing, one on each side of the captain. The latter took off his cap and waved it to his son, and the mates lifted their hands in token of adieu. A cry from below caused Roger, as he returned the salute, to look round. They were but a ship's length from the rocks. Another moment a great wave lifted the vessel, and on its crest she went thundering forward. The rocks seemed to leap up against the spar to which Roger clung. It snapped off just below his feet, then a great volume of water and spray shot up from below, and he was thrown high into the air. The wind caught him and carried him away inland, and he fell with a crash that left him senseless. It was long before he recovered consciousness. As soon as he did so, he crawled on his hands and knees to the edge of the cliff and looked down. The Swan had disappeared. Not a sign of her remained, not so much as a floating timber showed on the surface of the water. Roger crawled back again for some distance, and then threw himself down and wept despairingly. He lay there for hours, until the heat of the sun, blazing almost vertically down, roused him. Then he got onto his feet and looked round. In front of him stretched a slightly undulating country. Patches of maize here and there showed that it was cultivated, and in the distance he saw a large village with buildings of a size that proved that the people had made some advance towards civilization. Slowly and painfully, for he was greatly bruised by his fall, he made his way to the nearest maize patch and ate several heads of green corn. Then he started for the village. When within a few hundred yards of it, he came upon 3 women who were coming out with baskets on their heads. They paused as he approached them, and then, with a cry of astonishment and fear, turned and ran towards the village. Their cries brought a number of people to the doors. Among these were many men who had caught up spears and bows and arrows at the alarm. Seeing but one person approaching, in a garb altogether strange to them, they stood in surprise. As he came up, their wonder heightened at perceiving that his color was altogether different from their own, and they dropped their threatening weapons and stood as if paralyzed by wonder. Roger had not faltered in his step as he saw them issue out. Death had no terror for him now that his father and all his friends were gone, and he was altogether reckless of what befell him. The fearlessness of his demeanor added to the effect produced by his appearance. His cap was gone, and the rays of the sun, falling upon his fair hair added to the effect produced by his white skin. The natives, taking him for a supernatural being, bowed themselves to the ground before him in an attitude of adoration. The cries and uproar that but a minute before had sounded in the village suddenly ceased, and were succeeded by the hush of deep awe. Roger walked on between the prostrate natives, and seated himself on a stone at the door of a hut. The natives gradually rose to their feet and approached him timidly. He made signs that he wanted to drink, for a raging thirst had been induced by the heat. One of the natives ran into a hut and reappeared with a bowl filled with a liquid, which he humbly presented to Roger. The latter patted his head in token of thanks, and then took a long drink of the contents of the bowl. These were totally unlike anything he had before tasted, being pulque, a slightly fermented drink obtained from the juice of the agave, most useful of all the vegetable productions of Central America. A native, who was distinguished by his dress from the rest, now gave an order, and in a short time 2 women approached, bearing a tray with some flat cakes of fine bread and fruits of different kinds. More to please the natives than because he was hungry, for he felt little inclination for food, Roger partook of some of these. The chief then harangued him at considerable length. When he had finished, Roger, who had stood up while he was addressing him, said, "I do not know a single word of what you are saying to me, but I thank you for your kindness." He then shook hands with the chief, to whom that form of greeting was evidently new, and patted him on the shoulder. The chief then conducted him to a large house. It was no higher than the rest, but was built of stone, well fitted together. The roof was roughly thatched, and could, Roger thought, afford but a poor shelter in time of rain. He did not know that, except at the commencement of a storm, rain was of comparatively rare occurrence upon the coast. Inside the house showed signs of comfort. There were some seats decorated with carving. A finely woven mat covered the floor. Arms and utensils hung from the walls. Several of the natives, evidently persons of consideration in the village, followed the chief in. Some girls and women came in from an interior room and saluted the stranger with the greatest respect. They examined him timidly, one of the younger girls touching his hand gently, as if to make sure that it was skin and not some strange covering that gave it its color. Roger took off his jacket, which was by this time dry, and turned up the sleeve of his shirt. As he did so, a general exclamation of surprise and admiration broke from the natives at the whiteness of the skin, which was far more striking to them than the bronzed hue of his face and hands. The chief made various signs, which Roger at last understood to be a question as to whence he had come. He pointed in the direction of the sea, and tried to signify that he had arrived from a very long distance. An hour passed, and Roger was beginning to wonder what the next move would be, when a native entered and, saluting the chief, said something to him. The women and children at once retired. A few minutes afterwards the chief went to the door and motioned Roger to accompany him. Coming down the street of the village was a procession. At its head walked 2 persons, evidently of high rank. They wore mantles, falling from their shoulders nearly to the ground, ornamented with designs executed in brightly colored feathers. They had circlets of gold round their heads, and heavy necklaces and bracelets of the same metal. Beneath the mantles they wore short petticoats of soft white material. Their spears and their arms were carried behind them by attendants. Behind these came a number of men and women, walking in regular order, carrying bowls of fruit, trays of cooked food, and other offerings. Roger saw at once that they must have come from a place of importance, which must be near at hand, as they had doubtless set out upon the receipt of a message dispatched by his present entertainer. He guessed that the report must have been a favorable one of him, and that the natives were impressed with the idea that he was a superior being. It was, therefore, needful for him to comport himself so that this impression should be confirmed. The chiefs bowed profoundly as they approached him, stooping so far forward that one hand touched the earth and was then carried to their forehead. Roger did not understand the meaning of this, but he bowed graciously, as if accepting the homage that was offered. The bearers then advanced and placed the offerings on the ground. Among these was a mantle similar to that worn by the chiefs, but more richly embroidered. It struck Roger that, as his white skin excited so much admiration, it would be as well to show it. He was, too, somewhat ashamed of his garments, which were much worn, had turned a dingy hue from the sun and salt water, and had, moreover, shrunk much from their recent immersion. Taking up the robe, therefore, he motioned to the chiefs to stay where they were, and, returning into the room, stripped to his waist, and then, throwing the mantle over his shoulders, returned to the entrance. Something like a shout of welcome saluted him. The whiteness of his skin, as seen through the open mantle, astonished the natives, and they accepted his assumption of the garment with which he had been presented as a sign of the benevolent intentions of this supernatural visitor towards them. The ambassadors now made signs in the direction from which they had come, and seemed to ask him if he were willing to accompany them. He nodded his assent, and in a few minutes the procession again started, the chiefs taking their places, one on either side of him, and the villagers falling in behind. The women struck up a sort of chant, in which all except the chiefs joined. For an hour they kept on their way, and then, on ascending a small hill, a large town was seen. "Tabasco," the chief said, pointing towards it. Roger repeated the word, and in doing so evidently gave much pleasure to the chiefs. As they approached the town, he could see many lofty buildings rising above it, and as they passed through a line of long palisades that surrounded the place, a body of men issued out to meet him. As they approached, they formed in order on each side of the road. All were armed with spears tipped with sharp, shiny stones, and carried bows and arrows. They were dressed in doublets of thickly quilted cotton, capable of turning an arrow or resisting the thrust of a native spear, although they would offer but poor protection against English arrows or English weapons. As they entered the town, the streets were lined with similarly dressed soldiers, behind whom stood a crowd of natives, men and women, saluting their strange visitor with loud cries of welcome. The procession continued its way until it stopped before a large building, at the entrance to which stood an aged chief. His mantle was completely composed of feather work, and plumes of feathers sprang from the golden fillet that encircled his head. Behind him were clustered a number of inferior chiefs. He welcomed Roger courteously but gravely, and Roger guessed at once that he was superior to the superstitions of his people, and that he viewed him with a certain amount of suspicion. Roger bowed, and, taking off the jackknife which hung in its sheath from a string at his waist, drew it out and presented it to the chief. The latter was evidently greatly struck by the gift. Gold and silver he knew, but this bright and shining metal was altogether new to him. He examined it closely, felt the edge and point, and then handed it to the chiefs behind him, to be examined by them. Roger saw by his manner that he had been favorably impressed, for the weapon was as strange and mysterious to him as the visitant. The chief undid a large gold necklace that he wore and offered it to Roger, who bowed and clasped it round his neck. The chief now led him inside the house, which was similar, but on a much larger scale, to that which he had before entered. Refreshments were placed before him. These he did not need, but thought it better to eat of them. While he was doing so, an animated conversation was maintained between the chief and his followers. After a time the chief made signs to him to follow him, and conducted him to a smaller house close by, which he made signs to him that he was to consider as his own. Mats had been already spread on the ground, rugs made of quilted cotton for sleeping upon piled in a corner, vases of flowers placed about the room, and all made ready for occupation. An old woman, followed by 2 young girls, came forward and saluted to the ground. They were slaves, whom the chief had appointed to wait upon the visitor. No sooner had the chief left than a perfect levee commenced, and went on for hours, until it seemed to Roger that every man, woman, and child in the town must have called upon him. Most of them brought little presents as tokens of goodwill. Garlands of flowers were thrown round his neck, baskets of fruit, cakes made from maize flour, dishes of meat of various kinds, little trinkets of gold, baskets containing beans and many other eatable seeds, and a ground powder of brownish hue, of whose uses Roger was ignorant, but which he afterwards discovered to be cocoa, which furnished the most popular beverage of the natives. Not until it was quite dark did the stream of visitors cease. Then the old slave dropped a hanging across the door, and one of the young ones brought forward to Roger, who was utterly worn out with the fatigues of the day, a bowl of steaming cocoa and some cakes of fruit. Roger found the cocoa extremely palatable and wholly unlike anything he had ever before tasted, and it seemed to invigorate him greatly. After drinking, he spread some of the quilted mats upon the floor and threw himself down upon them. The old woman had lighted a lamp and withdrawn with the younger ones to an apartment behind, which served as their sleeping place as well as kitchen. Now that he was alone and had time to think, Roger broke down entirely. Was it possible that it was but this morning he was on board ship with his father and friends, and that now all were gone, gone forever, and he was in a strange land, cut off from all hope of return, surrounded by people who, if they were friendly today, might yet, for aught he knew, slay him on the morrow? For the time, however, his own fate occupied him but little. His thoughts turned almost exclusively upon his father, upon their voyages together, his kindness and care for him, the high hopes they had cherished when they started upon their voyage, and above all upon his parting words and the last gesture of farewell just as the ship struck. For hours Roger lay and sobbed. At last he heard a slight movement in the room, and, looking up, saw one of the young slave girls regarding him with a look of deep pity. To her, as to everyone else, Roger had appeared as a supernatural being, come from they knew not whence. But the lad's sobs had touched her human feelings, and shown her that he had sorrows like herself. Her look brought a feeling of comfort and companionship to Roger's heart, and as, on seeing that she was observed, she turned timidly to retire, he held out his hand to her. She approached, and knelt down beside him, and, taking his hand, pressed it to her forehead. She was a girl of some 14 years old, already, according to Mexican ideas, a woman. "What is your name?" Roger asked. The girl looked at him wonderingly, but shook her head. Roger thought a moment, and then touched himself on the breast. "Roger," he said. He repeated the word several times. Then he touched her lips and repeated, "Roger," and, seeing what was expected, she repeated the word in a soft voice. He nodded again, touched himself, and said, "Roger," and then touched her. She now saw what he meant. It was his own name he had spoken, and he now asked for hers. "Malinche," she said, in her soft Indian voice. "Malinche," he repeated. "You are a kind-hearted girl. I can see that, Malinche, and I hope we shall understand each other better one of these days. I suppose you are a servant or a slave, and are not in a much better condition than myself. Now you had better go and sleep." He patted her on the shoulder, pointed to the door by which she had entered, closed his eyes as if in sleep, and then said, "Good night, Malinche." The girl uttered some words he did not understand, but as they ended with Roger, and with a nod of her head she stole silently away, he supposed that it was something equivalent to his own good night. Greatly comforted by this little incident, he rolled up one of the rugs as a pillow, laid his head upon it, and was almost instantaneously asleep. He woke with a feeling of surprise. The events of the previous day seemed to him but a dream, and he looked round, expecting to see the bulkhead of the little cabin he had occupied, on board the Swan. But the first glance assured him of the reality of the dream, and that he was alone among a strange people. He sprang at once to his feet, pulled aside a cloth that hung before an opening that served as a window, and let the rays of the sun stream in. "I want some water, old dame," he said in a loud voice. The old woman at once entered. Roger made signs by rubbing his hands together and passing them over his face and head that he wanted water. This the old woman brought, in a basin formed of the half of an immense gourd, and a soft cotton cloth with which to dry himself. Then she brought in a small pot filled with something which looked to him like fat, but which he afterwards found was extracted from a vegetable, and put it down by the side of the water. "I suppose that this is some sort of soap," Roger said to himself, and found on trial, to his great satisfaction, that it made an excellent lather. After a good wash he felt greatly refreshed, and now attired himself completely in Mexican costume, a pile of garments of all sorts having been placed in one corner of the room. When he had finished, the two girls entered with a tray containing cocoa, fruits, and bread. He was about to address Malinche by her name, but the girl kept her eyes fixed upon the ground, and it struck him that she did not wish her late visit to him to be known, as it might bring upon her a scolding from the old woman, whose voice he had more than once heard on the previous afternoon, raised in shrill anger. He therefore began afresh, first naming himself, and then touching Malinche's companion. She did not at first understand, but Malinche said something in a low tone, and she then replied, "Nishka." Roger repeated the name, and then touched Malinche, who at once gave her name. He next pointed to the contents of the bowl, and the girls replied together, "Coca." Roger repeated the word several times, and then, in the same manner, learned the native names of the cakes and fruit. The old woman, hearing the voices, now came into the room. The girls spoke eagerly to her in their language, and when Roger touched her, she at once answered, "Quizmoa." "That is pretty well for a first lesson," Roger said. "Now I will eat my breakfast. I suppose that if anyone in this place did not have a stare at me yesterday, they will be coming today." Visitors indeed soon began to arrive, and it was more than a week before the curiosity of the crowd was at all satisfied. But even this did not bring what Roger considered a terrible annoyance to an end, for the news had spread rapidly through all the country round of the strange white being who had come to Tabasco, and parties of visitors kept on arriving, some of them from a great distance. Roger, however, had made a good use of his tongue. He kept one or other of the girls always near him, and by touching the articles brought to him as presents, the garments and arms of his visitors, and the various objects in his room, he soon learned their names. Almost every day the chief sent for him for a talk, but as neither party could understand the other, these conversations generally ended by a sudden loss of temper on the part of the cazique, at being unable to obtain the information he required as to the origin of his visitor, and the object with which he had come to his country. Having acquired a large number of the names of objects, Roger for a time came to a standstill. Then it struck him that by listening to what the old woman said to the girls, and by watching what they did, he might make a step farther. In this way he soon learned bring me, fetch me, and other verbs. When the old woman was present, the two girls were silent and shy, but as Quizmoa was fond of gossiping, and so was greatly in request among the neighbors, who desired to learn something of the habits of the white man, she was often out, and the girls were then ready to talk as much as Roger wished. For a time it seemed to him that he was making no progress whatever with the language, and at the end of the first month began almost to despair of ever being able to converse in it, although by this time he had learned the name of almost every object. Then he found that, perhaps as much from their gestures as from their words, he began to understand the girls, and in another month was able to make himself understood in turn. After this, his progress was extremely rapid. As soon as Malinche learned from him that he belonged to a great nation of white people living far away across the sea, and that he had been wrecked in a ship upon the coast, she warned him against telling these things to the chief. "They hold you in high honor," she said, "because they think that you have come down from the sky, and might do them grievous harm if they displeased you. But if they knew that you were a man like themselves, cast by chance upon their shores, they would perhaps make you a slave, or might put you to death in one of the temples. Therefore on this subject be always silent. When the chief asks you questions, shake your head, and say that these things cannot be spoken of, and that it might bring down the anger of the gods, were their secret told." The advice seemed good to Roger, and he followed it. Now that he was able to talk in his language, the chief soon plied him with questions as to whence he had come. But Roger always shook his head when the subject was approached, and said, "It is not good to talk of these things. Evil might come to the land. I am here, and that is enough. I will tell you many things about other people who live far over the sea, and who are very great and powerful. When they go out, they sit upon great animals, which carry them easily, at a speed much exceeding that at which a man can run. They live in lofty dwellings, and, when they go to war, are covered with an armor made of a metal so strong that arrows would not pierce it, nor swords cut it. They traverse the sea in floating castles, and when they want to convey their thoughts to others, many days' journey away, they make marks upon a thin white stuff they call paper, and send it by a messenger, and these marks tell him who receives it what the writer's thoughts are, just the same as if he had spoken in their ears." The hearing of such wonders as these reconciled the chief to his disappointment at not learning more about his visitor. The knife Roger had given him was a never-ending source of wonder to the cazique, and those he permitted to inspect it. Gold and silver and copper they knew, and also tin, which they used for hardening the copper. But this new metal was altogether strange to them. It enormously exceeded copper in strength and hardness. Its edge did not, like that of their own weapons, blunt with usage, and they could well understand that, if armor could be formed of it, it would be altogether unpierceable. For a time Roger was every day at the chief's house, and his narration afforded astonishment and wonder to the audiences that gathered round him. At the same time, Roger perceived that a difference of opinion existed among the principal men concerning him. Some believed, as at first, in his supernatural origin, and credited all that he told them, while others were of opinion that he was a man like themselves, only of different color, and that these tales were simply inventions designed to add to his importance. The fact that month after month passed without his exhibiting any supernatural powers or reproducing in any way the wonders of which he told them, added gradually to the strength of the party hostile to him. Why should this god, if he were a god, have come to dwell at Tabasco only to learn the language and behave as an ordinary man? He had been kindly received. Why did he not bestow benefits in return? Were the fields more fruitful? Had any extraordinary prosperity fallen upon the people since his arrival among them? Had he taught them any of the arts of those people of whom he spoke? The gods always bestowed benefits upon those among whom they dwelt. He did not ever pay reverence to their gods, nor had he entered a temple to worship or sacrifice. How then could he be a god? Gradually this opinion gained strength, and Roger perceived that his popularity was decreasing. No longer were daily presents sent by the inhabitants of Tabasco. No longer did they prostrate themselves when he walked in the streets. His stories were received with open expressions of doubt and derision, and he saw that, ere long, some great change would take place in his condition. One morning, to his surprise, the chief with 6 men entered his chamber and ordered him to come out and accompany them instantly. Much surprised at the order, Roger at once went out. "You must go away for a time," the cazique said, "but you shall return before long." His guard conducted him 8 or 10 miles into the interior, and established him in a hut, situated at a distance from any other dwelling. 3 of them, by turns, kept watch night and day over him, refusing to answer any questions as to the cause of this singular conduct. Beyond being kept a prisoner, he had nothing to complain of, being well fed and treated with all courtesy. A fortnight later he was taken back to Tabasco as suddenly as he had left it. When he arrived there, he learned the reason of his being carried inland. A great floating castle, filled with white men, had arrived at the mouth of the river, and had opened a trade with the natives, exchanging glass beads, looking-glasses, and trinkets for gold ornaments and articles of Mexican workmanship. Their leader, he heard, was called Grijalva. The cazique had been afraid that, if Roger had heard that other white men were in the river, he would make an effort to join them, or if they heard that a man of their color was in the town, they would insist upon his being handed over to them. He had therefore hurried him away inland, and had issued the most stringent orders that none should, by signs or otherwise, acquaint the newcomers that a white man was in the town. A guard had been placed over the house in which Roger had dwelt, and none of those within it had been allowed to go out while the strangers were in the river. These had sailed away the day before Roger was fetched back. He was not altogether disappointed at having missed the strangers, who were of course Spaniards, for he wanted, if possible, to see something more of this beautiful country before he left, and he was, moreover, more than doubtful as to the reception he should meet with at the Spaniards' hands, when, by his ignorance of their language, they discovered that he was a foreign intruder in what they considered their territory. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of With Cortez in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. With Cortez in Mexico by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 6, Anna Huac. It was now 6 months since Roger was wrecked on the coast of Tabasco. He spoke the native language with perfect fluency, and had learned all that was known as to the nations round Tabasco. Malinche was his chief source of information. She herself did not belong to the country, but, as she told Roger, to a tribe that had been conquered by far mightier people called Aztecs, who lived farther to the west. It was from them, she said, that the people of Tabasco obtained their gold, which was there very plentiful, and was thought but little of, as being useful only for ornaments, drinking cups, and similar purposes. They dwelt in a city named Mexico, standing in the midst of a lake. There were kindred peoples near them, and the country generally was called Anahuac. All were subject to the Aztecs, and their armies had gradually conquered all the surrounding peoples. They possessed great temples, compared to which those of Tabasco were as nothing. Their gods were very powerful, and all prisoners taken in war were sacrificed to them. They had rich mantles and clothing, and the Tabascans were but savages in comparison. Being asked how it was that she, who was a native of such a nation, came to be a slave among the Tabascans, she replied with tears that she had been sold. Her father had been a rich and powerful cacique of Panala, on the southeastern borders of the Mexican kingdom. He had died when she was very young, and her mother had married again and had a son. One night her mother had handed her over to some traders, by whom she had been carried away. She had learned from their conversation that her mother desired her son to inherit all her possessions, and that she had, therefore, sold her to these traders. The daughter of one of her slaves had died that evening, and she intended to give out that Malinche was dead, and to celebrate her funeral in the usual way. The traders had brought her to Tabasco, and sold her to the cacique of that town. "But this mother of yours must be an infamous woman, Malinche," Roger said indignantly, "thus to sell away her own daughter to be a slave." "Girls are not much good," Malinche said, sadly. "They cannot fight, and they cannot govern a people. It was natural that my mother should prefer her son to me, and should wish to see him a cacique when he grew up." Roger refused to see the matter in that light at all, and was indignant at Malinche for the forbearance that she showed in speaking of the author of her misfortunes. This conversation had taken place at the time when Roger had first learned to converse in the Tabascan language. The girl's statements with regard to the wealth of the country to which she belonged had fired his imagination. This was doubtless the country concerning which rumors were current among the Spanish islands, and with whom it had been the purpose of his father's expedition to open trade. Malinche told him that they spoke a language quite different from that of the Tabascans. There were many dialects among the various peoples under the sway of the Aztecs, but all could understand each other, as they had all come down from the far north to settle in the country. Thinking the matter over, he determined, if possible, that he would some day make his way over to Malinche's country, which seemed so far in advance of the Tabascans. "The Spaniards will go there some day," he said, "and although they would kill me without hesitation if they found an Englishman there before them, I might yet in some way or other manage to achieve my escape." Accordingly he asked Malinche to teach him her language, and at the end of the 6 months he could converse with her in it almost as readily as he could in Tabascan, for in learning it he had none of the initial difficulties he had at first encountered in acquiring Tabascan, the latter language serving as a medium. The year which had elapsed since the Swan sailed from Plymouth had effected great alteration in Roger's figure. He had grown several inches, and had widened out greatly, and was fulfilling the promise of his earlier figure by growing into an immensely large and powerful man. He was even now half a head taller than the very tallest of the natives of Tabasco, and in point of strength was still more their superior. Thus, although the belief in his supernatural origin was rapidly dying out, a certain respect for his size and strength prevented any of his opponents from any open exhibition of hostility. The fact, too, of his perfect fearlessness of demeanor added to this effect. Roger carried himself well, and as, with head erect, he strolled through the streets of Tabasco, with a step that contrasted strongly with the light and nimble one of the slenderly built natives, men made way for him, while his sunny hair, which fell in short waves back from his forehead, his fearless gray eyes, and the pleasant expression of his mouth, rendered him a source of admiration to the women, who, with scarce an exception, still believed firmly that he was no ordinary human being. One day, when Roger was dressing in the morning, he heard excited talking in the street, and the sound of hurrying feet. "What has happened this morning, Malinche?" he called out. "The merchants have come," she said, "the merchants from my country." As Roger had heard from her that a trade was carried on by Mexico with the surrounding countries, by merchants who traveled in parties with strong bodies of armed men, and that they had been at Tabasco but a few days only before he had first arrived there, and might be expected again in about a year, he was not surprised at the news. He had, indeed, been looking forward to this visit. He felt that his position was getting more and more unsafe, and that the cazique would not be able, much longer, to support him against the hostility of the majority of the men of importance in the town. What he had heard from Malinche had greatly raised his curiosity with regard to her country, and his longing to see these people, whom she described as invincible in war, and so infinitely superior in civilization to the Tabascans. He had closely inquired from Malinche whether she thought he would be well received did he reach her country. Malinche's opinion was not encouraging. "I think," she said, "that they would sacrifice you in the temples. All our gods love sacrifices, and every year countless persons are offered up to them." "It is a horrible custom, Malinche." Malinche did not seem to be impressed, as he expected. "Why?" she asked. "They would be killed in battle were they not kept for sacrifice. The Aztecs never kill if they can help it, but take prisoners, so that death comes to them in one way instead of another. And it is better to be killed in the service of the gods than to fall uselessly in battle." "I don't think so at all, Malinche. In battle one's blood's up, and one scarcely feels pain. And if one is killed, and there is an end of it. That is quite different to being put to death in cold blood." "And do they sacrifice women as well as men?" "Sometimes, but not so many," she said. "And in dry weather they offer up children to Talak, the god of rain." "But they cannot capture them in war," Roger said, horrified. "No, they are sold by their parents, who have large families, and can do without one or two." To Malinche, brought up in the hideous religion of the Mexicans, these things appeared as a matter of course, and she could scarcely understand the horror and disgust which her description of the sacrifices to her gods caused him. "And you think that they would sacrifice me, Malinche?" "I cannot say," she replied. "The priests are masters in these things. If they said sacrifice, they would sacrifice you. But if they thought you a god, you would be treated with great honor. How can I tell? I think that they would pay you greater honor than here, but of course I cannot tell." "Why should they pay me greater honor, Malinche?" "Because one of our gods was white. Quetzalcoatl was the kindest of our gods. He taught us the use of metals, instructed us how to till the ground, and laid down all the rules for good government. When he lived in Anahuac, everyone was happy. Every head of corn was so big that a man could scarce carry one. The earth was full of flowers and fruit. Cotton grew of many colors, so that there was no need to dye it, and the very birds sang more sweetly than they have ever sung since. Ah! If Quetzalcoatl had always stopped with us, we should have been happy indeed." "But why did he not, Malinche?" Malinche shook her head. "He was a god, but not one of the greatest, and one of these grew angry with him. I cannot tell who. Perhaps it was the god of war, who saw that the Anahuans were so happy that they no longer went out to conquer other people and to provide sacrifices for him. Perhaps they were jealous because the people worshipped Quetzalcoatl more than them. Anyhow, they were angry with him, and he was obliged to leave us. He came down to the sea and took leave of the people, promising that he or his descendants would some day revisit them. Then he took his seat in his boat, which was formed of serpent skins, and sailed away, and has never been seen again. But we all know that one day, if he does not come himself, white people will come from the sea to us. I think, Roger, that you are one of the descendants of Quetzalcoatl, and I think my countrymen would think so too, and would hold you in great honor if the priests, who are very powerful, did not turn them against you." "What was this god like?" asked Roger. "He was tall in stature, and he had a white skin, and his hair was not like yours, for it was long and dark, and flowed over his shoulders, and he had a great beard. But as you are tall and white, you are like him, and as he went towards the rising sun, it may be that, afterwards, his hair changed from black to a color like yours, which seems to me brown when you are sitting here, but gold when the sun falls on it. So it seems, Malinche, that I may be sacrificed, or I may be taken for a god. I would much rather that they would be content to treat me for what I am, a man like themselves, only of a different race and color." Roger had many conversations of this kind with Malinche, and as he felt his position becoming daily more precarious among the Tabascans, had come to believe that he should have at least as good a chance among the Aztecs as where he was. In return for all the girl told him about her country, he told her much about his own. He explained to her that there were many peoples among the whites, as among the reds, and they fought against each other in battle, having weapons which made a noise like thunder, and killed at a great distance. He told her how one of these peoples, named Spaniards, had conquered many islands not very far distant from Tabasco, and how assuredly they would come, in time, and try to conquer this country too. He explained that, while the nation to which he belonged was, at present, at peace with the Spaniards, they were not allowed to come into this part of the world, and that had he and those who had sailed with him fallen into their hands, they would have been all put to death. The news, then, that the Aztec traders had arrived was a matter as of much interest to Roger as to the people of the town. These looked forward to purchasing many things which they could not otherwise obtain, for the gold ornaments, the rich feather mantles, and most of the other articles of superior manufacture which Roger had seen were not the work of the natives of Tabasco, but of their powerful neighbors. The traders would stay, Malinche said, for 4 or 5 days at least, and Roger, therefore, thought it better not to go out to see them until he learned what were the cazique's views concerning him. He therefore remained quietly at home all day. Upon the following morning he received a summons from the cazique. "White man," the chief said, "I have spoken to the Anahuac traders concerning you, and they have a great desire to see you. Therefore you will, this morning, accompany us to their camp." An hour afterwards Roger started with the cazique and a numerous body of the latter's counselors and attendants. The encampment of the Anahuans was a quarter of a mile from the town. In the center rose a large tent, the abode of the merchants, and around, ranged in regular order, were the rough huts erected by their escort. These were assembled in military array. They were, like the Tabascan soldiers, clad in thick quilted doublets. Their spears were tipped with copper, or with obsidian, a stone resembling flint, of great hardness, and capable of taking a very sharp edge. In front of the tent were several banners, embroidered in different devices in gold and feather work. Roger afterwards learned that merchants were held in far higher consideration in Anahuac than in Europe, that their business was considered as one of great honor, and that they were permitted to assume what may be called heraldic devices on their standards, to carry bright feathered plumes, and to wear gold ornaments, such decorations being only allowed to warriors who had, by their deeds in battle, been admitted into an institution which closely resembled that of knighthood, all others dressing in plain white clothes, woven from thread obtained from the aloe. Even members of the royal family were not exempted from this law. The whole trade of the country was in the hands of these merchants, who traded not only to its utmost borders, but with neighboring people. They were allowed to raise forces sufficient for their protection. They furnished the government with descriptions of the people they visited, and often afforded the state a pretext for wars and annexations by getting up quarrels with the natives. They resembled, in fact, the East India Company during the last century, mingling in their persons the military and mercantile character. In addition to their soldier escort, they took with them on their journeys a vast number of slaves. These carried the merchandise, made up into packets weighing about 80 pounds. Many of these slaves had been instructed in the arts of the Aztecs, and there were among them musicians, singers, dancers, and workers in metal and feather work, and these were sold at high rates to the people with whom they traded. The merchants, who were attired in rich feather mantles, with plumes of bright feathers upon their heads, came to the entrance of their tent, when the cazique, with his company, approached. After some talk between them and the chief, by means of an interpreter, Roger was brought forward from the rear of the company. The merchants inspected him with grave curiosity. They turned and talked among themselves. Then they invited the chief to enter their tent. He remained there for some time, and when he came out again, returned to his companions, and, ordering 4 of his soldiers to accompany him back to the town, left the rest of his party to traffic as they chose with the merchants. He did not address Roger until they reached his house, and then bade him enter with him. "White man," he said, "the Anahuan merchants wish to carry you away with them to their own country, and have offered in exchange sundry slaves and articles of merchandise. I would not have parted with you, and have told them, indeed, that you were no slave of mine to sell as I chose, but a stranger who had come to visit me from I know not where, and have also told them that, if you go with them, it must be of your own free choice, for that misfortune might fall upon my people did I treat you with aught but honor. It is then for you to decide. You know that I wish well to you, and hold you in great esteem, deeming that your visit here will give prosperity as well as honor to Tabasco. But there are those among my people who are foolish and headstrong, and who view your coming with suspicion. The priests, too, are unfavorably disposed toward you, and have long urged that you would make a most acceptable sacrifice to the gods. So far I have withstood them, but I am old and cannot look to live long, and after I have gone, your enemies would assuredly have their way. Therefore, I think it is for your good that you should go with these merchants." The cazique was speaking the truth, but not the whole truth. The merchants had offered, in slaves and goods, an amount which had excited his cupidity, and he was, moreover, glad to be rid of the presence of one who was the cause of constant dispute and trouble in his councils. At the same time, he still believed in the supernatural powers of his visitor, and was afraid that, if the latter went against his will, he might invoke all sorts of ills and misfortunes upon Tabasco. He was much relieved then, when Roger replied that he was willing to go with the merchants. "I have seen," he said, "that my presence here is unwelcome to many, and that I was the cause of trouble. I know, too, cazique, that you have befriended me to the utmost, while many others have been against me. I am willing, then, to depart." Great was the grief of Malinche when she learned from Roger that he was to go with the Anahuans. "Could not my lord take me with him?" she asked presently, as her sobs lessened in violence. "I shall be but a slave myself, Malinche. If you ask the cazique, he will let me go with you. I am but of little value to him." Roger did not answer for some minutes. He would have been glad, indeed, to have had Malinche, who had been his companion and friend, and whom he regarded almost as a sister, with him, but there were many things to be considered. He might be well received in this new country, but he might be sacrificed to these gods of theirs, and in that case Malinche might share his fate, as she said that even women were offered up. Even if well received, he might not be able to have Malinche with him. Besides, of course, he did not want her as an attendant, and in what other capacity could she go? If he got into trouble, and had to try to escape from their land, he might not be able to carry her off, too. If they were separated, what was to become of her? She could not go to the mother who had sold her as a slave. No, certainly, he decided, he must go without her. "Malinche," he said, after a long silence, "it cannot be. There is no saying what my fate may be among your people. I may be offered up to those terrible gods you told me of. I may be treated as a slave. There is no saying what might happen. At any rate, I shall be unable to afford you any protection. Were we separated, as it is almost certain we should be, where could you go, or what would become of you? Besides, how in any case could we keep together? I could not have you as a slave, even if I wanted to do so in your own country. And how else could you go with me? If you like, I will ask the cazique for your freedom, so that you might travel back to your own country with the merchants." The girl shook her head. "I have no friends there now," she said. "Where should I go?" "That is just what I am saying, Malinche. There is nowhere for you to go except with me, and I do not see how you could go with me. If you do not like this, I will promise you that, if things turn out well with me in your country, I will send by the next merchants who come here, and buy you from the cazique, and find friends for you there, and place you with them." "You would have wives there," the girl said passionately, "and you would never think any more of me." Roger burst into a loud laugh. "Why, Malinche, I am only a boy. I am not yet 18, and in my country we do not think of taking wives until we are 8 or 10 years older than that. It is a serious thing with us, for each man has only one wife, and it behooves him, therefore, to be very careful in making his choice. I hope, long before it comes to my time for thinking of marriage, to be back in my own country and among my own people. If I were to marry here, how could I ever think of going away? I could not go and leave a wife behind me. I could not take her away with me, because she would never be happy among a strange people, any more than I should be happy if I lived here. No, no, Malinche, there is no fear of my marrying, any more than there is of my forgetting you. You can trust me. If I live and do well in your country, I will send for you, and I will tell your people that you have been as a sister to me, and will see that this mother of yours does you justice, and that you shall come to your own again, and you shall marry some cazique of your own choice. If you do not hear from me, you will know that things have gone badly with me, and that either I have been sacrificed to your gods, or that I am held as a slave and have no power whatever to help you." Malinche said no more. Her dark eyes were full of tears, but with a habit of submission natural to Mexican women, she simply took Roger's hand and placed it against her forehead. "Malinche will wait," she said, and then hurried from the room. Before leaving, Roger gave Malinche several of the handsomest of the bracelets and necklaces that had been bestowed on him in the first flush of his popularity at Tabasco, and gave presents also to the old woman. The two girls wept bitterly when he said goodbye to them, and Roger himself had to fight hard to restrain his tears. "It is as bad," he said to himself, "as it was saying goodbye to Dorothy and Agnes. Color does not matter much, after all. Malinche is just as good and kind as if she were white." The cazique himself conducted Roger to the Anahuac encampment. He had that morning made him various presents of robes and mantles, for he was very desirous that his visitor should part in good will from him, and he again impressed upon him the fact that he only parted with him because he felt that he could not protect him from the ill will of some of his people. The merchants made no secret of their satisfaction as soon as they handed to the cazique the goods and slaves they had agreed to give in exchange for Roger. They had, like the cazique, pretended to be indifferent as to the bargain, and had haggled with him over the terms of the purchase. But both parties were equally desirous of concluding the agreement, and, while the cazique considered that he was making an excellent bargain for the visitor, who had voluntarily placed himself in his hands, the merchants were still more delighted. In the first place, the Mexicans were, as Malinche had told Roger, looking for the arrival of Quetzalcoatl, or of a white descendant of his from the sea. And if Roger were to turn out to be the expected god, the honor which would fall upon them, as his producer, would be great indeed. But even should this not prove so, they would gain great credit, to say nothing of profit, by bringing home so singular a being, who would either be received in high honor by the king, or would be one of the most acceptable sacrifices ever offered to the gods. As soon, therefore, as the cazique had left, they addressed Roger in terms of high respect, and presented to him some of their most handsome feather robes, tiaras with plumes, ornaments, and arms. To their stupefaction, Roger replied in their own language, and as they were in ignorance that the cazique possessed a countrywoman of their own among his slaves, they regarded this as a miracle of the most singular kind, and as an indisputable proof of the supernatural nature of their visitant. It was true that he did not speak as a native, but Quetzalcoatl himself might well have forgotten somewhat of his own language in his hundreds of years of absence from Mexico. The large tent was at once placed at Roger's disposal, the merchants contenting themselves with a smaller one raised beside it. A number of slaves were told off to attend upon him, and his meals were served with the greatest ceremony and deference. That night, as Roger lay upon the soft pile of quilted rugs prepared for him, his mind was sorely troubled as to his position. Was he right in allowing them to deceive themselves into a belief that he was a supernatural being? Ought he not, rather, to tell them that all these gods they worshipped were false, and that there was but one true God, he who was worshipped by the white men? Thinking it over in every way, he concluded at last that there was no necessity for him at present to undeceive the Anahuans. He could do no good by doing so, and would ensure his own destruction. He resolved, however, that nothing should induce him to pay honor to their gods, or to take any part in their bloody sacrifices. "They can kill me if they will," he said, "but I am not going to be false to my religion. If they should not kill me, I may be able, in time, to persuade them that their gods are false. But for the present it would be madness to try to do so. From what Malinche said, they are devoted to their religion, and the priests are all powerful. If I am to do any good, therefore, it must be done gradually. What should we think at home if an Indian were to arrive and to try and teach us that our God was a false one? Why, he would be burnt at the stake in no time. and one cannot expect that these Indians would be more patient in such a matter than we should. When the Spaniards come, they will doubtless overthrow their gods and force them to be Christians, just as they have with the peoples in the islands. The next morning early the tents were pulled down, the slaves loaded up with what merchandise remained unsold, with the tents and provisions for the journey, and the caravan started for the west. A party of the soldiers marched first. Then came the merchants, with Roger and a small guard of armed men. They were followed by the slaves, and another body of troops brought up the rear. For 6 days they passed through a country more or less cultivated, with villages scattered about. One of these was always chosen for their stopping place, and Roger admired the regularity and order with which the encampment was formed, and the good conduct observed in the dealings with the people. Provisions were obtained by barter, and the inhabitants mingled fearlessly with the trading party. He remarked on this to the merchants, who replied that it was always their custom to keep on the most friendly terms with the people. Our caravans, they said, visit all the countries round our own, and did one of them ill-treat the natives, the others would suffer for it. Therefore, we are always particular to give them no cause for dissatisfaction. The empire is extensive, and many parts of it are but newly conquered. Therefore, we should be gravely blamed were we to embroil ourselves with its neighbors, until the king desired to carry his arms in that direction. Sometimes we have trouble. We were with a party who, a few years back, were attacked of the people of Ayotlan. We saw that trouble was coming, and fortified our camp, and for 4 years carried on war with the town, and in the end captured it. But this was forced upon us, and we had the approval of the king. All those concerned in the struggle were permitted to have banners of their own, and military emblems. How did you supply yourselves with provisions all the time? The country people were neutral. That was the advantage we had from having always treated them well, while the cazique of Ayotlan had been a tyrant, and had greatly oppressed them. So they brought in provisions to us for sale, and we had less difficulty in that way than the people of the town. At last the villages of the Tabascans were left behind. For some days the caravans traveled through a very sparsely populated country, and then arrived at a large village where the Anahuac language was spoken. "We are now in the country of the king," the principal merchant said. "All over it you will find the same language spoken, for although there are many people who lived under their own chiefs, and many of whom have been but lately conquered, the language is similar, though spoken with differences, for all the tribes came down from the north and settled here." "And who dwelt here before they came?" "A people called the Toltecs. They were a great people, well instructed in agriculture, great workers in metals, and builders of grand cities." "And what became of them?" "It is not known, but misfortunes came upon them, famine or disease, and it is said that they went away to the south. Then came a people called the Chichemecs, a barbarous people from the north, whom we found here when we came. Of us, the greatest tribe were the Aztecs, who settled on one side of the Great Lake, and built a city there, called Tenochtitlan, or sometimes Mexico, from the great war god Mexitli. Another great tribe were the Tezcucans, to which we belong, and our capital is Tezcuco, on the eastern side of the same lake. Mexico and Tezcuco formed an alliance, and with us was Tlacopan, a smaller kingdom hard by. It was agreed that in all wars 1/5 of the spoil should go to the Tlacopans, and the rest be divided between the Aztecs and the Tezcucans. This alliance has remained unbroken, and together we have conquered all the countries round, and from sea to sea." "What sea?" Roger interrupted. "There is, on the west, another great sea, like this on the east, which stretches away no man knows whither. And between these two seas all the peoples, save one, acknowledge the dominion of Mexico. For although we are in alliance, the Aztecs have of late years taken the lead, for they have had very great monarchs, and are more war-loving than we of Tezcuco. And our kings, and those of Tlacopan, acknowledge the Aztecs to be the leading power, and give to their king the title of emperor. We maintain our own laws and usages. Our king places the crown upon the head of each new monarch of Mexico, but we own him to be the chief of our confederacy, and the more distant countries that have but recently been conquered have been assigned entirely to the Aztecs, although we have had our proper share in the slaves and spoil taken in the war. And what is the one state that has not been conquered by your confederacy? Tlaxcala. It lies high up among the mountains, and, although but a small state, has maintained its independence, and has several times repulsed the attacks of our best soldiers. Roger thought that Tlaxcala must be a sort of Mexican Switzerland. It is singular that a small state should have resisted so long, he said. They have not been very often attacked, the merchant replied. There is little to be got from them but hard knocks. The country is not fertile, the cold is too great, and they have only the necessities of life. Except for slaves and for sacrifice to the gods, there is nothing to be gained by their conquest. And you all worship the same gods? Roger asked. Assuredly, he said, although some are thought more highly of in one kingdom, some in another. Mexitli, or as he is generally called, Huitzilopochtli, is of course the greatest everywhere, but he is worshipped most of all by the Aztecs. Quetzalcoatl is also greatly worshipped. As he spoke, the merchant glanced furtively up at Roger. The lad saw that this was a favorable opportunity for creating an impression. He smiled quietly. "It is right that he should be," he said, "since he taught you all the good things you know, and was, like myself, white." This proof of the great knowledge possessed by the being before him vastly impressed the Mexican. How could this strange being know the Mexican tongue, and be acquainted with its gods, unless he were one of them? It had pleased him to assume ignorance of other matters, but doubtless he was well aware of everything that had passed in the country since he left it. Henceforth the respect which he and his companions paid to Roger was redoubled. As soon as they had reached the borders of Mexico, a swift runner had been dispatched to the nearest post with a message to be sent forward to the king of Tezcuco, with the tidings of the arrival of a strange white being in the land, and asking for instructions as to what was to be done with him. In the meantime, the merchants told Roger that they wished him to abstain from going out into the various villages and towns at which they stopped. "Until we know what are the king's wishes concerning you, it were better that you were not seen. In the first place, all this country by the coast is under the Aztec rule, and as soon as you were seen, messages would be sent forward to Mexico, and the emperor might desire that so great a wonder should be sent directly to him. Whereas, if our own king sends first for you, you would be his property, as it were, and even Montezuma would not interfere. It will not be long before an answer arrives, for along all the roads there are post houses, 2 leagues apart from each other. At each of these, couriers are stationed, men trained to run at great speed, and these carry the dispatches from post to post at the rate of 8 or 9 miles an hour. But the messages must get changed where they have to be given so often." "Not at all," he said. "The couriers know nothing of the dispatches they carry." "Oh, they are written dispatches," Roger said. "Then you possess the art of writing." "Writing? What is writing?" the merchant asked. "Letters are inscribed on paper," Roger said, "so that the person receiving them at a distance understands exactly what the one who wrote wished to say." The merchant shook his head. "I know nothing of what you call letters," he said. "We draw pictures on a fabric formed of prepared skins, or of a composition of silk and gum, but chiefly on a paper prepared from the leaves of the aloe. Besides the pictures there are marks, which are understood to represent certain things. These picture dispatches are made in the form of rolls or books. I myself has a slave who is skilled in such work, and who has depicted you and added all particulars, and the roll has been forwarded to Tezcuco." End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of With Cortez in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. With Cortez in Mexico by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 7, A Wonderful Country. So anxious were the merchants to avoid arriving at any town of importance where there would be an Aztec commander and garrison until they received an answer from Tezcuco, that they traveled by very slow stages, camping in small villages where they could obtain water and supplies. Roger asked many questions of them as to the country, and learned that the hot and arid soil they were now crossing extended only about 1/3 of the distance to be traversed. Then that they would pass over a range of lofty mountains, offering great difficulties to travel, that the cold was extreme, and that snow lay almost continuously upon the highest summits. After crossing this range, they would journey across a rich country, and descend at last into a most lovely and fertile valley, in which lay the lake, upon which the capitals of the two countries were situated. The country they were now traversing varied considerably. In some places it consisted of parched and sandy plains, almost free of vegetation. In others, where the rains were less able to drain quickly away, were districts of extraordinary fertility. Here grew the cocoa, vanilla, indigo, and aromatic shrubs innumerable, forming thick and tangled jungles, impervious to the foot of man. Flowers of gorgeous colors bordered these groves, and lofty trees of foliage, altogether strange to Roger, reared their heads above them. The lad was delighted with the extraordinary richness of color, and the variety of the foliage, but he would have enjoyed it more had it not been for the intense heat of the sun and the closeness of the air. They crossed several large streams. They cut down the great rushes which bordered them, and, tying these together in bundles, formed rafts, upon which 4 or 5 at a time were ferried over. Roger learned that the principal road from the coast ran from Campawalla, a large town near the sea, but that this lay a long distance to the north, and that the route they were traveling ran nearly due west to Tepeaca, and thence northwest to Pueblo, after which the towns lay thickly all the way to the lake. As far as Roger could learn the distance from the coast which they had lately been following to Mexico was by this route about 300 miles. On the 5th day after the messenger had been dispatched, a courier ran into the camp just as the caravan was about to start, and handed to the chief merchant what looked to Roger like a portfolio. This, indeed, was something of its character. It consisted of 2 thin boards, within which was a sheet of paper. It contained a number of paintings and signs, of which Roger could make nothing, but the merchants informed him that it expressed the satisfaction of the king of Tezcuco at the news that had been sent him of the arrival of a strange white personage in the land, that the priests would consult the auguries and decide whether it boded well or ill for the country. and in the meantime that they were to journey on to Tepeaca, where they would be met by an envoy, charged to receive the white stranger and to conduct him to Tezcuco. The merchants themselves were only able to gather the general contents of this picture dispatch, but the slave who had drawn the one sent forward interpreted every sign and color, for Roger found that colors as well as signs had their meaning. He learned from the merchants that this picture writing was a science in itself, and that it needed years of instruction and labor to acquire it. In every town and village there were certain persons skilled in the art, so that messages of all kinds could be sent to the capital, and orders and instructions received. The national archives were entirely written in this manner, and in the temples were immense stores of these documents, affording information of every event of interest, however minute, in the history of the people. The caravan now pushed on rapidly. After traveling, as Roger calculated, nearly 100 miles from the sea, the ground began to rise rapidly, and in a single day the change in temperature was very marked. Roger felt the sense of listlessness and oppression, which had weighed upon him while crossing the low country, pass away as if by magic, and it seemed to him that he was again breathing the air of Devonshire. The vegetation had greatly changed. The vanilla, cocoa, and indigo had disappeared, and trees totally different from those of the plain met his eye. Another day's march, and they were 4,000 feet above the sea. Here everything was green and bright, showing that rain constantly fell. Groves of a tree of rich foliage, which was, the merchant told him, the liquid amber tree, grew near the road, while on both sides lofty mountains rose precipitously to a great height, their summits being clothed in snow. Some of these, he heard, had in times past burnt with terrible fires, and vast quantities of melted rock flowed over the country, carrying destruction in its course. In many cases the road was a mere track, winding along the side of these mountains, with precipices yawning below. A day's march through the mountains brought them into a lofty plateau, some 7,000 feet above the sea. Here were wide-spreading forests of trees, which Roger recognized as large oaks and cypress. Around the villages were clearings, and whereas in the plains below maize was chiefly cultivated, the largest proportion of the fields here were devoted to plantations of the aloe or maguey. Here, even at midday, the temperature was not too hot to be pleasant, while at night the cold was great, and Roger was glad to pile the thick quilted rugs over him. After traversing this plateau for some distance, they came upon another range of hills, far loftier than those they had before crossed, and vastly higher than anything Roger had ever before beheld in his travels. These mountains were, the merchant told him, the Cordilleras. They extended from unknown regions in the north through Anahuac to the south. The snow never melted upon the summits, and several of the highest of these were terrible volcanoes, whose eruptions were dreaded by the whole nation. Sometimes before these commenced, the merchant said, the earth trembled and shook, so that men could scarce stand upon it. Houses were thrown down, and terrible destruction of life and property took place. Fortunately, these are rare occurrences, but several of them have taken place since the time when the Aztecs first established themselves here. The passage through this range was attended with real hardship. Roger, accustomed to our English winter only in the mild climate of South Devonshire, felt the cold to be severe. But the natives suffered far more, and the merchants continued their march right through one night, for the labor of carrying their burdens kept the blood of the thinly clad slaves in motion, whereas if they had halted, many would have succumbed to the cold. At last the path began to descend, and soon after daybreak, as the road crossed a shoulder of the hill, they saw a plateau similar to that they had left, stretching out below them as far as the eye could reach. Even at the height at which they were standing, Roger could see that it was densely populated. Villages were scattered thickly, and the forest was restricted to patches, here and there, the greater portion of the land being under cultivation. Directly in front rose the lofty buildings and temples of a town of considerable size. Seen through the clear mountain air, it seemed but 3 or 4 miles away, and Roger had difficulty in believing the merchants when they assured him that it was fully 20. This was Tepeaca. The slaves, wearied as they were, quickened in their pace, and in 2 hours they emerged from the mountain gorges onto the temperate plateau. Here they halted for some hours near a post house, a courier being sent on to Tepeaca to inform the king's envoys that they had arrived thus far, and to ask whether they should proceed at noon, when the slaves had rested, or make their entry into the town in the morning. In a little over 4 hours the answer was received. The merchants were directed to wait where they were until 3 hours after noon, then to move forward until they arrived within 8 miles of the town, and then to halt for the night, and to start again at sunrise next morning. Roger was as glad as were the slaves that he had not another 15 miles march before him, for the journey had been a most fatiguing one. He thought that the absolute distance traversed did not exceed 30 miles, but owing to the difficulties of the road, and the care that had to be taken in traversing it at night, even with the assistance of the torches carried by the soldiers of the caravan, it had taken them 20 hours, including occasional halts, to perform the journey. An abundance of food was brought in by the neighboring villagers, and the merchants issued an extra supply of cocoa to the slaves. And when the march was resumed, late in the afternoon, the latter had completely recovered from their fatigue. After a march of little more than 2 hours' duration, the caravan halted for the night, and resumed its journey at daybreak. The merchants had presented Roger with a mantle, more highly decorated than that which he had before worn, and with some rich plumes of feathers for his head. And seeing that they wished him to make as brave a show as possible, he put on some of the gold necklaces and bracelets he had received at Tabasco. The caravan was formed up in military order, the standards of the traders being displayed at the head of the column. The porters were placed 4 abreast, and the soldiers who marched on either side were ordered to see that they kept their ranks. The merchants had put on their handsomest mantles, and everything was done to show off the procession to the best. As they approached Tepeaca, the road was lined with people, the news of the approach of the wonderful white man having spread rapidly. As Roger passed, they bowed to the ground, with the same respect that they paid to their own chiefs. He fully came up to their expectations, for not only was the whiteness of his skin and the color of his hair wonderful to them, but he stood many inches higher than the merchants who walked by his side. For Roger had now attained his full height, although but a few months past 17, and stood 6 feet 2 in the thin sandals that he wore. He was, as yet, far from the width that he would attain in another 5 or 6 years, but looked broad and massive as compared with the slight frames of the Mexicans. When within a quarter of a mile of the gates of the town, a procession was seen approaching from it. At its head were 2 nobles, whose appearance far exceeded anything Roger had hitherto seen. They wore cuirasses formed of thin plates of gold, and over these mantles of gorgeous feather work. On the head of one was a helmet of wood, fashioned to represent the head of the puma, or Mexican lion. The other wore a helmet of silver, above which was a cluster of variegated feathers sprinkled with precious stones. They wore heavy collars, bracelets, and earrings of gold and precious stones. Beside them were borne their banners, richly embroidered with gold and feather work, while behind them were a body of soldiers in close vests of quilted cotton and a train of slaves. The merchants bowed low as the nobles approached. The latter paused for a moment as they came near to Roger, and then saluted him by touching the ground with their hands, and then carrying them to their heads. Roger did the same. In the meantime, several attendants round the nobles were filling the air with incense from censers which they bore. "The King of Tezcuco has sent us to welcome you," one of the nobles said. "He longs to see the white stranger who has arrived in our land." "I have heard of the greatness of the king," Roger replied, "and desire to look upon him. I have come from a great distance beyond the sea to see for myself the greatness of the Anahuac kingdoms, and am glad to meet two of its great nobles." The Mexicans were not surprised at Roger understanding their language and replying in it, for the dispatches had already acquainted the king with the fact that the white stranger could converse in their language. There had been an animated debate at the royal council at Tezcuco when the news of his coming had arrived. Some were of opinion that it was an evil omen, for there was a prophecy existing among them that white strangers would come from beyond the seas and overthrow the Aztec power. But upon the other hand, it was pointed out that this could only refer to a large body of men, and that as this stranger came alone, it was far more probable that he was either Quetzalcoatl himself or one of his descendants, and that he came in a spirit of goodwill. If he were a man, one man could do nothing to shake the Aztec power. If he were a god, he could work evil to the whole country, whether he remained on the seashore or advanced to the capital, and it was far better to propitiate him with gifts than to anger him with opposition. Some slaves next brought forward some delicately wrought mats, and laid upon them the various articles they had brought: a shield, helmet, and a cuirass, all with embossed plates and ornaments of gold, a collar and bracelets of the same metal, sandals and fans, crests of variegated feathers, intermingled with gold and silk thread, sprinkled with pearls and precious stones, imitations of birds and animals in cast and wrought gold and silver of exquisite workmanship, curtains, coverlets, and robes of cotton as fine as silk, of rich and various colors, interwoven with feather work so finely wrought that it resembled the delicacy of painting. Roger was astonished at the richness and variety of these goods, and as he viewed them muttered to himself, "If I were but back in Plymouth with these, my cousin Mercy and Dorothy and Agnes would open their eyes indeed. I wish to goodness I had something to send back to the king. One of the cannon from the Swan, with a supply of ammunition and bullets, would have astonished him. However, as it is, I suppose that I must make the best of it." When the goods were all displayed, Roger addressed the ambassadors, saying how great was the pleasure that the gifts afforded him. Not, he said, because he desired gold or jewels or articles of luxury, but because they were proofs of the goodwill of the king, and of the mightiness of his power. "Will you convey my earnest thanks to him for these presents, and say that I regret deeply that I have come to his country empty-handed, and have not to send him in return, but that there are reasons why I could not bring aught with me from the place far across the seas from which I came? There are many strange and wonderful things there. People move across the water in floating castles as big as your temples. They ride on great animals, which carry them with the speed of the wind. When they fight, they use weapons which 20 men could not lift, which make a noise like thunder, and destroy their foes at 2 or 3 miles distance. But I was not permitted to bring, at present, any of these wonders from the far distant country. I wanted to come myself, and I have come. But, as I have said, I had to come alone and empty-handed. In time, these wonderful things will be brought to your shores, but the time has not yet come." The nobles listened with respectful attention. It seemed to them probable enough that a supernatural personage might convoy himself vast distances through the air, but that he could not burden himself with mortal appliances, if indeed such things were the work of merely mortal men. "I could bring with me," Roger went on, "but one small specimen of the metal most used in that distant country." Then the merchants advanced and handed to Roger his knife, which they had purchased of the cazique of Tabasco in exchange for 2 accomplished slaves, and he presented it to the nobles. "You see, it is a metal of extraordinary hardness. Swords made of it will cut through a man's head to the chin. No arrows or spears will penetrate armor made of it. It can be beaten into all shapes when hot. The weapons of which I spoke to you are constructed of it, and it is now used in the arts, in manufacture, and for domestic purposes, as well as for armor and weapons. So common is it that, as you see, the handle is made only of rough horn, which shows you that it is such a one as is commonly used, and is prized but little. It may be that such a metal is found in your country, though as yet you know it not, for in its natural state it is but a stone like others, although greater in weight, and if so, I may be permitted some day to instruct you in the methods of working it." The nobles were greatly impressed with this speech. Quetzalcoatl had instructed the Mexicans in all the arts that they possessed, and this hint that their visitor might bestow upon them the knowledge of this new and most valuable metal seemed a fresh proof of his relationship to the white god, whose return had been so long expected and longed for. They now begged him to enter the city, and a party of their slaves took up the gifts and ranged themselves behind him. The Mexican troops fell in on either side and prevented the crowd from pressing in upon them, and then, accompanied by the 2 nobles, and followed immediately by the merchants, Roger headed the procession as it again set forward. As he entered the town, Roger saw that it was vastly in advance of Tabasco. The walls were of stone, strong and massive. The streets were wide and straight, bordered by well-built houses with flat roofs, upon which great numbers of people were assembled. These uttered cries of welcome as he came along, and threw down wreaths of flowers. The Aztec governor, with a strong guard of soldiers, met them in a large square in the center of the town, and in the name of the Emperor Montezuma welcomed Roger, and presented him with gifts of even greater value than those sent by the King of Tezcuco, saying that his master hoped that he would pay a visit to his capital, as well as to that of the neighboring sovereign. Roger replied suitably, and the procession then took its way to a large house that had been assigned to the visitor. Here a banquet was served in grand style, the governor and the 2 ambassadors alone taking their seats with him. The meal was served up on golden dishes, and pulque was handed round in goblets of the same metal by white-robed slaves. Strains of music rose in the air, the performers being stationed in an adjoining apartment. The music was unlike anything Roger had ever before heard, and seemed to him to be of a plaintive nature. With the exception of the fruits, the dishes served were all strange to him, and he was unable even to guess at their nature. Among them was a large bird, which Roger judged to be either a swan or a peacock, but which he was informed was a turkey, a bird common in the country, but of which he had never before heard. There were other sorts of game, and all these were prepared with delicate sauces and seasonings. There were a large number of various confections and pastry, and a great variety of vegetables and fruits. Under the dishes of meats, small fires of charcoal were burning in order to keep them hot. The table was ornamented with vases of silver and gold, of delicate workmanship, and the confections were eaten with spoons made of gold or silver, or of tortoise shell. Several varieties of pulque, flavored with sweets and acids, were handed, as also chocolate flavored with vanilla and other spices. When the viands were removed, slaves brought round, as they had done before the meal began, basins of water and soft cotton towels, and each of those present washed his hands and face. Then a surprise even greater than those which had preceded it awaited Roger. 2 attendants brought round waiters, upon one of which was placed a pile of a substance which looked to Roger as if it were the leaves of some vegetable broken into small pieces, and also a gold box containing a brown dust. On the other tray were placed a variety of instruments, of whose use Roger was ignorant. They were small tubes, inserted into bowls of gold or silver, and in addition to these were some things that looked like yellowish-brown sticks, of 2 or 3 inches in length, with tubes into which they fitted. These trays were first handed to Roger, who, after examining their contents, turned to the noble next to him and said, "I know not what these may be, or how they are used. They are not in use in the country from which I come." The noble looked surprised. "It is yetl," he said, "and is good for soothing the nerves and preparing for the siesta, besides being very pleasant. All these things are made from the same leaf," and he touched the short sticks, the heap of broken leaves, and the powder. "This powder we apply to the nose," and he and his companions took a pinch from the box and thrust it into their nostrils. Roger followed their example, but a pungent odor brought the tears into his eyes, and in another moment he was seized with a violent fit of sneezing, from which he was some time before he recovered. "You will get over this in time," the noble said gravely, but with a slight smile. "This effect is only experienced when the herb is first used." Much as Roger had been astonished by the effect of the powder, he was still more surprised at the use to which the broken leaf and the little sticks were put. 2 of the Mexicans filled the small bowls with the leaf, while the other took one of the tubes holding a small stick. An attendant then approached with a small piece of wood on fire. This was applied first to the stick and then to the small bowls, and to Roger's stupefaction, great clouds of smoke at once issued from the mouths of the 3 Mexicans. Had it not been that, from the tranquil expression of their faces, he saw that this was the regular course of events, he would have thought that some accident had occurred, and that the Mexicans had, in some mysterious way, taken fire in the interior. He remained silent for a moment or 2, and then asked, "Do you like it? Is it really pleasant to you?" "It is indeed," the governor said. "This herb is largely used. Its effect is to produce a feeling of repose and contentment. You will get to like it in time." "Possibly I may," Roger replied, "although at present that hardly seems probable." The music now struck up a more lively air. Presently a number of young men and women, who had been feasting in another apartment, came in and performed several graceful dances, to the accompaniment of the music, singing, as they did so, a sort of chant, which reminded Roger of those he had so often heard in the churches at home. When all was over, the ambassadors withdrew, saying that doubtless their guests would wish to enjoy a siesta during the heat of the day. Some slaves led the way into another apartment, in which was a couch heaped with soft rugs, and here Roger threw himself down. "Was there ever an English boy in so strange a strait as mine?" he asked to himself. "What an extraordinary people! Gold seems as plentiful with them as common pottery with us, and as to the magnificence of their dresses, I verily believe that the court of King Harry would make but a poor show beside them. If I could land at Plymouth tomorrow, with all the presents I have received today, I should be a rich man. Here they are valueless. I received presents at first at Tabasco, and yet had I remained there a month longer, I should have been sacrificed to those cruel gods of theirs. These presents mean really nothing to me. They seem magnificent, but gold is so common here that it is no more than if, at home, one presented a man with necklaces of glass and some woolen cloths. It is a mark of civility, but that is all. When I get there, the priest will be inquiring into my religion, and when they see that I pay no honor to their gods, they will be sure to raise a cry against me. Malinche was telling me that every year some special prisoner is chosen for sacrifice, and is treated with great honor, and has every luxury until the time comes, and then they put him to death. Brutes! I have no doubt they will consider that, from my very rarity, I shall make a specially acceptable sacrifice. I wish I was back on the Hoe again. Cousin Diggory and Mistress Mercy and the girls little think into what a horrible fix I have fallen. Alone among a strange people, who breathe smoke out of their mouths, and load me with rich presents one day, and may kill me on the next. Well, when the day comes, I shall try not to disgrace my country and religion and color. But it is very hard, being all alone here. If I had but 2 or 3 of my companions of the Swan with me, I should feel that I could face whatever came. But it is hard to stand quite alone, and I am only a boy. Still, they shall find that I can strike a rough blow or two before I die. They shall not find that it is a lamb that they are going to sacrifice, but a Devonshire lad, with such bone and muscle as one gets from a life on the sea. It is strange that these people should be so cruel. They seem so mild and so gentle, and yet Malinche says that they sacrifice tens of thousands of captives every year to their gods. They never kill in battle if they can avoid it, striving only to take their enemies prisoners for this horrible service. I must try, if I can, to make friends among them. The old cazique of Tabasco stood by me well, and it may be that here I may find some like him. But it will need a powerful protector, indeed, to stand against the priests, who, Malinche says, are far more powerful here than in Tabasco. 3 hours later an attendant came in, and said that the governor invited his guest to walk with him through the town, and survey the temples and other edifices. "Now for it," Roger said, clenching his fist. "Now, Roger Hawkshaw, you have got to show yourself a true man, whatever comes of it." He fastened the sword, which was one of the weapons with which he had been presented, to his girdle, and then went out into the great hall, from which all the other apartments opened. The governor and the 2 nobles from Tezcuco were awaiting him. Upon sallying out, Roger found that the streets were as crowded as when he entered. He was received with a long, quavering cry of welcome by the women, and by a deeper hum of applause by the men. All bent to the ground before him and his companions, before whom a party of soldiers moved to clear the way. "Now we will go first to the great temple," the governor said. "It is but small, in comparison with those of the great cities of the valley, but it is a very holy shrine, and numbers come from all the cities round to pay their devotion there on the days of festival. There are 40 temples in the town, on all of which fires burn night and day, but this is the largest and holiest of them." After passing through several streets, Roger saw a great hill rising in front of him. Whether it was the work of man, or had a natural hill for its foundation, he knew not. It was 4-sided and pyramidal in form. There were terraces rising, one above the other, supported by stone walls. Steps at the angles led from one terrace to another, but these were so placed that anyone mounting had to pass right along the terrace round the pyramid before he arrived at the steps leading to that above. The top of the pyramid seemed to be cut off, leaving an area of, as far as he could judge, some 50 feet square. Smoke ascended from the summit, where, as Malinche had told him, Fire always burns before the altar in its center. Just before reaching the foot of the pyramid, the governor pointed to a building of considerable size. "Here you will see," he said, leading Roger towards a great gateway, "how well the god has been honored." As he neared the gateway, Roger saw that the building was well nigh filled with an immense pile, carefully built up, of what at first appeared to him cannonballs, only of larger size than any he had seen piled in the batteries of Plymouth, and of a white color. Then the thought struck him that they were great turnips, or some such root, which might be held sacred to the god. But as he entered the building, the truth flashed across him. The great pile was composed entirely of human skulls. Roger had made up his mind that, although he would not give way in the slightest in the matter of his faith, he would yet abstain from shocking the religious feeling of the natives. After the first involuntary start at the discovery, he silenced his feelings, and asked how many skulls there were in the heap. He could not, however, understand the reply, as he had not yet mastered the Aztec method of enumeration, which was a very complicated one. Roger walked along one side of the pile, counted the number of skulls in a line, and the number of rows, and then tried to reckon how many skulls there were. Roger was not quick at figures, although his father had tried hard to teach him to calculate rapidly, as it was necessary for one who traded, and bought and sold goods of all descriptions, to be able to keep his own figures, or he would otherwise be forced always to carry a supercargo, as was indeed the custom in almost all trading ships, for there were few masters who could read and write, far less keep accounts. However, as he found there were 100 skulls in each line, and 10 rows, and as the heap was nearly square, it was not a difficult task to arrive at the conclusion that there must be 100,000 skulls in the pile. This seemed to him beyond belief, and yet he could arrive at no other conclusion. If 100,000 victims had been offered up in one temple of this comparatively small city, what must be the total of men killed throughout the country? The pile had, no doubt, been a long time in growing, perhaps 100 years, but even then it would give 1,000 victims yearly in this one temple. Although it seemed well nigh impossible to Roger, it was yet by no means excessive, for according to the accounts of all historians, Mexican and Spanish, the number of victims slain annually on the altars of Mexico amounted to from 25 to 50,000. The god has good reason to be pleased? The Aztec ambassador, who was watching Roger's face closely, remarked. If he is fond of blood and sacrifices, he should indeed be pleased, Roger said quietly. But all gods do not love slaughter. Quetzalcoatl, your god of the air, he who loved men and taught them what they know, such a god would abhor sacrifices of blood. Offerings of fruit and flowers which he taught men to grow, of the arts in which he instructed them, would be vastly more pleasing to him than human victims. Roger spoke in a tone of authority, as if he were sure of what he stated. When the white god left your shores, there were no human sacrifices offered to the gods. This fact Roger had learned from Malinche, who had told him that the custom had been introduced in comparatively late years. She said 10 generations, which he supposed would mean about 200 years, and such a custom would be abhorrent to him. The Aztec governor looked very grave. It was to the god of war that these sacrifices were offered, but the idea that the kindly white god, who stood next to him in public estimation, might not only object to be so worshipped himself, but might object altogether to human sacrifices being offered, was unpleasant to him. And yet this white stranger clearly spoke as if he were acquainted with the mind of Quetzalcoatl. The Tezcucan envoys, on the other hand, looked pleased. Tezcuco had maintained for a long time a milder form of worship. Her people were more gentle than the Aztecs, and had only reluctantly, and in part, adopted the terrible rites of their formidable neighbors. "Will you ascend the temple?" the governor asked. "No," said Roger firmly. "I say not aught against the God of battles. Let those who will make offerings to him. The God of the air," and Roger raised his hand towards the sky, "loves flowers and fruit and peace and goodwill. When he came down to earth, he preached peace, and would have had all men as brothers. And I, who follow him, will not bow down at altars where human beings have been sacrificed." The Mexican naturally thought that Roger was speaking of Quetzalcoatl, and this strange knowledge he possessed of the god and his ways and wishes struck him with deep awe. Without making any further attempt to induce him to ascend the teocalli, which was the name they gave to their pyramidal temples, the governor led the way back to the palace. The next morning Roger started with the Tezcucan envoys on his journey. They informed him on the way that the Aztec governor had, on the previous evening, dispatched an officer of high rank to Mexico to give the emperor the full details of the conversation and sayings of the strange visitor, for the dispatches were available only for sending news of facts and occurrences, but could not be used as mediums for conveying thought. Montezuma is mild and gentle in his disposition, and quite unlike his two predecessors, who were mighty warriors, and doubtless in his heart he will welcome the words you said yesterday concerning Quetzalcoatl. But he is swayed wholly by the priests, and such sentiments will not be agreeable to them, for sacrifices are forever going on at the teocalli. At the dedication of the great temple for Huitzilopochtli, just 30 years ago, 70,000 captives were put to death. "They must have been miserable creatures," Roger said indignantly, "to have submitted tamely to such a fate. They might, at least, have rushed upon their guards, however numerous, and died fighting." Roger said little more during that day's journey. The admiration he had at first felt for the arts and civilization of these people had been succeeded by a feeling of abhorrence. He had heard from Malinche that all victims sacrificed to the gods were afterwards cooked and eaten, and although he had scarcely believed the girl, in spite of her solemn assurances, he could now, after seeing the vast pile of human skulls, quite believe that it was true. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of With Cortez in Mexico. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. With Cortez in Mexico by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 8 at Tezcuco. In each city through which they passed, and several of these were of vastly greater size and importance than Tepeaca, Roger was received with the same welcome and rejoicings that had greeted him there. The houses were decorated with flowers and garlands. Dense crowds lined the streets. Processions came out to meet him. Banquets were given in his honor, and everything seemed gay and joyous. But Roger was low and depressed. To him the whole thing appeared a mockery. He seemed to see blood everywhere, and the fact that, as he learned from the casual remark of one of the envoys, numbers of victims were offered upon the altars on the evening before his arrival at each town, in order to please the gods and bring about favorable omens, added to his depression, and he thought that he had better 1,000 times have been drowned with his father and friends than be the cause of men being thus put to death. It was true that, as he was told, these captives were reserved for this purpose, and had they not been slain on that night, might have been sacrificed on the next. But this was a small consolation. It seemed to him that above the joyful cries of greeting, he could hear the screams of agony of the victims, and to such a pitch was he wrought up that, had he seen any whom he could have recognized as priests, he would have fallen upon them with his sword. But the priests held aloof from the gatherings. They knew not, as yet, how their chiefs would regard this stranger, and it was not their policy to join in welcoming one who might afterwards be denounced and sacrificed as an enemy of their religion. Nor, upon the other hand, would they commit themselves to hostility to one who might be held to be a god. From the summits of the teocallis they looked down upon the great gatherings, angry that instead of, as usual, figuring in the chief places in the procession, they were forced to stand aloof. As in Egypt, the Aztec priests embraced within their order all the science and learning of the nation. They were skilled in the sciences of astrology and divination, and were divided into numerous ranks and classes. Those best instructed in music took the management of the choirs. Others arranged the festivals conformably to the calendar. Some superintended the education of the young of both sexes. Others had charge of the hieroglyphic paintings and records, and of the oral traditions, while the rites of sacrifice were practiced by the chief dignitaries of the order. They were each devoted to the service of some particular deity, and had quarters provided within the spacious precincts of his temple. Here a certain number were always on duty, and men living there practiced the stern severity of conventual discipline. Thrice during the day, and once at night, they were called to prayers. They mortified the flesh by fasting and cruel penance, drawing blood from their bodies by flagellation, or by piercing themselves with the thorns of the aloe. When their turn of duty was over, they resided with their wives and families outside the temples. The great cities were divided into districts, placed under the charge of a sort of parochial clergy. These administered the rites of baptism, confession, and absolution, each of which strongly resembled that of the Christian religion. In baptism, the lips and bosom of the infant were sprinkled with water, and the Lord was implored to permit the holy drops to wash away the sin that was given to it before the foundation of the world, so that the child might be born anew. The secrets of confession were held inviolable, and penances were laid upon the penitents. There was one particularity in the Aztec ceremony of confession, namely, that the repetition of an offense, once atoned for, was deemed inexpiable, and confession was therefore made but once in a man's life, and generally deferred until a late period of it. One of the most important duties of the priesthood was that of education, to which certain buildings were appropriated within the enclosure of the principal temple of each city. Here the youth of both sexes, of the middle and higher classes, were placed when very young, the girls being entrusted to the care of priestesses, for women exercised all sacerdotal functions except those of sacrifice. In these institutions the boys were drilled in monastic discipline. They decorated the shrines of the gods with flowers, fed the sacred fires, and took part in the religious chants and festivals. Those in the higher schools were initiated in the traditionary law, the mysteries of hieroglyphics, the principles of government, and in astronomical and natural science. The girls were instructed in all feminine employments, especially in weaving and embroidery. The discipline, both in male and female schools, was stern and rigid. The temples were supported by the revenue from lands bestowed upon them by successive princes. These were managed by the priests, who were considered as excellent masters, treating their tenants with liberality and indulgence. Besides this, they were entitled to the first fruits of all produce, and were constantly receiving rich offerings from the pious. The surplus, beyond what was required for the support of the priests, was distributed in alms among the poor, charity being strongly prescribed by the moral code of the nation. Thus, the Aztec religion was a strange mixture of good and evil. The moral discipline enforced by it was excellent. Many of its precepts resembled very closely those of Christianity, and yet the whole was contaminated by the wholesale sacrifices. It is supposed that this dual religion was the result of the mixture of two peoples, the mild and gentle tenets of the Toltecs being adopted by the fierce Aztec invaders, who added to them their own superstitious and bloody rites. All this, however, was unknown to Roger at the time. He saw the dark side of their religion only, and was ignorant that there underlay it a system which, in point of morality, love of order and method, and a broad charity, was in no way inferior to that practiced among Christian nations. For some reason of which Roger was ignorant, but which was, doubtless, in order to avoid the delays occasioned by stoppages at large towns, and to push on the faster towards the capital, where the king and his counselors were impatient to behold the white stranger, a detour was made. The towns of Puebla and Cholula were avoided, and the party pushed on rapidly across the plateau land they were now ascending, where the air was again keen and piercing. The road passed between two of the highest mountains in the North American continent, the great volcano Popocatépetl, meaning the hill that smokes, and Iztaccíhuatl, or the White Woman, so called from the bright robe of snow which extended far down its sides. The lower part of these mountains was covered with dense forests, above which rock, lava, and ashes extended to the summit of the crater of the volcano. At night the party sheltered in one of the stone buildings erected by government at intervals along the road for the accommodation of travelers and couriers. Pushing on the next morning, they came upon a view which caused an exclamation of surprise and delight to burst from Roger. At their feet lay the Valley of Mexico, with its lakes glistening in the sunshine, its cultivated plains, and numerous cities and villages. Stretching away from the point at which he was standing were forests of oak, sycamore, and cedar. Beyond, fields of yellow maize and aloe, intermingled with orchards and bright patches of many colors. These were flowers, which were grown on a very large scale, as they were used in vast quantities in the religious festivals, and almost universally worn by the women. In the center of the valley lay the Great Lakes, their borders thickly studded with towns and hamlets. Rising from an island in the center of the largest of these was the city of Mexico, its great buildings and lofty teocallis being seen clearly through the dry atmosphere. The envoys first pointed out the capital to Roger, and then another great city some distance to the right, as being Tezcuco. Beyond the lakes, a barrier of dark hills rose, forming a suitable background to the lovely prospect. Upon the road, Roger learned much from the Tezcucan envoys of the character of the king of their country and of the Emperor Montezuma. The grandfather of the present king had been the greatest and most powerful of the Tezcucan princes. In his youth he had gone through a series of strange adventures. Tezcuco had been captured, the people subjugated by the Tepanecs, and the king killed when the young prince was but 15 years old. The boy himself was thrown into a dungeon, but escaped and fled to Mexico, and on the intercession of the king of that city was allowed to return, and to live for 8 years quietly in a palace belonging to the family. When the Tepanec usurper died, his son Maxtla, who succeeded him, determined to kill the rightful heir to the throne, but being warned in time, Nezahualcoyotl escaped, and for a long time wandered about the country, hotly pursued by his enemies, who were many times on the edge of capturing him, but he was always sheltered by the peasantry. At last, the neighboring powers, fearing the aggression of the Tepanecs, united and routed them. Maxtla was put to death, and the lawful prince placed upon the throne. He showed great magnanimity, granting a general amnesty, and then set about to remodel the government. 3 departments were formed: the Council of War, the Council of Finance, and the Council of Justice, and in each of these bodies a certain number of citizens were allowed to have seats with the nobles and state officers. The highest body was composed of 14 members, all belonging to the highest orders of nobles. This was called the Council of State, which aided the king in the dispatch of business and advised him in all matters of importance. Its members had seats provided for them at the royal table. Lastly, there was a tribunal known as the Council of Music. This was composed of the best instructed persons in the country, without regard of rank, and was devoted to the encouragement of all branches of science and art. All works on these subjects had to be submitted to them before they could be made public. They had the supervision of all the productions of art and the more delicate fabrics. They decided on the qualifications of the teachers of the various branches of science, inquired into the proper performance of their duties, and instituted examinations of the pupils. The council gave prizes for historical composition and poems treating of moral or traditional topics. It was, in fact, at once a board of education and a council of science and art. The kings of the 3 allied states had seats upon it, and deliberated with the other members on the adjudication of the prizes. Thus Tezcuco became the center of the education, science, and art of Anahuac, and was at this time the head of the 3 allied kingdoms. Nezahualcoyotl greatly encouraged agriculture, as well as all the productive arts. The royal palace and the edifices of the nobles were magnificent buildings, and were upon an enormous scale, the Spaniards acknowledging that they surpassed any buildings in their own country. Not satisfied with receiving the reports of his numerous officers, the monarch went frequently in disguise among his people, listening to their complaints and severely punishing wrongdoers. Being filled with deep religious feeling, he openly confessed his faith in a God far greater than the idols of wood and stone worshipped by his subjects, and built a great temple which he dedicated to the unknown God. After 50 years' reign, this great monarch died, and he was succeeded by his son Nezahualpilli, who resembled his father in his tastes, encouraging learning, especially astronomical studies, and building magnificent public edifices. He was severe in his morals and stern in the execution of justice. In his youth he had been devoted to war, and had extended the dominion of Tezcuco, but he afterwards became indolent, and spent much of his time in retirement. His Mexican rival took advantage of this, for as the rule of Tezcuco became relaxed, distant provinces revolted. The discipline of the army became shaken, and Montezuma, partly by force, partly by fraud, possessed himself of a considerable portion of its dominions, and assumed the title, hitherto held by the Tezcucan princes, of emperor. These misfortunes pressed heavily on the spirits of the king, and their effect was increased by certain gloomy prognostics of a great calamity, which was shortly to overwhelm the country. His health rapidly gave way. He had died but 2 years before, and had been succeeded by his son Cacama, the present king, a young prince who was 22 years old when he ascended the throne after a sanguinary war with an ambitious younger brother. In Tezcuco, as in Mexico, the office of king was elective and not hereditary. It was, indeed, confined to the royal family, but the elective council, composed of the nobles and of the kings of the other 2 great confederate monarchies, selected the member of that family whom they considered best qualified to rule. Roger was greatly impressed with these accounts of the government of this strange country. It appeared to him that art and learning were there held of much higher account than they were in England, and it seemed more strange to him than ever that a people so enlightened could be guilty of such wholesale human sacrifices as those of which he had heard, and had indeed seen proof. Still more that they could absolutely feast upon the flesh of these victims of their cruel superstitions. Descending into the valley, the party avoided, as before, the numerous cities in the plain. The Tezcucans told him that they did so simply because they were anxious to arrive as soon as possible at the capital. But as Roger learned from them that the sway of Montezuma was paramount in this part of the valley, he thought it probable that they feared the Aztecs might take him from their hands and send him direct to the emperor. After a long march across a richly cultivated country, they approached the town of Tezcuco, just as evening was closing in. A messenger had gone on ahead to announce the exact hour at which they would arrive, and a party of soldiers were stationed a short distance outside the town to escort them through the city to the royal palace. They formed up on either side of the party when they arrived, and, without a pause, the caravan kept on its way. Roger had been astonished at the magnificence of the houses of the wealthy, scattered for a long distance round the city, and at the extraordinary beauty of the gardens, with their shady groves, their bright flowers, their fish ponds and fountains. But the splendor of the buildings of the capital surpassed anything he had before beheld. Not even in Genoa or Cadiz were there such stately buildings, while those of London were insignificant in comparison. The crowd in the streets were quiet and orderly, and, although they looked with curiosity and interest on the white stranger, of whose coming they had heard, evinced none of the enthusiasm with which he had been greeted at Tepeaca. This was natural enough. The inhabitants of a capital, being accustomed to splendid fetes and festivals, are less easily moved than those of a small provincial town by any unaccustomed events, and are more restrained in the expression of their feelings. The dresses of the people were greatly superior to those he had seen hitherto. They wore over their shoulders a cloak made of cottons of different degrees of fineness, according to the condition of the wearer. These and the ample sashes worn round the loins were wrought in rich and elegant figures, and edged with a deep fringe or tassels. The women went about as freely as the men. Instead of the cloaks, they wore mantles of fur or gorgeous featherwork. Beneath these were several skirts or petticoats of different lengths, with highly ornamented borders. Sometimes loose flowing robes were worn over these, reaching to the ankles, those of the upper classes being of very fine textures and prettily embroidered. Some of the women wore veils made of fine thread of the aloe, or that spun from the hair of rabbits and other animals. Others had their faces entirely exposed, their dark tresses falling luxuriantly over their shoulders. These, Roger learned afterwards, were Aztecs. The rest of the women of Anahuac mostly wearing the veil, which was, however, extremely thin, and scarcely concealed the features. The guards ahead, with difficulty, cleared the way through the crowd, until they at last arrived at the king's palace, a building of extraordinary splendor. A number of nobles, in gorgeous attire, received the party at the entrance, and passing along a stately corridor, they entered a vast hall. A cornice of carved stonework, covered with thin plates of gold, ran round the walls, and from this dropped hangings of the most delicately embroidered stuffs. The roof was of carved cedar, the floor a mosaic of stone of different colors, so delicately fitted together that they seemed one. At the farther end of the hall, upon a raised dais, was a throne. Upon this the young king was sitting, while a number of his counselors and nobles, together with several princesses and ladies of the court, were gathered around him. When Roger approached, he bowed low, saluting in Mexican fashion. The king rose as he approached, looking with lively curiosity and interest at the strange visitor, of whom he had already received so many reports. Roger, on his part, regarded the king with no less interest. He saw before him a young man of 3 or 24, with a bright, intelligent face. His figure showed signs of considerable strength, as well as activity, and there was a certain martial air in his carriage that spoke of the soldier rather than of the king. The nobles had endeavored to impress upon Roger the necessity for him to salute the king by prostrating himself on the ground as they themselves did, but Roger had refused to comply with their request. King Hal himself would not expect me to go before him like a worm if he gave me audience, he said to himself, and I will not demean myself as an Englishman to bow as a slave before any other monarch. Besides, to do so would be to acknowledge that I was his humble subject, and would at once show that I have no pretension whatever to be the superior creature they seem to consider me. I will salute him as his nobles saluted me, paying due deference to his rank, and no more. The king himself did not seem displeased at Roger's breach of the usual etiquette. He looked with admiration at the tall figure of this strange white man, and at the frank and honest expression of his pleasant face, his blue eyes, and sunny hair. "Whoever he may be, he comes not as an enemy," he said in a low voice to his sister, who was standing next to him. "There is neither deceit nor treachery in that face." Then he said aloud to Roger, "You are welcome, white stranger. We rejoice to see you in our courts. We have heard wonderful stories concerning you and about the people in the distant lands from which you come, and shall gladly hear them from your lips, for we are told that you speak our tongue." "I thank you, King Cacama, and I am glad, indeed, that it is my good fortune to behold so great and magnificent a king. I have come, as you have heard, from a far country towards the rising sun, so far that it takes many months to traverse the sea which divides it from you. But had the distance been far greater than it is, I should have been more than repaid for the journey by the sight of you and of this great city over which you rule. And is it true that your people move about the sea in floating castles, and that they fight with weapons that make a noise like thunder, and can batter down walls at a distance of 2 miles? They can kill men at more than that distance, sire, but for battering down walls they are used at shorter distances. The ships are, as you say, floating castles, and will carry hundreds of men, with provisions and stores for many months, besides merchandise and goods. These castles are armed with weapons such as you speak of, some of them carrying 20 or more. Besides which each man carries a weapon of the same kind, but small and light in make, so that it can be carried on the shoulders. These weapons also make a great noise, though not comparable with that of the large pieces, which are called cannon. And they have animals on which they sit, and which carry them at a speed far greater than that at which a man can run? That is so, sire. Of what color are they, and of what form? They are all colors. Some are black, and some white, others brown, or gray, or roan, or bay. This answer seemed to surprise the king more than any other he had heard. All the beasts and birds with which he was acquainted were of the particular color which appertained to their species, and that the animals of any one kind should thus differ in so extraordinary degree from each other struck him as remarkable, indeed. Roger had always been fond of sketching, and had often whiled away dull hours on board ship with pencil and paintbrush, and his cousins at home had quite a collection of sketches that he made for them in foreign parts. He now said, "If your Majesty will order that gentleman, who is at present taking my likeness, to hand me a sheet of paper and his brushes, I will endeavor to draw for your Majesty an outline of the animal I speak of, and which we call a horse." At the king's order, the scribe at once handed the necessary materials to Roger, who in 3 or 4 minutes dashed off a spirited sketch of a horse, with a rider upon his back. The king was greatly struck with the representation. The Aztecs possessed the art of copying objects with a fair amount of accuracy, but the figures were stiff and wooden, without the slightest life or animation. To the king, then, this little sketch appeared almost supernatural. Here was before him an animal which looked alive, as if already in movement. He passed it to those next to him, and continued the conversation. "And the men fight on the backs of those animals?" "The nobles and a certain portion of the troops fight on horseback, the rest of the army on foot." "And are not these animals frightened at the terrible noises made by the weapons you speak of?" "They speedily become accustomed to them, your Majesty, just as men do, and will carry their rider into the midst of the enemy, however great the noise. Some other time I will draw for your Majesty a representation of one of our knights, or captains, charging in full armor, which is, as you have perhaps heard, made of a metal that is not known here." "And these weapons that you speak of are made of the same metal?" "They are mostly made of that metal, sire, though sometimes they are made of a metal which we call brass, which is a compound of copper and of another metal called tin, which adds greatly to its strength and hardness." "But how do they work? What machinery can be used to hurl a missile at so vast a distance?" "There is no machinery, sire. The weapon is a hollow tube of vast strength, closed at one end, with only a small hole left there by which fire can be applied. A black powder, composed of various substances, is placed in the tube and pressed up to the end, a wad of cotton or other material being forced down upon it. A large ball, made of this metal, which is called iron, and almost the same diameter as the tube, is pushed down upon the wad, and the weapon is pointed at the enemy, or at the wall to be knocked down. When fire is applied to the small hole, the powder at once explodes, with a noise like thunder, and the ball is sent through the air with so great a speed that the eye cannot follow its flight, and all that it strikes goes down before it." "Even one of these captains on his horse?" the king asked. 50 of them, sire, were they ranged up in line, one behind the other." "Will you be able to teach us to make such weapons?" "Your Majesty, I have had a share in the using of these weapons, but not in the making of them, and they require great skill in their manufacture. I know not whether iron stone exists in this country, and were it found, it would require a long experiment and great knowledge to manufacture a cannon from it. As to the powder, it is composed of 3 ingredients. One is charcoal, which can be obtained wherever trees grow. Another is called by us saltpeter, and the third sulphur. But I cannot say whether either is found in this land. Nor, your Majesty, do I think that such knowledge, could I impart it, would be a blessing to the land. On the contrary, the battles would be far more terrible and bloody than they are now. Vast numbers would be slain, and valor and bravery would avail but little against these terrible missiles." "No," the king said thoughtfully, "you would take few prisoners if you fought with such weapons as these. You take some prisoners, I suppose?" "Yes, your Majesty. We always take as prisoners those who ask for mercy." "And what do you do with them?" "We treat them honorably and well, as is befitting men who have fought bravely. We exchange them for men of our own side who have been taken prisoners by the enemy, or if they are knights or nobles, they pay a ransom according to their rank to their captor, and so return home." "That is good," the young king said, with animation, "though it differs altogether from our usages. But then, how are their altars of the gods to be served?" "I believe," Roger said, "that your Majesty's grandfather erected a temple here to the unknown God. It is the unknown God, unknown to you but known to us, that the white peoples across the sea worship. He is a good and gentle and loving God, and would abhor sacrifices of blood." The king did not reply for a minute. The introduction of human sacrifices was a comparatively recent innovation in Tezcuco, and although the Aztecs had lately almost forced their own hideous rites upon their neighbors, there were many who were still, at heart, opposed to them. He turned the subject by saying, "There will be much for you to tell me when we have leisure. At present the banquet waits." The 18 months that had elapsed since the wreck of the Swan had prepared Roger for taking part in such scenes as those in which he was at present placed. From living so long among natives, and in native costume, he had acquired something of their manner, which, unless under strong excitement, was quiet and dignified. He had done this the more because, whenever he went out, all eyes had been upon him, and he had felt that it was necessary, so far as he could, to support the mysterious reputation he possessed. He had lost, alike, the sailor walk and carriage, the careless gaiety of a boy, and the roughness of one brought up to life at sea. He himself was only half conscious of this transformation, but to one who had seen him last, when he sailed from Plymouth, it would have appeared absolutely marvelous. Undoubtedly, it impressed both the king and his nobles most favorably, and as the party followed the king and Roger to the banqueting hall, there was a chorus of approval of the manners, bearing, and appearance of the white stranger. The banquet was similar, but on a vastly greater scale, to that of which Roger had partaken at Tepeaca. Mexico contained, within comparatively narrow limits, extreme diversities of climate, and by means of the swift couriers, the kings and nobles could place upon their tables the tropical fruits and vegetables from the zone of the sea, the temperate fruits from the lofty plateau land, and the products of the rich and highly cultivated valley of the capital. The 20 councilors sat down at table with the king. Other tables were spread, at which the principal nobles feasted, while the king's wife and sister and other ladies dined in the same hall, but had tables apart. The king abstained from asking questions of Roger about his country during the meal, but conversed with him concerning his journey and his impressions of the country, and inquired particularly whether he was perfectly satisfied with the treatment he had received from the merchants. Roger assured him that nobody could have been kinder or more courteous than they had been, and that he hoped His Majesty would express his satisfaction at their conduct. "That has already been done," the king said. "The reports of my envoys were sufficient for that. They have been raised in rank, have received permission to carry specially decorated banners, with other privileges and immunities." After dinner was over, the king, without waiting as usual for the smoking and entertainments of musicians, dancers, and acrobats, rose, saying to Roger, "I am too anxious to talk with you to take pleasure in these amusements. Come with me now." He led the way to the entrance to the private apartments. These were enclosed by magnificent hangings, which were drawn aside by 2 attendants as he approached them. The walls were here entirely hidden by hangings, and the floor covered with a thick carpeting of richly dyed cotton stuff. The air was heavy with odors of perfumes. The king led the way to an apartment of considerable size, although small in comparison to the 2 great halls they had left. Couches of quilted mats, covered with silken embroidery, extended round the room, and a general air of comfort, as well as luxury, pervaded it. From the open windows, a view extended over a lovely garden below, and then across the lake to the walls and temples of Mexico, shining in the moonlight, and dotted with innumerable spots of fire on the summits of the teocallis. The room itself was lighted with open lamps, in which burned cotton wicks embedded in wax. Cacama clapped his hands, and a young noble in attendance entered. The king bade him summon 6 of his councilors, and tell the queen and the princess that he awaited them. In a short time these entered. The pomp and ceremony of royalty were, to a considerable extent, laid aside in Tezcuco, in the interior of the palace, the custom there differing much from that which prevailed at the court of Montezuma, where the emperor never relaxed, in the slightest, in exacting the lowliest and most profound homage from all who approached him. End of chapter 8.